Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Guilty Gear getting another guest character. Looks like it's from E33. I don't even know what Guilty Gear is. Is that a fighting game? I got it. I got the tweet. Thanks. You're a pussy for not posting the rainwater? True, I am. Oh. LSF thread. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
I honestly can't believe this. Guess what? As I'm going on a flight, they said it's a windshield crack, so I can't leave. No, I can't go to Canada and watch Ronaldo. I had 2 flights and they both got canceled. 2 flights to leave, man. Like, I don't know what to do, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm gonna be able to see Ronaldo. And I love y'all. I'm gonna still watch the game, but I don't think, I'm not making it to the game. I'm not making it. Bro, I swear to God. Lie here, bro. I tried.
This game happened already 2+ days ago, and Ronaldo is a rapist. Okay. Was this just a misspeak, or did you have the Palantir CEO confused with the Anthropic CEO? Oh shit, you're right. I'm sorry. I meant the Palantir guy. You know what? I talked a lot of shit yesterday, but that Palantir guy grew me on that interview yesterday, okay? Are you more excited or more disillusioned based on the current political landscape, considering left is not on the back foot from the Trump disapproval? I don't know. I'll know more after my court case gets dismissed. Okay. Physics time. All right. What is most of the heat from the sun come from? What wavelength? What wavelength transmits most of the heat from the sun? Is it like, it's not in the visible spectrum, is it? Or, oh, near infrared radiation. Oh, but what about by the time we're on Earth? Okay. Here's a question. If this is how like a normal setup works inside of an apartment, okay? You have pretend this is the wall or whatever, right? You have a window here. And then you have a curtain But the curtain is here. Is this actually keeping any heat out whatsoever? Or it feels like all that's happening is that this thing right here is just absorbing heat throughout the day, and then it slowly like emits it later on at night, so you're like your AC can deal with it more time. How the fuck does it actually... Yes, but some curtains, like thick blackout ones, are better. How? Wouldn't the blacker the curtain be, the more light it would absorb? Okay, I guess my question is why can't you put like an actual, like a big ass reflecting curtain here? Now, when I look outside, there's literally not a single fucking apartment building where any room does this. So I feel like my apartment complex would, it'd be like against the rules or something. It'd say it looks crazy, you can't do this. People do it on their dashboards. Hannah Fry talked exactly about this. Okay.
Do you want to know why it gets so insanely hot when you're inside glass on a warm day? Like, actually hotter than it is when you're just outside. It's called the greenhouse effect. Wow, that is bright. Hang on. Basically what happens is that the light waves, as they come in, they can penetrate the glass, no problem. But then as soon as they get inside in your room or whatever, they bounce around and then they change to much shorter wavelengths. And they're then trapped, they can't get out. It's sort of like you've got this one-way filter to the outside, letting in loads of energy, but not letting any of it...
This has to do with... This is not exactly... Well, I mean, it kind of is, but...
...escape, which is why your room ends up heating up and heating up. Now, here's the thing, right? A lot of people, myself included, will close the curtains on a warm day.
Okay.
But you're sort of trying to stop the invaders once they're already inside the room. It kind of helps a little bit, but nowhere near as good as if you hang a sheet on the outside of your window. If you really want to minimize the amount of...
That sounds based. Now, am I allowed to do that? There's, like...
...energy that is...
Why don't I look outside and see anybody doing that?
...in when it's absolutely boiling outside. You should get some tin foil, right? Basically copy what they do in space. Get some tin foil and then attach it to the outside of your window. Make your room a little cave. Stay cool up there, people.
If I were to have like I think I have 3 exits in this apartment. If I were to buy like, I had these for the studio downstairs at one point to make, I don't know what you call them, like rods for having a, if you want to hang a black curtain, you get like 2 things and then you stand them up and then hang a black thing in between it. Can you just do that? It should theoretically, is there like a video on like how much heat you would prevent from going into an apartment? Because my apartment is hot and my AC can't keep up. So like my apartment is perpetually at like 71 to 72 degrees where the thermostat is. I'm pretty sure in this room it's like, if I had to guess, like 78 to 80 degrees maybe. But it's just because I have like all my computers are running in here plus my lights and everything. But I have no but I mean, like, I have this huge window here. Now, I have this white thing pulled down as, like, my curtains. But, like, if I touch the white thing, it's obviously super hot because the sun is shining on it all day. There has to be, like, a way to not ever have the light energy in my home, okay? Step 1, close the vents in the other rooms. Oh. Blackout curtains are a thing. Yes, but I don't want blackout curtains in my apartment. I need them outside the window. I need them outside the window. Bro, just get AC. I like how all of the people in the United States of America that are making AC jokes are people that don't actually live in places where it actually gets hot, because I can tell immediately that you don't, because you think that central air helps you when it's like, it does help, but that you can keep a house perfectly, totally cool when the temperatures outside are like 90, 95 plus and it's like super humid and everything. You just live in an area where it never really gets that hot, and the hottest it's outside is like 79, 80 degrees. You're like, oh, shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. Outside blinds are reflective film for the windows. I don't think you can put reflectors up in your thing. I feel like I'm just vibing this, but it's got to be wrong and not allowed, because otherwise wouldn't everybody do it? I feel like everybody would have reflective curtains then, and it would just look crazy. Everything would look like tinfoil outside. Awnings. Oh! I'm just going to go build an awning on my 25th floor apartment build. Thank you. Cover your window in SPF 50 sunscreen. Why do your blackouts need to be outside your window? Because if they're inside, the curtain is absorbing all of the heat. It's just slowly radiating it throughout the day. I just want it to not be in my apartment at all. I don't want the heat to ever come inside. Ever. Look. What is this? These are common in Europe? I've never seen these before. Outside blinds? This is what I need. Holy shit. I am going to try closing the vent, though, in the bedroom. Hold on. That's a good idea. One sec. Just kidding. I'll do it later. The I don't know if we're not allowed to. It looks like the you have to unscrew the front, and then it looks like there's like a key screw. I wonder if the apartment complex has it so you're not allowed to close or open your vents or whatever. So I don't know if I have to call maintenance or figure that out. Get window tint? Bruh, I would need so much. It's so much window. I would have to buy like 30 sheets of fucking, or 30 rolls of shit. Germany has
So this is a curtain. Do this and your room will not be so bright anymore. Thank you. Thank you.
Outside. What the fuck is this, bro? Holy shit. It's time to goon. Oh my god, the goon cave. What the fuck?
So this is a curtain. Do this and your room will not be so bright anymore. Thank you. Thank you. So this is a
Okay. We'll check it out later. This is what I need. Holy shit, but there's no way it's allowed. I have to read my lease. I'll read my lease too. This shit? Hell yeah. I want the whole neighborhood to look at my building and be like, there's a motherfucker that's serious about keeping his place cool in that apartment. And they will see it from the outside. Like, damn. Damn, it must be cool in there. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Hell yes. Now, this is a cool guy. Hell yeah. Can you imagine? Wait, real quick. I just imagined this. I imagined this. Imagine you're a time traveler, okay? Imagine you're a time traveler and you go back when this episode aired over 10 years ago. And then you teleported somebody right after this episode, and they're like, oh my god, like, the White Walkers and fighting them in the future is going to be fucking sick, and how is the Valerian Steel Swords, and Jon Snow's going to be fighting him, and I'm like, slow down there, Logup. That's the last White Walker you're ever actually going to see Jon Snow fight. Do you think they would believe you? Do you think that there's anything you could do to convince somebody, wait, what do you mean? No, this was just like a pre-episode, there was like a preview of like the fights to come or whatever, right? Like we find out so much here, and like Jon's like the first one to kill one like in combat and everything, and so there's going to be like, what? No, Logup. That's the only time you're ever going to see Jon Snow kill a White Walker. Go figure, huh? They wouldn't believe you. He killed one in season 7 when capturing that zombie. Wait, did he? Are you just thinking about Sam? I said in combat. Sam's kill doesn't count. XQC reads Malena and nmplol Discord messages. Unironically, is your AC running well? What's the setup? Do you have a unit just for your apartment? No, it's a huge central air thing. So when it gets super, super hot and everybody's running their AC, my guess is that it probably just overtaxes the system so everybody's unit gets a little bit warm. But then I also have a very big imbalance in my apartment because I have a huge 2-bedroom apartment. Well, not huge, but it's like decently long. And on the other end of my apartment, it's probably like 68, 69 degrees in my bedroom because my thermostat will read like 70-ish degrees, which is outside the bedroom. But over here, it's probably almost, I don't know if I had to guess, like 78, 79 degrees right where I'm at right now, which isn't horrible, but...
I asked that about that anyways. Guess I'm gonna be very saying I'm crazy. Too crazy to be on the account. Mom didn't have access to that at all with my money in it. And she got her half when they divorced. The fuck?
Hey, what?
This is pretty crazy. Thank you. Could join me always. A R word. And when I'm not in control, use your shit. Anything for 6 months. Jesus. Interesting. That's pretty spicy. Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if this is true or not, Jeff, because her information is not out
this
there.
Ain't Love Island Bubba, watch some good shit.
It's true. Okay. Hold on. Chat, is this accurate? I'm not defend it. What am I going to defend anybody?
You should.
Okay. Wow, cool. HaSLOP React, a friend of the stream.
How fast do you think this is going to get dropped? Do you really think this charge is going to stay? I am a multi-millionaire. I promise you, I can take this as far as you want.
When a famous YouTuber and his crew are arrested, it seems like the end of a harrowing day. But the events that unfolded leave some...
Damn. It was... Never mind.
Officers wondering just how far people are willing to go to film content.
I don't understand all this, dude. Something so stupid over some, like, YouTube views.
The dispute begins around 10:49 a.m. on June 22nd, 2026, when a man named Joe contacts Woodhaven police officers from a local McDonald's in Michigan, claiming that his nephew and...
I don't care. I have the Henry Resilient video up, I think. This is from the video that he posted yesterday, July 3rd, right? Did you see the Lixmaxer guy he caught with a fuck ton of CP? Nope. Cody watched the new Epstein video today. 1 hour and 33 minutes, bruh. Retarded question, would what Henry does to Nick count as snarking? I think, did I write this down somewhere? Fuck, did I? I'll have a formal definition when I do my video. I don't like the term snarking either. Are you seeing this video? Yeah, pretty wild, pretty goofy. Hamas did it better. I think when I think of like I'll iron this out more, but when I think of like the weird like snarking shit. Oh wait. I had three. I feel like I only had 3 elements before, but I feel like I have 4 elements to this. So I would say that like anything that involves like collecting tons of information about somebody, especially across unrelated topics and multiple platforms. So, so for instance, let's say that somebody has some political position about like the Second Amendment, and then you find out also that this guy like shot up a school or something, or I don't know, or got in a firearms accident. Like I would consider that to be pretty relevant. Like I think it's okay to bring this up or maybe bring it into the conversation depending upon, you know, like it's because it's guns and everything is related to guns and, or well, like it could be related to a Second Amendment position maybe. But like, let's say that you find out that a guy has some Second Amendment position, you go through his shit, and then you find out that he got suspended in school once because he called a girl ugly or something, right? Like that. So I feel like the first element is there's some amount of like collecting information about somebody, especially across multiple platforms, especially like unrelated to whatever topic it is that they're discussing or going in on. Is the first thing. I think the second thing is generally this is a community of people that are involved in doing this. It's not usually just one person. It's like a community of people. I would say the third thing is usually that information is being used by said community to act. They're acting upon it in order to harass the target or people around them. And then for the fourth thing, which I think is actually pretty important too, is usually this happens over a longer time frame. So we're talking like months and years as opposed to just days or a couple weeks. But I would say like when all of these are met, you're kind of in a, I would say you're in the snarker verse. So for, I mean, I feel like covering court stuff, I don't think I would say this is like necessarily snarking. I mean, it can still be shitty too, though. I mean, I guess it just depends on how you cover it or what your goal is. Or I mean, like you can engage, you know, with any topic in a responsible manner or in a kind of an asshole manner. It just depends on your engagement, I guess. What the fuck is this? 43-minute video, Jesus. Hassan Piker and the Golden Communist Toilet. Bruh. Wait, we won't watch this yet, though. Hold on. After being terminally online for most of my life, I come to the conclusion that trash reality TV was sort of proto-lolcow media in a way. Maybe. But I feel like you choose to be on reality TV, though, no? Thanks, Josiah. I'll load it in my videos. Misleading title. He didn't really compare them as if they're equal, but instead of saying that women who watch Love Island are better because they're fully aware they're watching SLOP, whereas men that watch Joe Rogan think they're watching some highly sophisticated content. Compare. Oh, I guess if... Oh, this makes it look like I'm saying both of them are similar, I guess, if you only read the title. Or I guess you would technically say I'm contrasting, huh? I'm contrasting women that... Who just says contrast? I feel like you either say compare or you say compare and contrast. I don't know. What kind of men watch Destiny? Good one. Boris the Blade. What's this?
I asked him if he... So I actually messaged him.
The Supreme Court's 2025 term in review. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think snarking is mostly left-leaning? I would say so for now,
The
yeah.
level of corrupt...
I don't know if that has anything to do, though, with your, like, political identity, if it lends itself more to snarking, or if it's a demographics thing, or if it just happens to have developed on those communities over there. I truly don't know. I'm not sure. Are the snarkers only posting these LSF threads, or is it some other community? Oh, this new guy is one of my most dedicated fucking haters. You can always tell because of the way that he titles things too. Like, you would only really know this if you were deep in our communities. Like, he doesn't title things well if he's trying to sell it to, I feel like, LSF or like broader public people. Wick TV says Destiny is still allowed on a stream after intentionally doxing Gisticle during Wick's previous broadcast. Like, I don't think any average person has any fucking idea who any of these people are. But this guy is probably one of the most obsessive, craziest posters about me on Reddit, I think. Like, you can go through it. It's just insane how many different things he's involved in. How long is chapter 2 compared to chapter 1? If I play through on hard, I can just watch stuff because I've already seen all the story. I get everything else, but why do they do this to themselves? Do what to whose self? How do you plan to stop the snarking? I feel like I've repeated myself 50 million times at this point. Once my court case is dismissed, I can drop a huge video that just kind of like explodes and blows apart the entire space. And then once everything is kind of like out there and it's more accessible for people to understand like what's happening, It's just a matter of, it's just another type of content that you have to be willing to, I don't know, engage. I don't know how to explain it, but like one standard that has to change going forward is I think you have to be willing, you need more creators that can do, like, I don't know how to say this without sounding full of myself. Like, I can do research content, I can do intellectual stuff, I can fight on culture grounds, and I can fight people on drama grounds. It feels like nobody else in the lib left space thinks they have to learn those skills, and nobody else ever wants to do that. So you get like these DSA tanky people who are willing to go to bat for Hassan on like the dog shocking shit, or you've got these like MAGA people who are willing to like sweep and make excuses for Trump on everything. Like these guys will fight culture in all these different areas. Like you'll have these like DSA people defending why October 8th Hamas rallies are good for pro-Palestinian protesters, and it's actually not anti-Semitic. Like they're fighting on all those grounds, but then it feels like the lib left space is just, it's way too sanitized, and people think that like, well, this type of content is too risky, or like addressing these things is too much, so we're just gonna like try to like keep it clean and be above board. And it's like, that's fine, but you're missing like 70% of the political conversation right now, unfortunately. And at some point, like I don't think unfortunately you can't dictate how low the battlefield goes. You just kind of have to match where it is. And one side can always kind of like drag it into more and more obscene territory. If people are going to drag it to that territory, you have to be able to have the fights there. So, yeah. Lib culture feels very corporate. I guess a little, yeah, maybe, yeah. Okay. I'll be more flexible after my court case is over. Also because I can have my own court cases running too. And being the plaintiff on these, it probably is better than being the defendant on them. I just don't understand why everyone is just trying to destroy each other. It makes me really sad. That's how it is. Because, and this is the thing that nobody ever fucking understands, but I don't care. I don't know what to say. It's because when I constantly talk about the whole goal of tit for tat is not tit for tat, okay? The whole goal of tit for tat is that nobody fucks around because they know that they're going to get smacked up for it. That's the whole fucking point. So you have a scenario where a bunch of people are acting crazy, but there's one group of people who will never act crazy because they have rules against acting crazy, while everyone else is acting crazier and crazier and crazier. And then anytime one of the group of non-crazy people starts to act a little crazy, all of those people are like, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. They go low, we go high. They go low, we go high. We don't have to devolve, we don't have to bring it to that level. And then also all those people go, hey, you said that you're not supposed to do that. Hey, you said you can't go crazy. Hey, you said that you guys have standards and values. You can't do that, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, okay. And so things spiral more and 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 more. But the goal is just that, like, if everybody knows that everybody has the same capabilities, then everybody calms the fuck down. But right now, Hassan can say whatever the fuck he wants. MAGA people can say whatever the fuck they want. And it works. It resonates with voters. They do well electorally, generally speaking. They're having a rough thing coming up, obviously, in the midterms. Nowhere near as much of a fucking blowout as it should be. But, like, it works. And if it works, it's not crazy. It's reasonable. It's logical. I have the same conversations with people who have like relationship issues where they'll complain about like, oh, my ex was so, I said this on stream before, verbatim, I'm pretty sure. Like, oh my God, my ex was just so fucking crazy and he was just irrational and just like insane. And it's like, well, what would he do? Whatever. It's like every fucking time he would have a fucking problem, he would like, I try to break up with him and he'd fucking threaten to kill himself. And then we'd have to fucking talk through things and figure it out. And it's just like, this went on for like 2 years. And it's like, oh, okay. So you tell me you were going to break up with him and then he threatened to kill himself, and you guys ended up kind of being together for 2 more years, right? Yeah, it was insane. It's like, that's not insane, you fucking retard. Your partner was completely and totally rational the entire fucking time. He knew that if he yanked the suicide chain, that you would stick around, and your dumbass did. So of course he's going to keep doing it. Why do you think that's irrational? That's anything but irrational. The guy is being a perfectly logical, rational actor. He's doing a stupid fucking thing because he knows he'll get a certain response, and you always give him a certain response, so he's going to continue to do the thing. Why is that surprising to you? But this is politics of the U.S. for the past decade. And it's very, very, very fucking tiring. But we'll get it. I've also been having convos with more and more people in the background. I have a big convo in a few days with, we'll just say that top guy at the DNC. And I don't know. So I hope, and I'm making a little bit of headway progress there too and chatting with people. So we'll get it. The Democrats are getting there. They're figuring it out. Okay. My kings.
So I actually messaged him.
Oh, is it sped up?
And he did. I asked him if he still does streams with normal people, and he said he does. Yeah. Does your dog have to wear a shot collar if you go?
I feel like before you were a little bit more defensive when the snarkers would use the fact that you doxed Driscoll and say against you, but ever since you took the position of I doxed them because they deserved it. Now what position's been more effective? Yeah, because it's like intuitively. I don't care. I am better than all of these people morally. I'll say that. And I'm more honest epistemically as well. Like, if somebody's going to make a claim or make a charge or do a thing, like, I want to thoroughly kind of, like, review the thing and then defend it in, like, a holistic manner, and then move on from it. But while that might be true, like, for computer code to, like, resolve some problem, optically, and then the way that it works in all these other communities, the way that they function, it's not really effective. It's just attack, and never ask questions, and never defend anything, and attack. So when you start reframing things, so this is why I do now the whole, like, why the fuck do these people have a right to be anonymous while they harass other people online? That's a really hard thing to defend. I've never heard a person successfully defend that claim before, but I've also never heard anybody besides me, I think, used that argument before, right? Like, oh, okay, so this guy is hosting a Discord where people are reaching out and harassing everybody in my real life. Why does he have a right for me to not use his name? Where does that magical power come from? Never heard that defended before. So I think that being more aggressive with a lot of my claims is a thing that I've learned. I'm just not, my brain is not like naturally oriented or naturally, tuned in that direction. But it's the ability to, like, flip things onto other people so that you don't have to defend it, but, like, the onus is on them to defend, like, gives you an auto win in all these conversations. But it's also, like, it's just fucking annoying too, because it's like every fucking conversation now is like, how do you maneuver? It's all about maneuvering now, and now the actual fact of the matter is whatever, like, rather than go on stage. Like, if I ever have an anti-fan try to have this debate publicly with me, he's like, oh, like, well, regardless of everything, isn't it true that you were getting a porn of a minor, blah, 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 blah? Like, what I would say is, hold on, are you talking about somebody non-consensually sending me child porn? Are you talking about somebody violating my consent sending me child porn? I didn't consent to any of that. You're talking about that? Is that what you're claiming is my, like, and that, how do you defend that against that? Oh, shit, okay, well, I guess maybe, right? Like, but you have to, you have to, like, reframe, like, everything is an attack. But I hate it. I don't enjoy it. I would rather just argue the facts of the matter. Like, I would rather just argue the facts of the matter rather than have to play these stupid fucking games all the time. It's so annoying.
Ugh. Stay with Hassan. You feel good about yourself, Gentry? So I actually messaged him, and he did. I asked him if he still does streams with normal people, and he said he does. Yeah. Does your dog have to wear a shot collar if you go to stay with Hassan? You feel good about yourself, Gentry?
It's beyond tiresome to hear them bring up the exact bullshit. Yes, and listen, I know, suck my dick. I know a lot of you guys are tired of it and don't enjoy it, and that's fine. But part of that was, like, the result of what I said at the end of 2023 of me doing more political content, is that I don't have the audience anymore to hardcore thrive on drama style content. I just don't have it. So it's a lot harder for me to sustain, whereas on these other audiences, it's literally all they're used to seeing. However, if you're like a Destiny fan who just kind of, like, watches my streams and then maybe bounces off the Reddit, it kind of just seems like I'm engaging in a lot of it for not much of a reason, because you hear the same arguments over and over again. But in, like, the micro extended drama universe, the conversations have helped significantly. Like, a lot of these people that used to be able to just, like, steamroll through all these Discords with the most retarded fucking arguments in the world about Anna, about Lav, about whatever the fuck bullshit, now have a whole new set of things that they kind of have to contend with. And these aren't just, like, auto button push wins in a lot of these smaller communities anymore, which breeds a lot of the more hardcore sycophantic anti-fans, which go on to carry the message further and further. So it has helped. It does help. It's just, it's harder to see if you're, like, just a fan of me, because you're not usually exposed to all of these other crazy spaces or people arguments more. Yeah, but hopefully, like I said, once the court case is over.
Yeah. Does your dog have to wear a shot collar if you go to stay with Hassan? You feel good about yourself, Gentry? After that one, it's in LA, so it's gonna be awesome. And maybe we'll stop by Hassan's if he has some time for me. You know, and the thing is, I know people don't like Hassan and people don't like Asmon, but and you guys have your reasons. But the thing is, they've been just so unbelievably nice to me. Like it's strange. You know, like both of them have been nicer to me than essentially like.
Hassan fans are trying to get you off of that Ismo LibCon panel. Sure, a lot of people have been emailing and shit, but I've already talked to them about all of this shit. Like, I mean, this is the space, and I mean, like I said, you've got Hassan is like electrocuting his dog on stream, and nobody gives a fuck about it. Like, if you want to be a part of this space, if you want to be able to engage in fun in the space, you have to be ready to deal with crazy people emailing you and everything else. It can't just be an emergency eject button every single time. Like you feel like you get a little bit of pressure, but that's on libs to figure out. They either will or they won't.
You know, like both of them have been nicer to me than essentially like every other member of OTK. Like just across the board, you know. So it's weird because I know you guys feel a certain way about these guys, and you know, I don't know what to say.
Oh, that's another thing too. I think all of the retweeting of the clips and retweeting and following people and chatting with people, I think has helped a lot with on the Hassan stuff too. More people are voicing that conversation publicly, which I think we've helped a little bit with too.
Really about it. Zach is a nice guy. Yeah. I mean, to me, to me again, because I know these guys personally, right? Like you guys don't know them personally. I know them personally, and like, like they're guys. At least for me, if I ever needed help with anything, they would always be there. You know, like no strings attached, bro. No strings attached. And like that to me is rare in this industry. Guys, Hassan just texted me. He said, "When are you here? How long? What are you doing?" Oh my God, Hassan! Yay, Hassan!
Just lost my life savings.
Yay!
Wait, is he trolling or did Hassan actually? There is no shot. He's trolling, right? Because Hassan did this last time?
Oh my God.
I forgot I had this.
Isn't he the best? Oh my goodness. Should we extend our trip to see Hassan? Oh my goodness. All right, how about this? How about this? How about this? How about this?
I don't know if he was farming or not. I can't tell. What's the end of this combat campaign? Or is this one of those vibes things where you change when you feel like it and have no thought out game plan on ending? The end of it is probably some of the other people's lives in this space. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately, actually, I don't give a fuck, getting destroyed. So it's going to be reaching out to and making people aware of what Mrao and Queeman and Jistical and all of these other people are like in their life. And then at some point, somebody's going to realize, okay, this is like too much, all right? I'm going to not do this anymore. I'm going to not engage in that anymore, right? Like every time I decide to go down some path of like, all right, well, who am I going to fight with? Or who do I feel like I need to call out or do whatever? Like I have to do all these calculations in my head of like, what upcoming talks do I have? Like, what have I publicly said and what have I not publicly said? Because I know these people are going to get emails. Who do I have to give a heads up on things? Like, who in my life is like the most vulnerable or exposed person right now that's going to be like dug into? Hassan doesn't have to think about these things. He just fucking does whatever. They just fucking go hard because they know that nobody's going to respond on our side. If everybody was thinking that, this is also why I rephrased the doxing thing like that, because Aiden tried, he kept pulling us out and he had no counter for it. He had no thing. He's like, well, Destiny, like, isn't it like imagine all the horrible things that's going to happen if people were to know like who was behind this Discord account? And it's like, excuse me, why the fuck are all these horrible things going to happen? What do you mean when you say that? Well, like if people knew who was saying like this or doing that, all these people would be like going out. It's like, what the fuck does that say about that person's conduct? If you're telling me that simply knowing the name of the person is going to cause people to try to find this person, maybe that guy needs to reevaluate his behavior. Or maybe we need to think about that a little bit, you know? But the problem is that I've said this a million times, I'll say it a million more times until everybody fucking understands it. One side feels like they can operate in impunity, and as long as they feel like they can operate with impunity, they will operate with impunity, and they'll continue to do the same shit. The reality is as soon as somebody like, are you worried about any escalation? The only escalation that can happen, which is why I said the thing that I said, that somebody in this space is going to die, is somebody showing up at my apartment to kill me. I don't know what else can happen at this point. I've been swatted with my kid here. My mom and dad have had a bomb threat called on them. Not a bomb threat directly, but called I think it was the local police saying that I was using their house to store bomb construction materials, which caused a team to have to go out and sweep their place. When I got swatted one of the times, I've had my kid A-logged and harassed across multiple platforms. Like, there's nothing else that you can do to me at this point besides kill me or kill somebody near me, I guess. That's it. So when you say, like, are you worried about escalation? For what? Everybody is, like, it's one of those, like, weird sea lining tone policing things. Like, well, what if the other side, excuse me, what if the other side does what? It's why I get so actually frustrated when I'm talking to people like, this is coming up a lot with Aiden. He's like, well, or I think Connor was in this too. It was like, well, hypothetically, imagine if somebody were doing, and then he'll say a thing that people have already done to me. I'm like, I don't have to imagine this, dog. You're fucking retarded. So no, it's all like all of this stops. Every single weird, crazy A-logging, personal attack, doxing, spying, all of it stops when people in Hassan's position say, hey guys, like heads up, for real, we don't do this shit anymore. I don't condone it. I don't sign off on it. If anybody's doing it, just know that you are way outside anything that I approve of. And no, it's not because I know like somebody like Gistigal or all of his fucking fat fucking cronies are like, oh wait, I got the perfect clip for this. It's not going, hey guys, we don't dox here. Remember that. We don't dox here, guys. It's having like an actual position where everybody truly understands like, hey, this is not what we do in this community. Okay. Like, it's not even a stretch again. I do consider swatting as attempted murder, and so if I do, it's already happened fucking 5 or 10 times, depending on if you count the calls to the FBI as swatting or not, to me. So it's not even that much of a stretch to say that, like, oh, what are we doing next? Have any of the snarkers publicly said they don't condone any of the IRL swatting, etc., or are they just not claiming they were responsible for it? No, they'll all say that they, like, don't condone it. They'll all say, like, oh, God, we ban that here. We ban that here. We don't. And on a strict level, they're right. But it's not about, like, it's not about the, like, do you make a statement saying a thing, right? Everybody knows that's bullshit. It's like, what is the... There's a reason why Sabasexual was able to exist in Gistigal's community and never got banned for it, and everybody there saw that, right? Like, if people were posting shit in my fucking, in my chat like that, it would be fucking crazy. Like, everybody in my chat would be like, bruh. Do you think going after Hassan's minions will stop him? I feel like, I don't know, watching him for 10 years now, he will just ditch them and call you Epstein and then find new retards who can carry his flag in a war against you. I don't care. It's fine if it's a war. Better a war than like just one-sided terrorist attacks over and over and over again. Because the reason why he's been able to come away unscathed is because nobody digs into him that much the way that he digs into other people. But people should be, right? Like, Hassan should be worried that when he goes into an interview that somebody is going to bring up the fact that, like, hey, like, so talk to me about, like, the dog shocking thing. Like, you lied, obviously, when you said you got this dog at a pound. You bought this dog. We have you on video talking about, you know, working with a trainer who uses shock collars, that you use it. And then it seems like you were shocking your dogs in a stream. Isn't that kind of, like, deplorable behavior? Like, people need to ask questions like that. He can't just get away with stuff like that and nobody says anything. And obviously, Hassan's framing of this, if he ever hears me saying things, he'll be like, why is this guy so obsessed with me in my personal life? What does dogs have to do with giving people affordable health care? So anyway, sex pestiny, Epsteiny, molestiny, sex cult today bullied another BPD-stiny, Epsteiny, rape-stiny girl, and it's like, are you fucking retarded? See, like, they do this and they're so good. They're so good and they're so smart. When I said before that, like, and we are going to do this, I'll either do it at the end of the stream or tomorrow, where if Hassan's going to publicly announce the politicians or whatever he's going to talk to ahead of time, then that's great. But we're going to pepper their Twitter accounts with questions. Hey, you're talking to a dude who likes to fucking electrocute his dog on stream. Hey, this is a guy who praised Hezbollah terrorist attack. This is a guy who watched Houthis board a civilian ship and praise it. Just curious, like, why do you feel like, you know, Arizona voter values align with a person who is praising and on, like, watching a terrorist attack on his stream and praising it? Isn't that kind of fucking wild? Because people should just have to know that. They should know that, and they should have to contend with that. 100%. Because they do the same. Oh yeah. Somebody was like, yeah, because even Mike was like, Destiny, isn't that bad? Isn't that an optics loss? Oh, I wonder how long it took him to remove this thread, because it's a pretty small subreddit. It's got 70 upvotes. What's wild is that Destiny's supposed to be at LibCon in a few weeks with Ezra Klein, Bulwark, New York Times, and Atlantic People in a few weeks. Here's the link to the thing. This is who it's hosted by in the About section. In his chat right after that, he says someone is going to die soon. So you have, like, the conference, you've got a few big names, you've got the About page, where my guess is their email is probably there, and then you've got, like, a juicy little thing to email them in order to try to get the people to pull out of the event, right? Oh, and you even got a guy. So, like, people will say things like, "Oh no, we deleted that thread. We know we don't approve of that stuff." Well, I don't even know if they would go that far here. I don't know why this explicit was removed. I don't even know what this thread was actually about. But Like even this guy here sounds like they should be made aware of who they're platforming. And it's like, okay. So they got the mission, you know? Also, the immunity Hasan has needs to be acknowledged by larger news entities. Hasan doxed 10 plus people on stream. Nothing happened. Watching the terrorist attack on stream is a bigger deal. Doxing doesn't carry far in real life because nobody outside of the internet really knows or gives a fuck about what doxing is. No normal human being, I think, understands that. Like, you have to explain way too. I would never try to like convince a normie audience or like a normie media person, like, this guy doxed somebody. And like, what do you mean when you say doxed? So they're these guys and they have like online names. It'll be like Funky Penguin 6969 or like XXS Deathstalker 420. But then he used their real name. And it's like, nobody gives a fuck about doxing in real life. Harassment, they will care about. Directing harassment to, they will care about. So like for that Bad Empanada video, I would have phrased that, the Bad Empanada video, I would have phrased that as like, oh, Hasan gave a hit list basically to his fans to go out and harass. That's more effective than ever talking about just like doxing or whatever, you know? Morblo doesn't think Hasan shocking his dog is abuse. Because when you're when you're on the team, there are certain talking points you just have to buy into. They would break your world too much. You can't accept that like Hasan is shocking his dog in order to keep him in the corner on a stream. You can't do it. Morgler said, Bean, do we actually think his dog is being abused? I mean, it depends. I mean, abused, like just hit for no reason? Probably not. It depends on whether or not you consider training a dog to lay in the corner all day to be a form of abuse. And now we see that without a shock collar being used improperly, because you shouldn't use that's not the way that you train a dog with a shock collar, is to fucking shock him anytime he pisses you off to go. Like, you're supposed to do this like in conjunction with commands while you're doing like active training and whatever bullshit. If you don't consider forcing a dog to stay in place for 8 hours under threat of violence, I guess, to not be abusive, then I guess no, the answer is it's not abusive. But I mean, once you got rid of the shock collar, you see the dog is on stream far, 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 far less than he was before. But maybe you think that's just a coincidence, I guess. So I don't know. Do you think the ICE stuff, FBI and Vance were talking about doxing? Do you think no one heard that, cared at all, even on their side? He used the word doxing, but nobody really cares about the doxing part. They care about the harassment part. So on the internet, nobody cares about harassment in our space because all of you guys are fucking psychopaths. But in the real world, harassment is still like a word that people take very seriously. Like online, it'll be like harassment. Wow, what? So what, the guy, emailed you and said he wanted to rape your mom and dad until they died? Who cares, bro? It's just words. But in the real world, when you say like, oh, this person is harassing somebody constantly, that's usually that type of language, like harassment. Well, damn, what's the guy doing? That's crazy. That's what people care more about. So for the doxing, the ICE people or whatever, I think what the audience heard and cared about more was, oh my God, people are trying to find and kill like our brave and loyal ICE officers or ICE agents. That's crazy, you know?
To make everyone happy, we will stream with Hasan. Then when I get back, we will stream with Asmon. And if that's not good enough,
take my sub back.
If that's not good enough, I will call Destiny and see if he wants to come on the pod finally. I will make everyone happy, guys.
I see Hasan brings out the true femboy in you.
I'll make everyone happy. Ice Poseidon. Okay, then we'll go hang out with Ice. Oh my God. Someone says, just make sure you don't do anything illegal because he's under investigation. Is he? For what?
Me or Hasan?
First off, what illegal stuff do you think I'm doing? I don't do anything illegal. Oh my God. Why are you going to Norway? It's a beautiful country, and I would love to show Catchy the country. It's a nice place. I've been there many times. I've had great experiences and great memories there. Is Hasan here?
Can you please sincere Ordine on the podcast again?
I get to LA today, and I leave Sunday, Hasan.
Keep your head up, King.
I'm going to go to AnimeCon for a day.
Can you take a whole hockey stick?
And then, let me know when your schedule's free, brother, and maybe we can plan something. He says, hell yeah, all right. Ooh, we might get a Hasan collab. Ooh, and you can meet Catchy. You ever meet her?
Also, here's the thing, and I don't know what Nick and them are doing in the background, and I guess I have no connections at the moment because my Twitch shit is still nuked anyway. It doesn't matter. I think that you're a pussy if you collab with somebody who tells you who you are and are not allowed to collab with, okay? You can ask any streamer in the space ever. The most I've ever said generally is like, I don't want to be like in the same place as this guy. So like, when we did our event in Phoenix, I'm never probably ever again going to do like a one-on-one debate with Alex Stein. But if you want to bring him on and debate somebody afterwards, then fine, you know, go for it. I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to think. I'm sure there's probably been one exception. Like if like if Solo were to show up somewhere, I wouldn't want to do, obviously. Or sometimes I just won't do an event. But when you have people who are trying to block you from like other fucking things, where it's like, oh, if you wanna hang out with me, that's fine, but you can never hang out with this other streamer. You are a pussy if you give into shit like that. It is such pussy behavior to let somebody push you around like that.
She's she about to put Nick Paolo on Fox News again. Dude, every time I do anything political, it just ends up everywhere, bro. It just oh man, dude. Oh, I can't. Oh, why do I put myself in these positions? I find this is the problem with me. I don't really take anything seriously, and maybe I should. Convince Hassan and Zach to do a collab together with you. I don't think that would. I don't think they should do that with me there. I don't want to be a part of that. You know, like I don't. Oh man, I really don't. I would love to do a collab with Zach. He's the one ducking. Really? I mean, to be fair, Asmon really doesn't do collabs with anybody. But if you guys ever did collab, though, I would absolutely... I'd be watching. Not gonna lie. You know? I remember I was hanging out with Hassan, and I met Aiden Ross for the first time, too. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe in the future y'all could do a collab. You know, but does it have to be a debate? Like, what if it's like a cooking stream where you guys just cook burgers or something? Does it have to be political? Or like a hot tub stream or some shit?
I saw clips of... This is just fucking crazy, bro. I don't know.
Looks like mom. Ellie looks just like mom.
Do you think the Twitch ban policy is just for you, the no appearance on streams part? There are at least 2 different times where Twitch adjusted their TOS just for me. Yes, it's an insanely retarded fucking policy, but yes.
Oh yeah. You're doing good, bud. You're doing good. We got plenty of stuff.
How many viewers we got?
We're up to 460 now.
Let's go.
It's incredible.
What's up, YouTube? You guys having fun? Happy 250, guys.
Happy 250. I know it's hard to see this.
I heard you say if you were a Twitch creator, you would have more protections on Twitch, but Hutch is a creator and Hassan still doxed him and nothing happened. It's more the constantly alluding to me being a pedophile and his community harassing me. I think I would have a few more protections from him because I would lodge a complaint with my partner or account manager. I don't know how big of a partner Hutch is on Twitch, or if he has an account manager or partner manager that he talks to regularly. I'm not sure.
Screen. Can we get ones in the chat? If audio, video, all that's good, can we get ones? Is everybody doing okay? If we got 460 people in here, then we
can we get ones in the chat for a total Aryan mockery?
Ones in the chat for total Aryan mockery, total Aryan victory, total Aryan Anglo.
Literally every time fascist marchers show up in DC, they cannot figure out the metro. There's always a video. They are fundamentally not built for complex society. All right, Henry, what do we got?
I've been one of the few channels covering Nick Palom's divorce extensively. It was recently finalized. Him and Malena's divorce was finalized, and I took to X to post an exhibit that I obtained from Travis County Court, legally obtained, by the way. Let's add more context and go over Petitioner's Exhibit 093. Nick, you're controlling me always. Hey, R-word. And when I'm not controlled, you lose your ish. You've done nothing for 6 months. Stop gaslighting me. Jesus, that's not controlling you. That's saying a fact. Hello. What about the bank account then? Yeah, Nick, what about the bank account? I asked my dad about that and he agrees. Okay, so Nick has to check in with daddy. Sounds good to me. Gaslighting me for years, saying I'm crazy, too crazy to be on the account. My mom didn't have access to that at all. She says, with my money in it, like, bro, she got an account with her money in it she don't have access to, and she got her half when they divorced. Well, that's human trafficking. Are you aware of that? Lamau, it's not. It is. Working for free while controlling the money of a foreign citizen. This is getting interesting, man. Okay, the OTK is human trafficking us too, because they don't pay us. Traffic from where? And you have your own money. And by the way, do you have access to the... Wait, and by the way, you do have access to the account, so that's actually a lie. You have your own login and everything. Okay, well, does she have the ability to take money out of this account? That's a huge question. Because when you say like, oh, you have access to it, so she can see the money, but can she take the money out? If she wanted to say, oh, I want to buy myself something nice, I want to take out $1,000, can she do that? Because I don't think she could. Like, if she could see the money, that's a huge question. Because when you say like, oh, you have access to it, so she could see the money, but can she take the money out? If she wants...
Having access to it and being able to take the money out even, actually, that doesn't even really matter. I mean, it kind of does, maybe, I guess, if you're married. What really matters is whose name is the account in. That's the big deal. Because even if you can take money out, if the account is only in the name of your, of one person, I mean, that's the big deal, I think, right? Because it seems like that's what Malena is complaining about here. I don't have shit to my fucking name. 0 credit history, 0 investment, $0 is my name.
It's like, oh, I want to buy myself something nice. I want to take out $1,000. Can she do that? Because I don't think she could. Like, if that's the case, is this why she filed like she was emotionally or financially abused? And what was the second motion? I don't have ish to my effing name. Credit history, 0 investment, $0 in my name. Because you think I'm crazy. See, that's also not true because you have half of everything, bro. This is gaslighting, right? If someone says, hey, I have 0 money and I have an account with money in it that I can't take out. And he says, well, that's not true. You have half of everything. Talk about mutual respect in a controlling relationship. Except
it's hard. So it's hard because I don't know either Nick or Malena that well. Because Nick, I don't want to say Nick is retarded, but Nick could just not understand, you know, how big of a deal that is. But it could also be that he's being intentionally sneaky here in order to try to make it so Malena's not asking too many questions so that he has more control over things. But I just don't know. I don't know either person. I don't know if I would assume one way or another, you know?
Credit, because that's personal. Okay. All right. Put my effing name on my money so I can see that we're equal. I already asked my dad. He said it's
barely kept up with this drama. This sounds crazy messy. How the fuck did she let this get arranged this way? Well, I mean, the reality is when people are getting married and they're, you know, in love and blah, 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 like, people just aren't always thinking all the time about, like, are my accounts in order? Like, what happens if we were to end up getting divorced or we break up? Like, I mean, people, it's not very romantic or, like, fun to think about stuff like that. So I think people just kind of just don't that much, obviously. It's like an uncomfortable conversation. Well, this would depend on the maturity level of everybody involved, right? Ideally, you're mature enough to have a conversation, but it's kind of like having, like, a will, you know? Like, it's a little bit awkward to be like, hey, dad, mom, you guys are getting kind of old and you could die suddenly for no fucking reason. Should we make sure your assets are in line? Like, that's like an uncomfortable conversation to have, so.
not a good idea. He's smarter than you and I combined. See, like, look, put my name on my money. Why? I'm texting your dad. I wonder what dad said to her. Like, look, daughter-in-law, or soon-to-be ex-daughter-in-law. Yeah, you're not accessing the money. Because if you want it, you could take all of it and vanish to Norway and I not be able to do anything. All right, so this is confirmation for me. I interpret this as confirmation that she or they have an account in which he could take money out, but she cannot. This is insane. I wouldn't.
Wait.
That is not a good idea. He's smarter than you and I combined. See, like, look, put my name on my money. Why? I'm texting your dad.
I don't think Henry is correct here, but I'm reading a lot into the, like, it sounds like what Nick is saying is that, like, Malena can withdraw from the account, but if the account is in both of their names, she could withdraw everything, disappear, and then Nick wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Right now, she could withdraw a lot and disappear, but Nick would be able to sue her to get the money back for it, right? But I don't know. I mean, it could also go the other way. It's just hard to say.
Wonder what dad said to her. Like, look, daughter-in-law, or soon-to-be ex-daughter-in-law. Yeah, you're not accessing the money. Because if you want it, you could take all of it and vanish to Norway and I not be able to do anything. All right, so this is confirmation for me. I interpret this as confirmation that she or they have an account in which he could take money out, but she cannot. This is insane. I wouldn't effing do that, and this proves to me that you do not see us as equal. You are controlling me. Oh my lord. Why do you always have to move the goalpost every argument? This started with stream stuff and moved to this stuff. Because the key component here is that you do not see us as equal. I'm not giving any person on the planet, my dad, my mom, you, your mom, LeBron, Jesus himself, the ability to financially ruin me with the press of a button. It has nothing to do with being equals. We make equal decisions in this house about everything, but not equal decisions about the money for sure, right? Then split our economy. Split it like it should be. Or we go to a psychiatrist that can tell you what you are doing is wrong. Find one. I'm down. You said that before, you lying F, and you've not found one. Controlling, manipulative lying F. You tried to make me find one. You do not remember? I found one. You called them the R word. Said you wouldn't go to a psychiatrist that's less smarter than you. Hey, I bet you Nick fancies himself as the smartest person on the planet. Controlling, manipulative line F. Nick responds, if you really feel this way about me, deep down, this is a brick anyways. You're all are controlling me. Listen to what you say. Read through the issues say. You're completely fine with your behavior. You're completely fine with me being poor. Besides the bank, how am I controlling? Okay, so is this him admitting that he controls the bank? It looks like it to me. I have to ask you for anything. Won't let my friends visit, won't come to Norway because this person is there. Put your emotions aside. You're just lazy, depressed. Wow, he's telling her to put your emotions aside. These are quotes. You're just lazy, not depressed. So I guess she said she was depressed and he said, no, you're just lazy. Your problem is that you don't do anything. God damn, Nick, you landed on pretty thick, huh, buddy?
I will say, you know, I thought about this for a day. I can't imagine a traditional relationship where like where one person is earning all the money and the other person is not. That's just crazy to me, actually. I guess I understand relationships have been structured like that, like traditionally for most of human history, but I don't know. I guess every woman I've always dated has always been working and has earned more or less the same as me, or around that, or close enough to be sufficient. That seems like a really scary, crazy universe to be in, where you're living with somebody and like everything you're doing is kind of relying on somebody, and if you have fights or whatever, like this person is literally the person who controls all the finances, can make all the major decisions. Like, I don't know, that's pretty spooky, man. Damn, women be doing some retarded shit. Got him. Just kidding.
Had me locked to the house for years to cook you a meal that you were perfectly fine cooking on your own because you wanted to control me. Just so many things like these. Don't listen to my boundaries. What's okay? What's not to say on stream? Like, bro. Want your friends to visit the week we come back from streaming after 1 month off? Okay, so I'm guessing he's like, nah, we need to lock in, Malena. We just took a vacation. No friends. We need to lock in and get this money. Just don't give a F. Don't respect me, and it effing shows. Everyone sees it. Oh, no. No, Jesus, man. Me not coming to Norway because a viewer lives there? How is that controlling you? Okay, so he didn't want to come to Norway. This is confirmation. Like, no, I'm not coming to Norway because that person lives there. I'm just now at this point an old, grumpy, poor hag who has made poor life decisions. And you want kids? I don't know if I can have kids. Do you know what PCOS is? Did you even bother Googling it? She responds to the me not coming to Norway because the viewer lives there. How is that controlling you? Because now we can't go to Norway anymore. Okay, so it looks like she wanted him to come to Norway with her. And he's using the excuse that, hey, that person is living there. I don't want to be around that person, so I'm not coming with you to Norway. Okay, is that what it was, Nick? If you had half this energy that you have with me, that situation would be solved. So if she had more energy, that situation would be what does the energy have to do with anything? It's best for everyone that this stuff ends peacefully. You've been acting like you haven't been in a relationship for half a year, while her depression is festering, grandma passed, sleep problems, mom's sick. And now you've promised my mom to go to Spain, and I have to disappoint her because that's just life how it is. So what, he promised the mom he was going to go to Spain and didn't show. Nick, come on, buddy. Now, let's get to message OTK in shambles, doc. This petition was exhibit 96. This was mind-blowing when I saw it. I'll actually just type it. OTK is in shambles. And in order for me to rebuild, I pretty much have to carry it. But I'm not going to rebuild it if half my effort is taken away. Damn, dog. So I'll give you your half, but I will quit OTK. Yeah, dog, I probably don't want OTK shares. If this is the sentiment, why would I want OTK shares? Why is OTK in shares in Why is OTK in shambles? The top streamer debacle caused the one contract we had that paid staff to be in jeopardy. Asmon's 2 days, as an Asmon goes 2 days, worse than the Ms. Rich situation. God damn, dog. Did Asmon tank OTK? Jesus. Like, what is this? What is this? The top streamer debacle caused the one contract we had that they paid staff to be in jeopardy, so they lost the contract that paid.
I just hate doing interpersonal drama with 99% of people. I don't know, bro. Like, it could be that this is all true, but it could also be that, like, Nick is just, like, exaggerating shit to get Malena to fuck off. Or it could be that he is exaggerating shit with the hopes that she takes some bait here and is like, fine, like leaves him alone, whatever. Like, there's a million reasons why he could be saying this. This is why I hate reading, like, especially relationship DMs that get leaked and everybody wants to fucking read into they think they can extrapolate the entire relationship from, like, a fight across DMs. Like, there's a million reasons why he could be saying these things. I wouldn't, like, look at any of these as huge. Destiny, he's not that smart. It's not a matter of it being smart. Like, say you come home and your wife or girlfriend is bugging you and you're like, listen, like, I'm stressed because, like, everything at work is melting down and, like, the whole office is about to quit if it's not for me. Or, and you might it might be a lie, but you're just saying it just to get somebody. Like, that could be the case. Or it could not be. It could be honest, too. But I'm saying, like, these are, like, fight DMs between a couple that is looking at or maybe already going through a divorce at this point. I don't know when the timeline on that started, but.
Paid staff, so now it's in jeopardy. Okay. What do you propose then? That's why I wanted to call you. I'm going to go to the lawyers and propose 2 options on paper and show you since you don't want to chat about it, if that's okay with you. How come you don't reply to things? Are we not civil? Should I be worried? Malena says, just keep me posted. Sorry, I was busy. Fair enough. So since OTK is taking so long, I'm going to just type out the TLDR. Is that okay? If we agree to go to a lawyer and wrap it up, sure. What is Nick's big brain plan? OTK media equals completely out of money. OTK staff all but 4 people getting fired this month. Damn. In order to save the company, there have to be a massive rebuild with a lot of it on my shoulders. And I won't want to put in any effort if half my effort is wasted. Rather put it into my own Twitch. I am currently number 7 on Twitch and I have 30,000 subs. So he considers half his effort wasted if she is like ownership. Yeah, dog. Why would I want the company? Why would anyone want shares of the company? If he's like, yeah. I kind of understand it. Since you want 50% of my OTK shares, I just leave OTK and it would end up how it ends without me. So he's like, I'm going to give you half the shares, but I'm leaving OTK and that's the end of the organization. Like, what? Yeah, I wouldn't want these. I propose, though, and we make this legal, obviously. Instead of 50% of the shares, bro, when you see a percentage followed by a smaller percentage, you're like, wait a minute. Instead of 50% of the shares, you take 20% of my share of the sale of the company when it eventually sells. And then I'll work to save it. Wait, so after I get you out the company, I'll save it. But how about instead of the 50% of, his share or their share that she would be legally entitled to, he offers her 20% of my share of the sale of the company. I thought he offered her 50% out the gate. There were so many people who reiterated Nick Palom's talking point that he offered her 50%, only for Discord log to say, well, when it came to OTK, he offered her 20%. All right. Lot of info. Let me get back to you. Glad you're doing well, though. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I wanted to share with you, like how and why all this stuff happened, but you never wanted to answer my calls, and I don't want to type everything out. But
does this dude hate Nick or something? Yeah. This guy's like one of Nick's number 1 haters, I think, and he loves covering all the court drama shit that leaks between them.
It's quite dire. Yeah, dog. I mean, this right here is quite dire. This is quite disappointing, but
it's obviously this is all awkward in the context of a marriage But if you think about this in terms of like as like a talent or like CEO retention after company acquisition stuff, this stuff is kind of normal, right? Like if I'm promising you future shares of some company that you're acquiring now, like I have to have some minimum standard of work or some agreement to work in good faith, because it's not like I can agree to something where we split it 50-50 and then I cash out now and then tank the company and then your shares are worth nothing in the future. Like this is true. It's obviously it's incredibly awkward to be negotiating this discussion when this is like in the context of a divorce between an unrelated party that doesn't really work at OTK and everything. Jesus.
Let's go to
like I feel like the simple thing for both of them would just be to cash out Malena then and there, no? But I don't even know how you do the valuation. I don't know.
I mean, this right here is quite dire. This is quite disappointing. But let's go to Petitioner's Exhibit 97. Any thoughts on the OTK stuff yet? Now, this is December 2nd, 2024. Remember, she filed for divorce in January. So he, I guess, had a moment of clarity. I'm sorry. For what? He says, I was scrolling pictures last night of us because I keep getting them recommended. 9 years, you had my back. And the 1 year you needed me the most, I failed you. And I'm sorry, is this accountability? Is this
an old video, or why is he making fun of it when it mostly went as he asked? I don't know if more stuff got published. My guess is this is all just like public record now that was exhibits filed in the divorce.
Sorry for 2004? Like what? 9 years you had my back and the 1 year you needed me, I failed you. So is he admitting that he wasn't there for her? Man, Nick. Now look, when you think about this time frame, 9 years back, and this picture that just keeps popping up everywhere on X, Nick, 22 years old, and his 17-year-old girlfriend, DreamHack 2013, a lot of people are speculating when they started dating. So I did some research. Nick Palone posted that he was in a relationship with Malena December 4th, 2013. That's interesting. And yeah, we know he fancies himself the white poo slayer. Okay. He did post this picture of them December 30th, 2013. And to boot, this is November 16th. This is before the relationship. She posted, next project, getting my cheek piercings back. She added, Nick, that I'm re-piercing my cheeks in Sweden. Nick says, nice. More hoes to fill. Wink, wink. Now look, man. He didn't, like, when did he meet her? Did he meet her in 2013 or did he meet her in like 2012? But at the end of the day, Jesus Christ. More exhibits will come out, I promise you guys. But what do you think of these? Let me know in the comment section. See you in the next video. Peace.
Okay, I don't give a what? Okay. Okay.
So Dr. Ben Carson was a political outsider who—
Stop! Wait, what? The View admitted Trump bias after Ben Carson exposes this. Oh, God. That's a horrifying video title. For context, it's not about having access to my account, which she had for years, and had her own personal credit card. It was about for her to co-own my account, which I said no. She could have withdrawn, sent funds, etc., and had the same banking restrictions I had. I was just the owner. She wanted her name right beside mine. I said no. Oh, sure. Yeah, okay, so this is what I said. I'm not going to relitigate my case with the lawyers of Reddit. Sure, okay. Nick is suing him for that video? I don't know if Nick is actually suing him or not. Destiny's humiliated by the Vanguard. Major questions. Oh, Supreme Court stuff. Our queen, how's she doing?
Corruption, political and financial corruption that is not even being hidden anymore, Mark. It is out in plain view. Perhaps the midterm elections will at least put the Democrats in a position to try to do something about it, but these people are unleashed and unhinged.
Secretary Hillary Clinton, welcome back to Defending Democracy.
Thank you so much, Mark Elias. It is always a pleasure to be with you and do anything I can to support the important work you're doing.
Well, I always start with the proposition that Hillary Clinton was right all along. So that's going to be the theme of this episode. I want to start with, unfortunately, something you were right about, which is the U.S. Supreme Court. We have seen in the last few weeks them rule against independent federal agencies, except for the Federal Reserve Board, right? In the FTC case involving Rebecca Slaughter, they said that basically the president can fire whoever he wants. They seek to carve out something of an exception for the Federal Reserve Board. We saw them rule today against transgender rights. We have seen them rule in various other cases against what seems to be common sense interpretations. And even the cases that we that we kind of agree with. Birthright citizenship. It was 6-3. It wasn't 9-0 as many people expected. Case that I was involved in.
That's horrifying, by
in
the
winning,
way.
Involving mail-in voting was 5-4. A case that honestly, if you'd asked me 2 years ago, I would have said, I don't know.
Like, again, these are, and people understand it more, I guess, with the Supreme Court, maybe because there's a score or maybe because a win is a win or whatever, but this is the same shit that I say when it comes to, like, us winning elections, and it's like, it's cool that we win, and I guess it's even cool when we win by a lot, but, like, these, every single one of these should be fucking blowouts. It is insane how far away we've gotten from everything, from anything reasonable. It's just crazy. That this guy could write an executive order to carve out, like, part of the Constitution.
7-2, 9-0. So what do you make of the Supreme Court today?
Well, Mark, I think you and I probably make of it the same. This is a movement conservative court that was installed for the purpose of turning the clock back on a lot of our rights, but more than that, precedent that had literally stood the test of time in how our government should actually operate with appropriate checks and balances. And I think that, their view about this so-called unitary executive, which really is a fancy way of saying the president can do whatever he wants to do,
Yes.
unless we have some qualms. But then we will, only apply the qualms if it's a Democratic president, not a Republican president named Trump. I don't think there's any sugarcoating it. This is a court that was hand-selected by the Federalist Society that was intended to do exactly what it's doing. It's shocking when they don't fall in line with Trump. It's shocking when they stand up to him on anything. But as you rightly say, some of what they do is still splitting the blanket. Why would birthright citizenship be a divided decision, even though it came out allegedly the right way? Look at the mental gymnastics they went through to, give the president literally the power that used to be available to a president in the middle of the 19th century to hire and fire and influence anybody in the federal government to do whatever the president wants, except for the Federal Reserve Board. I mean, it is a nonsensical. And it's
wait, because I didn't read this decision, and I don't want to read this decision, because if you're studying law or if you're just curious about law, you shouldn't waste your everything that's happening right now will either be an exceptional point in legal history in jurisprudence for the United States. It'll be an exceptional point that will be like, oh, there's a lot of crazy shit that happened in these 5 years. We ignore that. Or it'll be like the downfall of U.S. judicial anything, and it won't matter anyway, okay? Because fuck everything. But, okay, so all that said, did the Supreme Court rule that the president, because the way that she said this, it sounded like this, but certainly it's not this. Did the Supreme Court rule that the president of the United States can reach into any executive agency and fire whoever the fuck he wants? That's not really what happened, right? This had to have been over, like, firing somebody else. That isn't that case, right? Is that what they're referring to? With the only exception for some fucking reason being the Federal Reserve Board? Oh my God. Why not read the majority or minority depending on which one is based? Because I just don't. It's weird reading the arguments. It's like imagine a court case comes out and it's like, which car is faster, a Mustang GT or a Volkswagen Beetle? And then the Alito writes the decision. He's like, we know that the Beetle is faster because it's red, and red is always faster than blue. And then imagine like the next court case is which airplane is faster, the red plane or the blue helicopter? And Alito is like, well, we know that the thing with more spinning surfaces is the faster thing, so it's actually the helicopter is faster here. And then it's like, okay, well, what if we have like a car with a spinning rotor or whatever, and like what's faster here, the red one with the spinning rotors or the blue one? And he's like, my cousin drives the other one, and I know he's a really good driver. So that this is like every decision is just the most contrived, retarded. It's either originalist if he wants it to be and it suits him, or consequentialist when he wants it to be and it suits him, or it's all of it is just so fucking retarded. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It's for agency heads. Fuck. I don't know what this decision is about. Fuck you guys. We'll look at a video of it, maybe. I don't know.
It's almost embarrassing to read because they know it's nonsensical, but they don't care. And what we've got is a full court attack on fundamental principles of constitutional law, of judicial precedent, of long-standing norms and interpretation. And it truly is turning the clock back. You know, when I voted against Alito, I gave a speech on the Senate floor. And as I recall, I said, you know, this nominee...
I've heard things about Scalia, obviously, that he was a conservative dude and that he maybe had some crazy rulings. If I were to go back and read, I need like a person I can trust that reads cases. Is Scalia as retarded as Alito? Is it that bad? Or is Scalia just like, man, this motherfucker's a conservative, but at least he's not a retard? Is he actually as retarded as Alito? Like, Alito comes across Alito and Thomas come across as fucking retards. I'm not exaggerating when I just say the writing and the argumentation is just insane to me. It's totally fucking retarded to me. God, no. I think Pisco really respected Scalia. You can trust me. I asked GPT and it told me I'm smart. Okay.
Wants to turn the clock back, not just on the last 50 years, but the last 100 years, on the 20th century. Corporate power is to be privileged over individual and community power. Money is the god. You know, you have no limits on what you can spend to influence the political system. And it was something that, you know, I was worried about, which is why I voted against both Alito and Roberts for different reasons, but coming out of the same concerns, that this was a concerted effort to try to fight the battle over rule of law, rights, constitutional interpretation, balance of power, checks and balances, institutional, restraint. And
oh my God, true.
This morning, caught on tape, always provocative words, even more so when it is a Supreme Court justice and his wife, and she talked about flags. On a secret recording, Justice Samuel Alito appeared to endorse a call to return our country to a place of godliness. A liberal activist and filmmaker presented herself as a religious conservative and secretly recorded the justice and his wife at a Supreme Court Historical Society dinner. The recording comes in the wake of the controversial flags being flown at Alito properties, and this is what Martha Alito had to say about them.
I want a Sacred Heart of Jesus flag because I have to look across the lagoon at the Pride flag for the next month.
Exactly.
And he's like, oh, please don't put up a flag. I said, I won't do it because I'm deferring to you. But when you are free of this nonsense, I'm putting it up, and I'm going to send them a message every day.
Now, CNN has not obtained the full form of these recordings. We have also reached out to the Supreme Court for comment.
And I thought we listened to longer where she's talking about, like, did she use the term feminazi? Am I crazy? Fuck. I wonder if did I hallucinate this? Alito wife recording leaked. Fuck me. It's out there somewhere, or I hallucinated it.
Clear where they stand.
Yeah, it's funny you mention that you took on both Alito and Roberts, because as I recall it, there were a lot of Democrats who were willing to take on Alito, but Roberts kind of charmed a lot of Senate Democrats, honestly. And it is now very much in fashion in the Democratic Party to say, that someone is a fighter. Like they fight, they stand up and they take hard fights. And I feel like sometimes recently that gets conflated with sort of ideology, centrism within the Democratic Party, or leftism, the far left, the mid left, the center left, whatever it is. And I think that it's important for people to understand that your entire career in the Senate and then as in the administration and then as the Democratic nominee, and since has been to fight against what Republicans and the Tea Party movement at the time, and now the Trump administration is. And along the way, you took on the alt-right, and I've asked you about that before, like in a really important speech that we'll link to that people should read. Way before people were talking about kind of like the crazy online right, you kind of identified it. So can you talk about where you think we are as sort of a party of fighters?
I did have the benefit of seeing and understanding fairly early the very well-organized, well-funded coalition that brought together economic interests, religious interests, ideological and partisan interests.
Wait.
My name's Lauren. I met you last year. I think you already met to make sure that you tell Justice him and your family what you and your family are going through. And I'm sure you don't remember this at all, but what I had asked you about was about the polarization in this country, about like how do we repair that rift, and considering everything that's been going on in the past year, as a Catholic and as someone who like really cherishes my faith, I don't know that we can negotiate with the left in the way that like needs to happen for the polarization to end. I think that it's a matter of like winning.
I think you're probably right. I mean, one side or the other is going to win. I don't know. I mean, there can be a way of working, a way of living together peacefully, but it's difficult, because there are differences on fundamental things that really can't be compromised. Really can't be compromised. So it's not like we're going to split the difference.
And that's what I'm saying. I think that the solution really is like winning the moral argument. Like people in this country who believe in God have got to keep fighting for that to return our country to a place of godliness.
Oh, I agree with you.
Because we look at like the decline of our society, the decline of the nuclear family, and liberals, I just feel like, want to see that happen and proliferate. And I think we've been too permissive to say, okay, I understand the Constitution. I understand, I didn't want to interrupt.
John, nice meeting you. You take care of it.
I just want to ask you. I want to be totally appropriate with, the jurisprudence of it all, but just to be totally candid, like, how do we get America back to a place of like really like less polarization? Because I feel like the court is undergoing this period of turmoil. Like people don't trust in, I think, just this was like the last bastion of, I think, like public trust. And like, how do we get back to that?
I wish I knew. I don't know. It's easy to blame the media, but I do blame them because they do nothing but criticize us. And so they have really eroded trust in the court. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, ordinary people, ordinary isn't the right word. American citizens in general need to work on this to try to heal this polarization because it's very dangerous. I do believe it's very dangerous.
I think it's taking an entry very fast. The court can't do anything to...
I mean, we have new work of us.
Find like the leaker.
Pardon?
The leaker.
You can't name somebody to figure out to nail that. We don't have the power to.
Why the trust?
We're not alone.
Okay, fuck. B44. This was not the wife call. Still funny, but.
I want to ask you, like.
This is the recording of the wife and the flag stuff.
am.
Hi, my name's Lauren. I just met these ladies tonight, but
Very cool.
I'm a huge fan of your husband, and everything that you're going through, I just want to tell you that, like,
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's not okay, though. It's not okay.
It's okay. It's okay because if they come back to me, I'll get them.
That's me too.
I'm going to be liberated, and
What
I'm
do you
going to
mean
get
by
them. Oh, well,
they?
there's a 5-year defamation statute of limitations.
But I don't know what
Is it really 5 years? Isn't most tort 2 years? I don't know.
you mean by they, like,
Okay.
like the media. Oh, okay.
Come on, I'll get you. Come on. You know, I was denigrated early on when we first came to town. And the woman then won a Pulitzer Prize. She was commenting on my clothes. She said that I wore a baby blanket one day, and the next time I had on a Lazy Boy recliner pattern suit. And so when she won her Pulitzer, I called her up and I said, "Hello, is this Robin Gavin of the New York Times?" "Yes, it is." I said, "Oh, I'm so proud of you. You're getting a Pulitzer Prize." I said, "And will you be wearing Balenciaga?" And she goes, "No." I said, "Why not?" She said, "Well, it doesn't flatter me." I said, "Oh, come on. Such a high-end thing, it doesn't flatter you?" And then I said to her, "You know, it's a beautiful day. It's April 2006. I said, "Maybe you want to go outside today in New York. It's really beautiful. Take a walk and enjoy life." She never came after me again, but she went after Jane Roberts again. That's why she got her Pulitzer between Jane and me, criticizing the clothes that Jane had put the children in and the clothes that we wore.
But why do you think they're coming after you?
They are.
I mean, like, the whole, like, appeal to have heaven flag was, like, bullshit, right?
Right. But that's, you know, the other thing is the feminazis believe that he should control me.
The feminazis, by the way.
So you go to hell. He never controls me.
But, like, I have the same flag.
Yeah, I know.
No, but, like, a lot of people fly that fucking flag.
Don't worry about it, baby.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I should watch my language.
It's all right. It's all right.
I'm sorry. I did not mean.
It's okay. It's okay.
No,
It's
but
okay.
it makes me so angry.
Don't get angry.
It makes me so angry.
Don't get angry. Get even. Bye, baby. Bye, cat. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow. She's a bad girl.
Cat's escort, Lewis.
Hi, Lewis. Good to see you.
Likewise.
I'm Natasha. Nice to meet you. Hi, Natasha. Yes, we're never going back to Wounded Warriors, I'm afraid.
Isn't that awful, though? Why?
Oh, because
Well, there
of
are
the
fewer
security,
of them,
the
yeah.
security and all that. It's good we did that. We did that wonderful. You know,
You really did? Something to be really proud of.
collection of flags from you.
Do you know that they created and ran the Wounded Warriors program here?
You would never know that because of how they're trying to persecute.
Oh, ignore all that. The reality
I don't
is
need their approval for anything in my life. I need nothing from them.
You don't, but the problem is that they use you to fuck. Pardon my language. Pardon my language.
your biography.
Lewis, I like you.
You deserve it. Thank you.
Take care.
They're persecuting you, and you're like a convenient stand-in for anybody who's religious.
Look at me. I'm German. I'm German. My heritage is German. You come after me, I'm going to give it back to you.
Why would you ever say that? That's such a crazy thing to say.
And there will be a way. It doesn't have to be now, but there will be a way. They will know. Just don't worry about it. God, you read the Bible. Psalm 27 is my song. Mine. Psalm 27. The Lord is my God and my rock. Of whom shall I be afraid? Nobody.
I love that you have that attitude because that's more of what we need. I was telling your husband, I was like, and it should give you like a little bit of background. So I met him last year at this dinner, and I said to him, I was like, this country is so polarized. How do we repair that rift? And he's like, I don't know. It's not our role. And I told him this year, I'm like, you know, for the past year, I remembered our conversation, and I looked at what happened to you and your wife, and I'm like, How is there any negotiating with the radical left? There's not. You cannot negotiate with the radical left. You have to just win.
They feel.
You
They
have
don't think.
No, but you have to win. And if we want to take this country back to like a godly place, to a moral place, that means that we actually have to just fucking. Pardon my language again. I'm so sorry.
You know what I want? I want a Sacred Heart of Jesus flag because I have to look across the lagoon at the Pride flag for the next month.
Exactly.
And he's like, oh, please don't put up a flag. I said, I won't do it because I'm deferring to you. But when you are free of this nonsense, I'm putting it up and I'm going to send them a message every day. Maybe every week I'll be changing the flags. There'll be all kinds. I made a flag in my head. This is how I satisfy myself. I made a flag. It's white and it's yellow and orange flames around it. And in the middle is the word vergogna. Vergogna in Italian means shame. Vergogna. 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 Shame, shame, shame on you. You know. Anyway.
Well, I just wanted to let you know you have a lot of people rooting for you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Anyway, just standard, wife of a Supreme Court justice who represents the highest echelons of legal interpretation of this country. But,
I'm sorry.
if anything like this had ever leaked, obviously, from any of the liberal justices or their spouses, we would never hear the end of it, but that's okay.
The very well-organized, well-funded coalition that brought together economic interests, religious interests, ideological and partisan interests, starting, certainly in the, the 70s, but it had been brewing for a lot longer than that. But it was a coalition of, the rejectionists, the movement of not just politics, but of culture and society was, in their view, contrary to their preferred understanding of the American experiment. And certainly during the 90s, being on the front lines of a lot of the battles against these interests, which led me, to say at the end of the 90s, there was a vast right-wing conspiracy, which a lot of people thought was overstatement. But in fact, it
turns out it was understatement. Like, it's truly
Yeah,
one
it
of
was.
these things. When I said this is the episode about Hillary Clinton was always right, like, literally, when you said that there was a vast right-wing conspiracy, people jumped all over you. It turns out it was much vaster.
Yeah,
and more
it was.
right-wing.
But, part of what happened in the 90s, very clearly, there'd always been, radio figures, Father Coughlin and others who were, from the right, who were extremely negative about Franklin Roosevelt or Harry Truman. And yet in the 90s, we saw the proliferation of media outlets. That's when Fox came on the air. Rush Limbaugh was dominating the radio audiences and others that were, following in his wake. So what had been a kind of, behind the scenes effort to marshal the money to get, Justice Powell to write his famous memo about how corporations had to stand up against, efforts to undermine corporate power, all of that, it was kind of carried out behind the scenes. It was, discussed in, hotel dining rooms, at think tanks that were funded by financial interests on the right. All of that had been going on. But with the advent of an effective communication strategy to go much further beyond the bounds of right-wing American politics, into the churches, into the Republican Party, into, the press in ways that really began to create this broad-based movement. And then, of course, it, was obviously exponentially increased with the advent of the internet and the information ecosystem that privileged disinformation, misinformation, and the like. So I saw that happening, and I really did feel like it was an existential political threat. And I
hey,
saw
lo and behold,
that there were
real
coalitions, the moral majority. Obviously, that was an important part of the merging of the Republican Party with the religious right. And I saw how voices that had been, attacking or complaining about the politics of FDR, for example, were now joined with the politics of grievance against the culture. The women's movement, the civil rights movement, the gay rights movement. I mean, all of these were rejected by the very forces on the right, but they understood how to weaponize that. Their economic arguments were not going to win the day, but their cultural warfare was quite effective. So that was the backdrop of what I was seeing as I was both in the White House and then running for office myself.
So you mentioned one of the topics that I wanted to talk to you about, which is civil rights. So in 1965, Congress passes the Voting Rights Act, landmark piece of legislation. Throughout the years, you saw Democratic and Republicans support the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act. I think you were in the Senate, actually, when it was passed 98-0 in the Senate. So you probably had talked with your colleagues on the Republican senators about it. You saw it reauthorized by Richard Nixon, signed into law by Richard Nixon, by Ronald Reagan, by George Bush, all Republican presidents. The Supreme Court this term, in the Calais case out of Louisiana, all of a sudden decided that, in its view, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, the last remaining piece that essentially protects black voting power, minority voting power, is unconstitutional. And so talk me through how you see this evolution from a sort of bipartisan, Ronald Reagan's calling the Voting Rights Act of 1982 the crown jewel of American liberty.
Exactly.
You probably could say what the people were saying on the Senate floor in 2006, but how did we get from there to here?
When the Voting Rights Act was passed, and literally I rank President Johnson's speech promoting the Voting Rights Act as one of the greatest speeches I personally have ever experienced. I remember being glued to our little black and white TV, watching him make the case for this legislation to protect the voting rights of all Americans, particularly black and other minority Americans. That was always a flashpoint for the anti-civil rights mentality that was not just in the South, but heavily located in the South. And remember, Johnson said with the passage of this bill, along with the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the Democratic Party has lost the South for a generation. Well, it turns out like 3 or 4 or 5 or maybe, infinite generations. So he was not in any way naive about the continuing opposition to the very simple proposition of one person, one vote, and establishing the institutional framework to guarantee that. And as you rightly point out, that was at least at the level of leadership of the Republican Party, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, that was accepted and embraced as a part of the American journey toward a more perfect union. So you're right. I was in the Senate when we voted 98-0 to reauthorize it. And I remember that came after literally thousands of pages of evidence. People went to great lengths to provide evidence about continuing discriminatory treatment, both intent and effect. And the evidence was overwhelming. It's not like, a little bit here, a little bit there, to the point that 98 of us voted in favor of it. And George W. Bush said he would sign it, which he did. But remember, I told you I voted against Roberts. And one of the reasons I voted against Roberts, because you know this, is he was a law clerk for Rehnquist, Chief Justice Rehnquist. And he wrote a memo about how abominable that's not the word to use, but that's the intent, or that's what came across to me, the Voting Rights Act was, and how we needed to get, beyond it. Naive, but deliberately so. Putting on those rose-colored glasses of a post-racial world, which never has existed, never will exist, which is why you need laws and you need institutional frameworks. So it didn't surprise me that when they got a court that Roberts was now in charge of, they brought the laws that could bring this case. And literally, for a so-called conservative court, there's nothing conservative about it. And there's certainly nothing conservative about the lack of respect they have for congressional power, for Article I power, which looked at this problem, which studied this problem, which gathered evidence on this problem, and thought the Voting Rights Act was still necessary in order to conduct free and fair elections where everyone would feel that they were heard, their voice was counted, they were represented. And so this is part of the very long game that the movement conservatives play. They never seem to get discouraged like people on the center left and left do. Like, oh my gosh, why didn't you do this? I'm done with you. They play a long game, and they set up the Federalist Society, and they recruit young lawyers, and they place them in Republican administrations, and then they, curry their careers to be in the right places at the right times, and they then dominate the court. It's, just the reality of the court that we currently have. But the full-scale assault on voting rights, which this court has wielded, is, so contrary to reality. There is no doubt in my mind, as we saw what state legislators did to try to destroy majority black districts. But it wasn't just their legislative action. You know, I read a lot of reporting about what they were saying. You know, free at last from having to be fair to black voters and other minority voters. We can do what we want. And pretty soon, you know, as they say,
pretty soon,
you know,
like
we're choosing the voters we want. The voters are not choosing the representatives they want. And, you know, all of the half-hearted arguments about, you know, how we've advanced beyond that, you know, they were just put to the lie when you saw what happened in state legislatures, which was gleeful to the point of, you know, really stomach turning about how they were going to eliminate, you know, the voting rights and the representation rights of black and brown and other voters.
I'll be right back with more of my conversation with Hillary Clinton in a moment. But, you know, I started Democracy Docket in 2020 to be the leading source of news, information, and analysis about everything happening to democracy in court. And it is times like this that Democracy Docket is more valuable than ever. Please do me a favor. Become a Democracy Docket subscriber today. You can click on the link in front of you on the screen or in the description of this episode below.
This guy absolutely sounds like the guy from The Office, right? The fat guy, the chili guy, right? He absolutely does. Kevin, yes.
So one of the things that you are sadly an expert in is the weaponization of government. People may or may not remember, but you were targeted by a witch hunt of a independent council. In fact, it was so abusive that it actually led to the abolishment of the independent council statute on a bipartisan basis. This was in the 1990s. Later, when you run for president, Donald Trump is leading chance to have you locked up for, it is entirely unclear what, other than you are running for president against him. There is, you know, the House, I think it was the House, maybe you're going to tell me it was the Senate, had you testify for hours upon hours upon hours.
Well, I testified actually in both. This is about Benghazi. I testified in both. 7 congressional committees were, you know, very clear that, you know, there was nothing there, and they closed their investigations. We actually made some recommendations about how to improve security. That's when they created the so-called special committee in the House, and the stated purpose was, you know, to literally bring me down because I left the State Department with a 67% approval rating for the job I've done. And, you know, if there were a chance I might run for president, which obviously some people thought I might, then let's bring her down. So create, you know, a rump committee and have me testify for, as I recall, 11 hours.
Which she did.
They walk out of the committee and say, there's no there. But, you know,
Queen.
They're very good at performative politics.
Yep.
And so the very fact that I was testifying for 11 hours
was already a win.
Know, puts in the heads of voters like, oh my gosh, you know, must be
something here.
Why she's testifying for 11 hours. So, you know, they were, you know, they knew what they were doing. They're good at this.
I wasn't actually done with all the weaponization against you. then we had the John Durham investigation, which was an absolute sham and an absolute disgrace. And it drives me crazy that the legacy media has not exposed that for what it was. But that obviously led to nothing, led to a handful of people getting indicted and acquitted. But that was a smear effort aimed at you and your campaign. I'm sure I have missed 5 or 6 other efforts. But I want to ask you, like, now that we see like the Department of Justice just openly going after Tish James in New York, going after James Comey, who I am no fan of, but like the guy should be able to take pictures of seashells, going after ordinary Americans, you know, going after people, you know, there was just a instance
reporting
of
for
a
duty,
poll worker
Comey,
in
just
Syracuse who was confronted by
How's she going to feel about Comey?
Inside the polling place.
Yeah, again, this is one of these places where no one listened to you when you were saying that that what is going on here is just the gross abuse of the system to politicize law enforcement and government against political opponents. What do you like? Where are like Donald Trump seems to be elevating this to a whole other level.
The level of political persecution by the Trump Justice Department, which has really turned into a big personal law firm for him and his allies to go after his perceived political enemies, is a tragic development. I mean, I am deeply worried about the hollowing out of the Justice Department. I don't know what they're missing. I have no idea, you know, what the Russians, the Chinese, and others are doing, what crime, you know, syndicates are doing. They don't seem to care. They don't seem to pay much attention to that. They're more interested in going after, you know, his perceived enemies. I guess he has like an enemies list that would put, you know, Nixon's to shame. And
you're on it.
Oh, yeah, that never ends. But it is, you know, the level of corruption, political and financial corruption, that is not even being hidden anymore, Mark. It is out in plain view. And perhaps the midterm elections will at least put the Democrats in a position to try to do something about it. But these people are unleashed and unhinged. And it's very difficult to rein them in if you don't have a Justice Department to rein them in. You use state attorneys general, private litigants, but it's very hard to go after this blatant corruption and, begin to hold people account. But we have to try. And I think with Trump, he is going to double down. I see no indication that even if he loses the House and the Senate in the midterms, that's going to affect him because he doesn't care about the law. He doesn't care about complying, and nobody can make him comply. The federal judges that have stopped him from doing certain things are doing all they can. And thankfully, a lot of the judges at the district and appellate court level who have ruled against him have been appointed by both Democratic and Republican presidents, including Trump himself. So that is our only safety valve. Unfortunately, oftentimes when they rule against, Trump and any of his
he does 34 more illegal
administration, the Supreme Court on the, puts it, on the emergency docket and basically gives them what they want and say, we'll get around to the, decision on the merits at some future point. It's been a mixed bag, but the courts are the only check that we currently have. If the Congress is under Democratic majority control, I think there's so much to be investigated, and I have urged that they be investigated, investigating a lot of the corruption, the financial corruption that is on the front pages of newspapers. So this is going to be a huge challenge because Trump is not going to comply if unless he literally is forced to, and it's hard to force him to because he lies and he gets out from under obligations and he says one thing and it's not true and it's hard to pin him down, and he is just going to continue to govern the way he wants to govern, which is free of any norm, law, constitutional provision, legal admonition. So I am very worried. I think winning the midterm elections is not going to be easily translated into the agenda for affordability and the accountability that needs to be pursued.
I've got to come back to this idea of fighting, and you as a fighter and a role model, frankly, for people like me and others who learned from working for you, for your campaign and watching you in public life, that you got to stand up to the bullies. You can't back down, and you've got to realize that when you are on the right side, it is worth fighting. You and I were both co-defendants in a lawsuit brought by Donald Trump in Florida. I think he thought he would bring a case in a favorable court, and he would go after you and me and a whole bunch of other people, and instead. He lost, and he lost so badly his lawyers got sanctioned. They owe you attorney's fees. Like it turned into a rout. And I always point out to people that when Donald Trump sued you and me and others, we didn't say, let's figure out how to settle. We weren't like, okay, how do we cut a deal? But yet everywhere we stood up and we fought and kudos to you and David Kendall and a whole bunch of lawyers did a great job and helped justice prevail. But when you look around and you see all of these big institutions and people with all of the resources in the world to fight, I mean, a lot more resources than you have, certainly more resources than I have. Like they could afford to stand up and fight, and instead they capitulate. Like, do you ever call them and say, hi, this is Hillary Clinton? Like, what are you guys doing? Like,
no, but I have been very disappointed, starting with the law firms, and big kudos to the ones who stood up to Trump, and guess what? They won. I always knew these were winnable cases, and why so-called big law capitulated, and their only explanation was, we represent a diversity of clients and all the rest.
Fuck you.
I'm a recovering lawyer, and I like a lawyer who fights for me. Yep. I like a lawyer who stands up and fights, especially a lawyer who stands up and fights, for what's right, regardless of, the challenges and the odds. And these law firms, it was just total acquiescence. They thought they could just brush it off, keep going, pay no price. I think they did pay a price. And
they did.
I think that's, very unfortunate. A lot of the universities were in a more difficult position because, they are dependent in their research and a lot of faculty funding on the federal government. And when you have a president who doesn't respect science, doesn't care about research, doesn't think that any of it is important, it was a very difficult challenge for them to deal with that. And I have more sympathy for them. The idea that you could fight when you were so dependent upon the federal government. It made it harder, and they've been trying to maneuver through it, cut deals, get out from under it, get their funding back. But the ones that really make me sad are the big corporations.
Fuck you,
people
money.
who are
Didn't
worth
mean shit.
a lot more than Donald Trump. People who run major corporations. People who should have the confidence to, be able to stand up to him. I always did a little cheer when any one of them did. Like I remember Costco decided that, you know what? I don't know what you think about DEI, but, we have a diverse workforce. We have a diverse, customer base. We have a diverse supply chain. We like diversity. Diversity is good for Costco. And you know what? Equity is kind of a good thing, too, because we want to treat people in an equitable manner. And we want to be inclusive because that gives us a bigger market. Hooray for Costco. But there were too few of those who said, we're not going to be cowed. Too many of them, reacted quickly, capitulated. I think they hurt themselves. I think they're still hurting themselves. And, it's disappointing. But the media capitulation was of a different sort. They just bought up the media. It was, reminded me of the way Putin sent out his oligarchs to try to buy up the media in Europe in order to influence politics, to suborn leaders, to try to, get a pro-Russian, pro-Putinism approach. So you look at the different institutions and why they did what they did. There might have been slightly different reasons, but the bottom line is that, the calculation they made was to go along and, in many cases, I think, abase themselves in order to curry favor with Trump and his associates. And it was a very sad, spectacle.
I've got to ask you a couple of questions, putting on your expertise in foreign affairs and former Secretary of State hat. So I am worried that Bill Pulte is the head of the Office of what is it, National Intelligence?
The National Director of Intelligence, NDI.
Yeah, I wasn't, to be honest with you, all that keen on Tulsi Gabbard in that position.
You should have been.
Last I checked, she was hanging out in an evidence truck. Ballots were being seized in Fulton. Bill Pulte does not seem to be qualified to be the head of National Intelligence. Right. And I am worried that, we have seen efforts by foreign governments to interfere in our elections. And Bill Pulte does not seem like the kind of guy who's going to stop the interference.
Not if they're on their side. Nope.
Can you just walk people like me who are not experts in this, through what it is that this office does, and whether we should be worried about interference in elections or not?
You should definitely be worried about everything. This is a naked, partisan takeover of the Director of National Intelligence, which was formed following 9/11 to better try to coordinate the various intelligence agencies, the CIA, the NSA. There's 17 of them. Because we missed a lot of signals that we should have paid attention to leading up to 9/11. And it was thought in this legislation that created the Department of Homeland Security and created the DNI that this would be a better coordinating mechanism. I think there's a lot of problems with it, but it is at the hub of all of our intelligence. The DNI has access to everything that they want to see. I mean, I hope there are career and even political appointees in various of the agencies that are slow walking or refusing to share information with Pulte. But I would also call out to, I don't know why there hasn't been a lawsuit brought. He is manifestly unqualified under the statute to hold that position, I would argue, even in an acting role. They're not going to nominate him thinking they can avoid the collision with the statutory requirements, but somebody ought to be bringing a lawsuit to test it, to try to enjoin him until the merits are decided as to whether an acting DNI doesn't have to comply with the requirements, which strikes me as another tortured argument that is worth trying to test. He is just installed as a deputy, somebody who's one of these election conspiracy theorists who think Trump won in 2020, or even if they don't think it, they say it because that's how they get in good with Trump and the delusion that he tries to perpetuate on all of us. So the bottom line to me is he's very dangerous. He's a loose cannon. We saw what he did trying to go after alleged enemies of Trump when he was at the mortgage agency. And I just think it's so deeply insulting to the intelligence community to put someone who, number one, knows nothing, has never had a position where he was exposed to anything with respect to intelligence. But I am sure they are cheering it in Beijing and Tehran and Moscow and other places because it's a shambles. It was a shamble under Tulsi Gabbard, who was, chasing red herrings as fast as she could peddle, trying to act like, that was the real threat to our country. We are facing incredible threats, cyber threats, AI threats, conventional military threats, nuclear weapon threats, biological threats. I mean, the list goes on. And we need the best intelligence we can get. And there's no way that's going to happen with somebody like Polte in charge over at the DNI. And, it's so contemptuous. It's not just contemptuous of the intelligence professionals. They're not always right. They make mistakes. But the ones that I've dealt with over many, many years have by and large, tried to figure out what was happening that could threaten our security, that could, go after our electric grid, that could shut down our air traffic control system, that could disrupt our healthcare system, that, on and on. The threats are pretty real that we have to deal with. And we need smart, dedicated professionals protecting us, and we don't have that.
So I'm going to let you escape without me asking you about 2028, but I'm going to ask you about 2026.
Okay.
So you've alluded to this, and I've said it, that I think the midterm elections are essential for democracy. We need Democrats to do well. We need Democrats to take control of the House and the Senate. We need Democrats to win up and down the ballot. You now have the luxury of not having to be on the ballot yourself, but watching the field develop with the history, with the experience, and the judgment that comes with it. What's your advice to Democrats? Like, what do you worry about? What do you think that they need to do more of? What do you you think?
Well, we're not going to win the majority just by changing who's in the chair in deep blue districts, and obviously we've seen a lot of energy go into that. We have to win districts that are currently held by Republicans in order to take back the majority. And we have to win states that are either currently held by Republicans or were and are now open seats in order to win back the Senate. So I am a numbers person. How do we get to the numbers we need to control the House and the Senate? Because, all of this talk about affordability and accountability and everything everybody wants to do, none of it will happen if we don't have the majority. When I was in the Senate for 8 years, I was in the majority and in the minority, and it's a lot better being in the majority. And I want to see us get to the majority, and that means winning swing districts. And so a lot of the energy is in the public, anyway, on the left with these internecine Democratic fights in blue districts. But what I'm looking at are the candidates that are being nominated that have a chance to win in districts and states that we need to win in order to be successful. And there I'm actually very encouraged. I think we have good candidates from what I've seen being nominated that fit the district, that are running good campaigns. And every district to some extent, particularly the swing district, may have a slightly different look to them because, what would play in a swing district in New York may not play in a swing district on the border in Texas or in the Valley in California. And so you do need to have an overall message, which is affordability and accountability, and then you fill in the blanks. But you also need to run as a candidate that can win the votes of a majority of people in your district. And I'm encouraged, but, it's a long time between now and November. And I was especially encouraged by the mail-in ballot decision that came out of Mississippi. Thank you and your team and everybody, Mark. It's ridiculous that we would be looking at ways of limiting voters, but that's the only way they can win. They can't win a fair fight in a district or a state, which is why Trump is so obsessed with, stealing voter rolls and purging voters and, making up ridiculous claims about, people not eligible as citizens for voting, of which, that is like so vanishingly, non-existent. It is, laughable. But that's his game because he can't win a fair fight. And his Republican Party, which has, become a cult answering only to him, can't win a fair fight.
So as you look out across the country at the House and Senate races, the governor's races, all of that, it feels to me like Trump has sort of lost some of his grip. Like it is still, he can still, swing a small primary electorate where it is a Republican and Republican. But between the war in Iran, which seems very unpopular, the, inflation, which he seems almost contemptuous of, it doesn't feel like he is leading the Republicans down a successful path.
Well, I think to go back to what we were talking about earlier, I think he has become more and more unhinged and more obsessed with what makes him feel strong and powerful. And I never thought he cared much about the people, including the people who voted for him and showed up at his rallies and all the rest of it. But I think it's gotten a lot worse. I mean, the contempt he has shown to a bipartisan accomplishment. Whatever you think about all of the features of the housing bill, I know that Republicans and Democrats actually worked together and did their jobs in both the Senate and the House, and they came out with a bill that they hope would help to spark more, housing around the country. It's one of the main issues people talk about. He could care less. He wants to stay in power, not to provide housing for people, not to provide health care for people, not to really improve the financial well-being of the average American. He wants to stay in power for the perks. He wants to stay in power for the financial benefits flowing to him and his family. He wants to stay in power to wield unaccountable power against anyone that he considers a political obstacle or an adversary. So I think it's pretty apparent, and the polling seems to demonstrate that, obviously he has no support among Democrats. Those few alleged Democrats who may have voted for him in 2024 have, seen the error of their ways and kind of returned. Whether they vote for Democrats, I don't know, but they're not going to vote for him.
If they voted for him in 2024, they're just retarded.
The independents, the numbers are very strongly against him. People who may have voted for him, but they didn't vote for the war in Iran. They didn't vote for the corruption, tearing down the East Wing of the White House. They didn't vote for him saying things like, I don't care about inflation. I don't care about housing. I don't care literally about you. They didn't vote for their healthcare premiums going up. They didn't vote for any of that. So I think if we get a good turnout, a good midterm turnout, I feel very good about our chances. And I also think there is a, hardcore, it's about 35% of the electorate who are, literally going to follow him off the cliff. But will they show up? I mean, how enthusiastic will they be? As I look at the elections that we've held in the last year and a half, Democratic turnout is much higher. There seems to be more energy on the Democratic side. So his contempt for America, for our rule of law, for an agenda that would actually improve the lives of Americans, I think is so obvious now that people are, turning away. And he's doubling down. He's doubling down on his exercise of power in a way that I guess gives him some kind of psychic narcissistic reward. I don't know what else it does, but he loves tearing things down. He loves going after people. He loves insulting people. He hates answering questions that he finds, troublesome. And I think that, that act is getting old for everybody.
So the last thing I wanted to ask you about is you recently, I think, called for the abolition of the Electoral College, which would be a really good start.
Actually, I called for it in 2000.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I did. When I won my Senate race and Al Gore won the popular vote and lost the Electoral College, that's the first time I said, this is, this needs to go because this is not reflective of one person, one vote. And we shouldn't be hanging on to an anachronism that was designed for slave-owning states, really.
So you are speaking my language here because I think that one of the great limiting features of the Biden administration. I'm not going to ask you to criticize the Biden administration, but one of the criticisms
Are you sure? We don't want to criticize Biden? We don't want to take some time to criticize Biden right now?
About democracy issues and really gave some of, I thought, his best speeches were
but what about
speeches
Biden?
about voting and democracy. I think his administration was way too cautious. And I think it was very sort of tied to norms and tradition and nostalgia for maintaining what was. The next few years, Democrats are going to have to make some decisions about what to prioritize. I hope they will prioritize democracy issues. But I think that if they do that, they have to take some big swings. They have to go beyond just restoring the Voting Rights Act to what it was in 1965. But as I've said before, we can do better than a law that was passed in 1965. We can be more proactive. God. We can do things like, work towards abolishing the Electoral College, which, as you say, is an anachronism at best, right? It's out. We did away with the state legislatures appointing senators. We certainly, could move to a popular system of elections for president. I wonder if you, either have particular ideas or if you see any energy in this space within the Democratic Party and the center left and left to kind of like reimagine how we can make democracy stronger when we hold power again.
Absolutely. And I could not agree with you more. If we don't do that, shame on us. If we don't come up with, real protections for voting rights. Take a look at the Voting Rights Act. Let's re-envision it for the 21st century, as you said. Take a look at popular vote. I mean, the popular vote movement is going state by state, and they're getting closer to a 270 electoral number that might feel possible. But let's figure out what legislation in Congress could protect that, so that it's a structure that would be blessed by federal legislation, so that when we reach perhaps the number of states we need so that the states electors vote for the winner of the national popular vote, it's protected against Supreme Court interference. So I think there is an agenda, an affirmative agenda that we need to be looking at. I'm totally on board. I would look to you, Mark, and other defenders of democracy. You've been in the trenches. You understand the games they play. You understand how to protect us against those. Let's start working right now. My fear, and I've said this to a lot of people, is, we don't, as I mentioned earlier, play the long game, and we don't play it in a coherent, unified way. So I'm sure there are people, the center left, far left, whatever we call ourselves, who are working on what they want to see. But let's get together. There are certain fundamental decisions that have to be made. Democracy is core to that. Let's get together and figure out how we can be ready on day one when the new Congress is sworn in on January 3rd. Let's be ready with legislation. Let's work with whoever the leaders are going to be to make sure that, we do what Project 2025 did. We won't have a White House, but we will have a Congress. And let's not waste that. Now, will Trump veto things? Yeah, but that still sets us up for the debate. It sets us up for action later. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's get what we can get past. Let's figure out what the coalitions are to build it. And I don't think there's anything more important than protecting voting rights. So let's get to work on that right now.
Secretary Hillary Clinton, I'm on board.
Good.
And I think this is this is so important. I want to thank you for everything you've done. You have been such an inspiration and large part of my career and the passion and the successes that I've had in the last decade or so. I've told folks that the two inspirational people who, if people want to know where I get my fight from, which I get that question all the time, like, why is it that I just keep going and going? I say there are two people who have basically influenced me. One is
Martin Luther King
from North Carolina, who, his Moral Monday marches and the idea of building a multiracial coalition around voting and elections
really
was
close enough,
really inspirational, and I identify with him in the approach I take. But with respect to like how it is that every day I'm able to get up, even after I've been attacked, and when I've had a good day or a bad day in court, I would say it's because of you, and it's what I learned from you and what I heard you tell us.
Oh my God! Stop glazing
in
her,
the
bro.
days following the 2016 election about the need not to retreat from the fight, but to double down on it. So on that, I want to thank you as well.
Well, right back at you, my friend. I mean, Mark, I cannot thank you enough on behalf of, every American who cares about our country, every American who knows that we've got to stand firm on constitutional principle, on the rule of law, and voting is at the heart of that. We have fought so hard over 250 years to get everybody included, and we're not going to let other people, exclude on the basis of race or any other, factor. We're going to get into that fight, and we're going to win it again. And you're the leader of our time, and I thank you. And please take care of yourself because we need you. And if I can ever, be on the other end of a phone call to say, keep going, Mark, you can always find me.
Mark, send her our way. We need help.
Admirers.
Just kidding. Troll face. Good job.
Oh, hi, Mark.
What is? Oh God.
The people deserve
God, I feel like
leaders
shitposting today.
who lead
Oh, yeah.
with moral courage and moral clarity. And the litmus test is to say explicitly that what is happening in Gaza is
a genocide. Wow.
I authored the right to boycott law, which is
Thank
a
you.
bill that
Thank
is
you.
a clean
God.
repeal of the state's current anti-BDS legislation.
Right.
And if Wisconsin is going to be a state that actually values human rights, then we have to ensure that, we're fighting for the pro-Palestine movement.
What is
and
it,
that
Stephen?
folks
Say
understand
it.
that the liberation of
What, a genocide?
Palestinians is intrinsically tied to the liberation of all of us. The people deserve leaders who lead with moral courage and moral clarity. And the litmus
you're replaying
test
it.
You want a hard task?
Mm-hmm.
Do some research for me and Steelman anti-BDS laws or whatever.
Steelman them?
Yeah, I don't understand what the fuck how that is possible. Like, I think it's illegal in most states, or is it federally illegal? You can't boycott Israel?
What?
Yes, I'm not
Okay,
joking.
that seems
I don't know
retarded.
why. I don't understand.
What do you mean boycott?
Like you're not allowed to boycott like any Israeli
Okay,
company.
well-
I just don't know why. I have no idea
We'll
how
look it
you
up.
could possibly steel ban that as a freedom of speech issue. It doesn't apply to any other country. That's like the dumbest, weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life, but it's a big deal for a lot of these people.
Has it been challenged in court?
I don't know, but I imagine it's been around for a while, so. Okay, apparently Voosh has been getting kind of crazy lately, so let's see what our
Like
good friend is up
based,
to.
or?
Well, no.
Harris, who we all know is gearing up for a 2028 presidential run, has apparently been reaching out to Mamdani and other pro-Palestinian activists in the lead-up. Let me get my goddamn Barack Ravid. Trump is finally fed up with Netanyahu. Trust me, guys. Updates in peace, please. I'm taking Vance over her. Sorry. Would rather the decline of America be pinned on somebody like Vance than on a candidate who libs are going to get excited and then apathetic over. Who wrote this? Not Barack Ravid, if that's what you were asking. What if she shows actual improvement? Doesn't matter. Listen, I know this sounds crazy. I understand this sounds like weird purity testing. But I think it would be good if we had political leaders who weren't shameless liars, who backed the genocide and are only now trying to pivot to change their minds, now that it's become abundantly clear that any pro-genocide candidate in 2028 is going to get smashed. I want political... Because listen, we are not talking about change and growth from like young people who made a mistake and have changed their mind. We're talking about the cynical decision-making from professional liars who have been shifting their policies and their positions relentlessly for as long as it has been politically expedient to do so. She was a different person in 2020 than she was in 2024. She was a different person in 2024 than she will be in 2028. Why would these disingenuous candidates have sunk the Democratic Party? Nobody believes the party's brand anymore. People, like the insincerity of these candidates has done huge damage to the faith of the voters. Why would anyone get excited? Like Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom every day. I'm in favor of a billionaire's tax. I'm against a billionaire's tax. I hate the Republicans. Oh, let me suck your dick, Charlie Kirk. Why would anyone? The constant insincerity, the consultant brained, like I refuse to support a position unless it's 51% favorable, except for with Gaza where you have to wait for like 80%. Like it's not defensible. We need candidates who actually believe in things. The funny thing is that Joe Biden is an example of this. Joe Biden believed in Zionism. He was consistent about that before October 7th, too. Joe Biden has always been a pretty straight shooter. His positions over the course of his very long political career have been pretty consistent. If you look at him back in the 1980s and the 1990s and 2000s and 2010s and 2020s, you actually get a pretty accurate read of what he believes. Do I agree with all of it? No, but at least he believed in it. People like Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, I mean, honestly, most Democrats, I think Joe Biden was actually the unique one here. I think Obama also does this too, with a constant pivoting in favor of like consultant positions, you know, like support for gay marriage, which Obama personally supported for many years before he publicly supported it. I just don't respect this, and I think the Democratic Party is tired of it. I think one of the reasons why Trump is so popular with Republicans is because, in spite of his profound fucking retardation, he does come across as somebody who just says what's on his mind, which, in fairness, he does. It's just that his brain is soup, and he believes whatever he's told. So, you know, it's not really like it's not a very reliable indicator as to what's true, but it does tell you what's going on in his head. He's a very, you know, transparent politician in that respect. At least. She couldn't even say Zaran's name 8 months ago. Yeah.
What do you think of him and his candidacy? And what do you think of mainline Democratic shyness and agitation about the prospect that he's going to win?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, he's the Democratic nominee and he should be supported.
Do you
not enough.
His candidacy?
Not enough.
I support the Democrat in the race. Sure.
And now she reaches out. And now you come to me. On the day of my daughter's wedding. I support the Democrat. Yeah. Exact same thing Schumer says to Plattner.
It's just never enough
it's the same.
for them.
Yeah, they don't believe in anything. She did this with Trump too. When she was VP, she refused to say Trump's name. I mean, I think it speaks to like a very consultant brain like mentality to begin with. The idea that you're never authentic, you're never sincere. The people all agree. We all agree that Kamala Harris radiates insincerity, right? Every time she's asked a question on anything, she gives the same, like, you know, Stepford Wives plastic grin. Everything about her comes across as really insincere, and it's reinforced by the fact that her policy positions keep changing too. We want real fighters who really believe things. People who are a little kooky, you know? That's how politics used to be. That's how all politics was for all time. At least for as long as We've been doing politics, basically. This modern incarnation of a mainstream Democrat, which is this, like, plastic, thinly veiled corporate figurehead who just repeats what they're told to say by their consultants and staffers, that is a very, very, very modern thing. That's just not how politics has worked historically.
Oh, okay.
Last week in Detroit, Harris met with a co-founder of the Uncommitted movement. Talked with James Zogby, longtime member of the Democratic National Committee who's advocated for Palestinian rights. Is this one of those Axios articles we can trust? The information, yes. Yes. All media lies. It's about the literacy to determine what they're lying about. Barack Ravid's 700th,
like
everyone's fed up with Netanyahu post
everybody
is not
lies.
comparable
Holy shit,
to
he
like
is-
a
he's
quick
literally
read
House.
Access journalist piece on how Kamala Harris is making moves in the background, you know? The cultural shift is happening, but so slowly. The cultural shift we need is away from insincerity and towards sincerity, not like fake, like pro-Zionism into fake anti-Zionism. Do you think our rhetoric will insincerely change? Yeah, of course. Every every serious Democratic candidate in 2028 will oppose Netanyahu, if he's even around.
I love
then.
Netanyahu.
The question
Whoa,
is, how many of them will
Netanyahu.
actually believe it? Kamala Harris never can. Neither can Gavin Newsom. We know where they stand. Did you see this? To get telling a Democratic Party delegate not to vote for her if the only issue you care about is Palestine? Just
That's
no. It's a great
crazy.
reminder of how little establishment Democrats actually care
Wait,
about
it's not even
democracy.
attacking the right
To
one.
get the woman
Why?
who just got replaced, the 30-year incumbent who just got replaced by Milat Kiros. Or Milat Kiros, sorry, I mixed up the consonants there. Milat Kiros.
Did he
told
just
a
pronounce her
Democratic
name
Party
wrong?
delegate not to vote for her
He
if
did.
the only issue you care about is
What?
Palestine. Which, like, okay. And then she lost by 10 points.
You are fundamentally not going to agree with me on this because you think that Palestinians deserve to live. Thank you very much. No, ma'am, that's not it.
Queen. Oh, she mad. She mad.
Did you? Hi.
Yes, I did record it.
Okay. Here I am.
Hi, Diana. I'm Nicole Shea.
Hi, Nicole.
I am a delegate in Denver. I'm in 5 points.
Okay. Great.
Like you, I really consider myself.
She was about to throw hands for Israel. Look at how anxiously afterwards she was like, did you catch that? Did you catch me obviously getting like really upset there? What an embarrassment for a 30-year incumbent.
Oh
30 years in this gig and you still take the bait like that? Jesus Christ.
Consider myself a women's rights activist. I appreciate the work you've done.
It's like you guys give me shit for getting baited by chat. I've been doing live streaming for 7 years. She's been in Congress for 30 years and she acts like that in a public setting during a fucking campaign event. It's embarrassing. It's really fucking embarrassing.
Yes.
Just wondering why do you keep sending money for bombs that Israel is sending to Palestine?
So actually most people think that Israel should be able to defend itself with the Iron Dome.
Oh, no. She goes to the consultant position, general favorability, which she's lying about, by the way, rather than... Because for one, the person asking the question was asking about offensive weapons, bombs, not just Iron Dome supplies. So she's pivoting here. This is dishonesty. But also, rather than defending her position, she just goes back to the, well, I'm technically allowed to believe this because the consultants say that I can.
And that's what I'm talking about. But so
defending themselves is different than continuing the genocide in Palestine. You're talking about different subjects, and I'm trying to ask you about the Block the Bombs Act.
Okay, I'll tell you about the Block the Bombs Act. I've read the Block the Bombs Act. The Block the Bombs Act is a very poorly written piece of legislation because it's both too narrow and it's too broad.
No. Nah, I don't think so. I think it's okay to just not give the genocidal Nazi party run country weapons.
I think you introduced amendments for it.
No specific criticisms because she probably hasn't even read it.
Can I finish? I can't introduce
Not like Voosh, who definitely reads all the legislation that he criticizes.
Are you sending money
Of
to
course he
Israel
does.
to commit a genocide in Palestine?
If the only
Yes or
issue
no?
that you care about is this issue, then you should not vote for it.
Again, this should just be completely disqualified.
Yeah, you're
I don't know.
disqualified.
It's insane to me.
You can't be a single-issue voter
why
on
would you
Israel
ever talk
Palestine?
like this?
What's wrong with
we
you?
would all recognize how insane this is if a Republican said this about affordability. If and they
Right,
have
the
done
most
this,
important
in fairness,
domestic
but we
issue,
all
yeah.
recognize how bad it is when they do it. If a Republican's like, listen, if all you care about is being able to pay medical bills, don't vote for me. Don't vote for me. Okay? I'm here for oil. Like, when we see Republicans do that, we all recognize that it's a symptom of an ailing and corrupt party. Why do we not like this? It's just anti-democracy.
Let the shirt run around.
say to you.
That's good to know.
And then she lost by 10 points.
Any more money for offensive
Democracy, Anakin.
When we did the
Weapons are offensive, no matter what kind
I understand
they
you
are.
say that.
I'm a constituent asking a very direct question to you, and you're not answering it. If you think that you are, you don't understand what your constituents really want and need.
What I don't appreciate is when somebody...
You can really tell that she hasn't faced a primary challenger in a while because she and the Democratic apparatus...
I love how much of an expert he is on electoral politics now that every single thing can be analyzed through the lens of Israel-Palestine. Jesus Christ.
Around her in Colorado has refused to primary to challenge her in a primary. You can really tell she's gotten sitting pretty on her laurels. This is what happens. This is what happens. You get comfortable. This is not how politicians should feel. Every year that you are a elected representative in Congress should feel like 8 years have passed.
But
the
shouldn't they be excited that like the Dems aren't like good on Israel-Palestine? Shouldn't they be excited about this? Because then their candidates are going to win, right?
I guess they could be, sure.
Why is he crying?
Politicians should erode your body and your health. You need to be stressed 24/7. This should not be a comfortable job. You are one of the most powerful people in the world. You need to be a militant activist fighting day by day by day to advance the interests of your constituents. But these people just, sorry, my tummy hurts. They just don't care. They just get lazy and complacent.
States.
I don't like genocide enablers. That's what I don't like.
I
think that's a little bit worse than anything that you could perceive as rude for your constituents confronting you over not representing our values.
Sir, I don't appreciate when people mischaracterize them. I'm happy to explain my position.
So is your character that you do not care about Palestinian children
No, I do
dying?
care about Palestinian.
So then why do you keep approving more
I wouldn't
arms
be able to
to
get
go
elected,
to
man.
Israel?
So
we wouldn't be fighting.
You can really tell she hasn't had to do a
They would've
debate
got my
like
ass.
against a progressive challenger in a while. Because again, like they think rhetoric can overwhelm fact. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much you say you don't want Palestinian children to die. If you oppose the Block the Bombs Act, you want Palestinian children to die.
That's it.
I'm sorry. Like it's you can't talk your way out of it. I'm sorry. It's really straightforward. There's no like ambiguity here. It's really, really, really straightforward.
Iran right now, if we had done an arms embargo a year ago, 2 years ago, we've let them run rogue because of representatives like you taking AIPAC money.
Did take one AIPAC donation before the October 6th.
By the way, you know what Mamdani did that these candidates won't do because they're hacks and they know they can't defend their positions?
Fuck your mom.
Hold town hall style conversations with dissenting voters to hear them out. Mamdani did this a lot, both before and after the election, where Mamdani would the October 6th thing, Jesus, where Mamdani would like talk to people who disagree with him and hear out their concerns. Can you imagine a candidate like this sitting down, like in a proper sit down, not like a, oh, here's a quick convo in a coffee shop, we're trying to get like a clip of you, but like a 30-minute sit down where she explained in detail her positions to a person who opposed her? They could never do it because they know there is no defense. They know they would lose. They are completely uninterested in it. But people like Milat Kiros are more than happy to go on the news and do 30-minute sit-downs where they respond to every single criticism levied against them.
The same as
even phrased antagonistically. We believe in democracy. They
no, because they would say abortion is
the cancer rotting this party.
They're on the right side of that issue, and conservatives are on the wrong side of that issue.
We are the solution.
No? What do you mean?
I guess I don't know.
And then I refused. I refused any more PAC money. I have not taken
so
any
you
PAC
still
money.
vote
No, let me tell
to
you,
approve
that
funds for Israel and they're not even paying you? That's kind of crazy. Is it hard to keep track of who gives you money after 30 years in office? Do you think that maybe we should have people that have more stake in the future than you do?
Jesus
representing us and
Old
making
people shouldn't
decisions for
run.
our future?
Nobody can buy my vote. I don't.
Also, just general, like, terrible media skills on her part. Like, she's just fundamental.
I love how hypercritical Voosh is of every single thing this woman is saying, caught on like a random cell phone video on camera. Meanwhile, this guy like initially grew debating people online, and he has to fortress arc himself down so fucking hard he cannot talk to any fucking person online ever. He can't go anywhere in public, and he can't talk to a single person, even through his fucking computer screen. And he's like, you can tell how fucking retarded. No, he doesn't do it. He won't debate anybody. He doesn't even talk to friends anymore on
You
stream.
won't even challenge him then?
Sure, I challenge him to a debate on Israel-Palestine. There you go. But it's just crazy how insanely overly critical he is of every single thing on screen when it's like, bro, you started off like doing internet debates, and you're petrified of talking to anybody with a different belief now. It's crazy.
very, very
challenge has
bad
been thrown.
at dealing with this kind of like mildly heated, you know, disagreement, this oppositional rhetoric. She's just bad at it. She's not good at it.
Care who that is.
But that's your job as a politician.
I don't care who that is.
I think it's been happening for over 30 years.
I'm glad you think that, but it's incorrect.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sunrise Movement. I really just really congratulate you for doing a good job reminding us how anti-democratic these people are. Ken Klippenstein got blocked by Docket on Twitter for asking who she is. That's fucking funny. That's so fucking
hilarious.
funny. Who are you? Doget's blocked you.
We're owning
like
them.
J.K. Rowling shit. You're a 30-year incumbent, but your job is so easy you have time to get personally mad on Twitter. Fucking embarrassing. Like you're just like angrily blocking people in the replies. Has she even conceded yet? Genuine question.
I want to congratulate Maylot Kiros for her victory last night.
Not going to be good enough.
Okay, there she's conceded.
Oh, okay. In her future. I also want to thank Wanda James for her years of involvement and service to this community. Thanks to all my friends and supporters who have lifted me up in all of my years in public service. And thanks to my intrepid campaign staff who fought until the bitter end to get our message out. Job number
the message
one
of
is
sucking
standing
off
up to
Israel.
Donald Trump and protecting our democracy. And along with thousands of constituents, I want to thank all of the staff from my congressional office.
She didn't even attend her campaign event last night. Shit was over at 9 p.m. That's so fucking funny. Bitter fucking losers, the lot of them. Terrible, terrible people.
Both Denver and D.C., for consistently serving the residents of the 1st Congressional District over the years with commitment and compassion.
Interview Nicole Shea, the woman talking to get more in depth about the incident on my YouTube channel. You're self-promoting, but like for something that's relevant? That's crazy. I've never seen a self-promo post that wasn't like a waste of my time before. That's crazy.
If
you can just link the video
fortress,
if you want.
you know what we
I'm
need
not
to do?
saying I'll watch it.
Your mom.
We gotta siege him.
I appreciate that it's relevant.
And I want to thank my family, my sisters Kathy and Kara, and my brother Rick and their families, my wonderful daughters.
The reporting on our watch party was funny. 9 News' Phil Lipoff from Diane Doget's election night watch party. There are 4 people in this room. 2 of them are photographers. 2 of them are reporters. The bartender is gone. Everyone is gone. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ.
You're
But
telling
again, a
me
reminder,
for the person who
she
lost, people
has
didn't
no
show up? Really?
That's crazy.
The only reason
I
Diane
know.
Doget was able to win over and over
It's
again
'cause she was
because
old and coming APAC.
she was never challenged. She was allowed to grow weak and
Jew.
fat and slow, like an unchallenged apex predator, just sitting there relying on the fact that nobody was dared to challenge her in a party where seniority and patronage are rewarded.
Is that what's
No
happening
one
to
was there to
Voosh, too?
enthusiastically support her. No one cares. Just
Is
name
he growing weak
recognition
and slow
carries
because
you.
he can't
That's
be
it.
challenged in his
Rafaela and
fortress?
Francesca,
Yes or no?
who have never known a time when their mom was not in elected
he won't
office,
answer me.
and whose families keep them strong and centered. And of course, my husband Lino, who has stood by me for over 40 years.
40!
Frankly, this was not the way I would have wanted to end my career in politics, but I'm proud of my accomplishments. From protecting
sucking
the
off
environment
Israel?
and cleaning up toxic
Get the
waste.
box!
To just
The issue is they consider being a house rep the same as they would view any random job. As I've said many times before, it is the plague of technocracy within the Democratic Party. They don't like politics. They don't care about politics.
Not
They're
like
not
you guys
interested
do.
in the political aspect of doing politics. They are
Vosh
interested
do
in
door
being
knocking?
middle managers for capital.
No.
Republicans are
No.
also
No.
interested in being
So he
middle
doesn't care
managers
then.
for capital, but unlike Democrats, they're actually
What are you gonna do?
interested
Fortress,
in the
bro.
politics part of the dynamic.
starting research that will cure previously deadly diseases, to fighting for reproductive rights. I strive every day to be the quintessential
You know you do
legislator,
more damage if you hit it in
passing
melee?
bills of my own design.
No, you have to hit the
and
orange ones in melee and the purple ones with your
collaborating on both
ninjutsu!
sides of the aisle to make a better society for all Americans. Sadly, in our toxic political climate, there seems to be
What
little
about the
room for
1500
that
ones?
type of politician anymore.
See, always bitter. They're always bitter when they leave. They're never actually graceful. Dan Goldman runs to Jake Tapper to whine. She's like, actually, it wasn't democracy that ousted me. It was a bitter political environment where people are mean.
More. As well as legislating, I've fought my entire career against injustice and overreach. I've led oversight investigations against government officials who serve their interests instead of the public interest.
Want to know how little she's done, by the way? If you go to her Wikipedia page, there is not a single entry between her 1996 and 2026
Don't do the same for
elections.
Bernie.
I have actually
That's
never
what I was
seen that
literally about to
before.
say, yeah.
I have never in my life seen a political career in a single seat this long where they don't mention any elections other than the first one and the last one. That's insane. I have never seen that before. I have never seen that before. What'd you do between 1996 and 2026? I don't know. That's crazy. These are the only notable
bills did Bernie
elections.
pass,
Not a
Steve?
single time has there been a
Like the
notable
post
election.
office renaming or
Let's
something. I
see.
don't know.
Diabetes Caucus, Pro-Choice Caucus, Speaker pro tempore presided over the debate in 2019. Received national attention in 2005 when the House of Representatives
Post
passed
office
legislation she co-sponsored to lift Bush's limits on federal funding for embryonic stem cell research. Co-sponsored.
Oh, this has a much further range than I thought.
Good. Yeah. In 2007, House Democrats designated whip on the bill reauthorizing the state children's health insurance.
Are you gonna
It
lose
seems
again?
like her entire career has just been occasionally
what?
getting past the ball so that she can get like a little bit of news coverage for doing a thing the Democratic Party supported anyway. When has she ever like taken a stand? When has she ever done anything? You're one of the most powerful people in the world. You're a U.S. House of Representatives member, and you've been there for 30 years. 30 years, you could be like a real career. You could be like a figure, a force. People should know your name, but nobody knows Docket. And
God,
next
he's so
year, nobody will
cringe.
remember her.
Oh my
In
God.
one cycle, Milat Kiros will have more of a name for herself than
Jesus.
Docket ever did, because
Yeah.
Milat Kiros believes in politics. It's not even a reflection of their underlying ideology or their effectiveness as Congress.
Get the blue ones,
It's just
man.
that Milat Kiros believes in politics, and Docket doesn't.
over.
And that's the only difference that you need, really. It's a political seat. You need to believe in politics. Embarrassing, man.
Jesus Christ, he's bitter right now.
Ah! Yes, he is, Mooten. Yes, we know that. We know that he's bitter.
Oh, you failed, huh?
Now we're watching HaSLOP. Or, I mean, the Vanguard slop.
A coalition of some of the most Fed-coded forces are finally gathering together. Our haters are anemic. Our haters must be anemic, but they are doing their very best. The real horseshoe has been unlocked. Joining forces off of their mutual and shared enmity towards a political content creator, it seems to me like the haters still want to maintain being waiters at the table.
What kind of filter did they put on Hassan's voice to make it sound like this? I'm wondering why he sounds like he is a robot, that he's talking like this instead of like the normal cadence that he has.
I don't know. It must just be whoever clipped this, you know, used a...
A filter for his cadence? Okay.
They're retarded.
I know.
Bad software or something? I don't really know.
Of success. Never thought I would see the day when a far left, ostensibly, someone who considers themselves to be a far left doxer, and a center right liberal groiper doxer. You know, we got the third worldist doxers, third worldist groiper doxers, and we got the
God, I
DNC
love
groiper
UV.
doxers coming together. The dox into oblivion. Fantastic. Level 7 high trade, ladies and gentlemen. Love you do. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Doesn't Destiny pretend to be Epstein? Pretend to be a huge electoralist? Yes. But he has decided that electoralism is a bad route. Because remember, the only thing driving him is his enmity towards me. And now that I'm participating in elections as aggressively as I can, as hands-on as I can, he's decided
Now
the
that
only
he
route
is,
available
though.
to him is to sit at home and shit on those efforts. Okay? That's all they got. CMOC, Benny Scrafting.
Yeah, and he goes on to talk a little bit more about it. It's kind of a long clip and we have a lot to get to, so I'll summarize it really quickly over here. But basically what he's talking about is the horseshoe theory, right? He says, never thought I'd see the day when a far left doxer and center right liberal groiper doxer, we got the third worldist groiper doxers and DNC groiper doxers coming together to dix into oblivion, or to dox into oblivion. Now that I'm participating in elections as aggressively as I can, he's decided his only route available to him is to sit at home and shit on those efforts, which is all they've got, because Destiny doesn't want to leave his fucking house to go help candidates get elected. Why? Because nobody's going to show up, and it's going to be really, really obvious that Hassan is a guy who's capable of mobilizing
The
a large number of people
historical
to show up,
rewriting
knock
is
doors,
just
voting,
so
et cetera, et
fucking
cetera.
crazy.
And Destiny's not able to mobilize anyone, so he
How
just
many
sits back in his
doors did
fucking
you guys
Miami
It's just
apartment
so
and bitches him up.
crazy. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
he even got kicked
insane.
out of the, what was it, Progressive Victory, which he used to be associated with. That they were like, you know, kicked him to the curb.
I got excuse me? What? What is the fanfic that we're writing? What?
It's pretty shrimple. You're not gonna respond?
It's just it's fantasy. They're just writing fanfiction in real time.
Oh, really? Then what happened?
We finished our elections. There was nothing going on. I don't think anybody.
And then what?
And then they had the meeting to kick me out.
There it was. There it is. We got him.
Am I doing worse on time this time? I think I am. Is Windstorm big enough to hit all 3 of these here? Or did it just hit none of them? I think it hit none of them. Jesus.
He has no influence whatsoever. He tried to do his own like shitty version of the Charlie Kirk thing where he goes around and like debates people on campuses. Total farce. No one really cared. It made no impact whatsoever. So of course he's salty as hell because Hasan has only been made so much stronger by all of these smears in the media, which really started with the Zoran campaign when Andrew Cuomo pathetically tried to, tie Hasan Piker and his controversial comments to Zoran. Completely backfired. Blew up Hasan's profile. Made him look
backfired. Didn't Zoran just disavow Hasan? Wasn't that? But okay.
Like a kingmaker, and that's only continued to be the case with all of these other wins that Hasan endorsed candidates have racked up. So yeah, of course Destiny's crashing out, and obviously Bad Empanada is just a total fucking loser. So that's pretty funny that he's calling them both out here.
Yeah, and this absolutely broke Destiny's brain. This created a tidal wave of crash out. Destiny didn't respond to this tweet once. He responded to it twice, which I just thought was absolutely hilarious. He quote tweeted the same tweet twice because I guess he didn't make his point thoroughly the first time. So he says, "Point me to the next journalist that gives him a softball interview, and I will dedicate my entire fan base and weeks of my time to emailing, tweeting, spamming this person off the internet." Actually, I'm sick and tired of people like Hasan the Hun getting a free pass by Twitch and DJ Clancy 999 to openly dox and infinitely harass every single person online that they deem to be unworthy or inferior to them. Every single person who continues to platform this creepy fuck with zero pushback is responsible for him and the disgusting cultish fan base of freaks and abusers that he openly supports and gives credit to. My guy, you're the one that worships the IDF, not Hasan.
Yeah, totally unhinged shit. Totally unhinged shit. Just like, let me harass journalists who give interviews to Hasan that I don't like or that I don't think are tough enough or something.
Hasan does.
This is really what you want to spend your time and energy doing. A harassment campaign against journalists who aren't anti-Hasan enough or whatever. It's so fucking lame. It's so fucking cringe. And he's just obsessed. He's obsessed. There's also these I guess I don't know if I call them leaked, but messages that people shared that are from Destiny's Discord server. So I'm not part of Destiny's Discord server, but I've seen a lot of people talking about this. He said, I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen soon. There's literally nowhere else to go at this point. Someone is going to die soon in this space, I'm pretty sure. Just a heads up. I'm going to be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy free interviews from now on.
Wait,
yeah.
I hadn't seen this. I had not seen this. This is insane. This is an insane thing to say. And
That's
guys,
an
this is becoming more and more
insane.
common. This idea
That's
that
insane.
large, I guess large in relative people who have an audience of some kind, like Destiny, like PBD, just encouraging an outbreak of violence, right, in his own way, where he's like, I would never encourage violence. Let me go and encourage violence, right? This is insane to put out there. Somebody is going to die soon in this space. I'm pretty sure. That's
I'm doing
a threat,
even worse
right?
sometimes.
Like, you come up to somebody and you're like, oh yeah, somebody is going to get hurt. Like, people will interpret that as a threat. Like, oh, you're going to hurt me? Like, oh, you're going to be responsible for somebody's death? And then you follow it up just in case there was any plausible deniability. You were like, I'm going to do some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives his guy free interviews from now on. He's basically coming out here and bragging about how he's going to copy the Ethan Klein playbook and just piss and moan for God knows what reason as he continues to destroy whatever remaining audience he has because this is not compelling content.
Yeah, no, it's super cringe. It's super lame. I don't even understand what he thinks he's doing. Like, is there really much of an audience for this? I don't know. It seems pretty weird.
How big is their audience?
And just like, yeah, totally,
200 concurrent viewers
total
or something?
crash out. I can't believe he would say that because
cool.
it seems like, yeah, an
I
obvious
like getting
threat.
critiques from
But
them.
either way, pretty wild shit. Do we have any other Destiny stuff?
Yeah, we got this one right here. So this was another tweet in response to the same video, and he says, Hasan was literally dragging Bad Empanada onto stream and platforming him for hours at a time when he was doxing and attacking everyone around me. I watched 60 seconds of a Bad Empanada video and got bored and turned it off. Good one though, Chief. So this is his brilliant political comeback. And here's the thing about Destiny.
He really watched 90
is all into,
seconds.
debate me, bro. Like, I am a content creator for a living. He's not particularly funny. He's not particularly good at clapping back, right? So we tweeted at Destiny a little bit. He was getting fired up. We were busting his balls a little bit. He said, so I tweeted, you are one sad, strange little man. In response to Destiny saying that he was going to lead a mass harassment campaign against journalists who speak with Hasan. So Destiny got all in his feelings and he said, feel free to hit me up if you want to chat about it. And then he says, spoiler alert, they won't because they can't. No, I could. I don't have a boss. I don't have anybody that tells me what to do. But I said, why would I do that when I genuinely do not care what you have to say? You exist.
You're right.
It has nothing to do with you having a boss. It's the fact that you're fucking retarded. So in a conversation you would look retarded. What does he think this had to do with having a boss?
He's saying having a boss because he's saying that you're going to lead a mass harassment campaign against them.
Yeah, I know, but it's obviously not. Feel free to hit me up. No, what? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense how to read that. Feel free to hit me up if you want to chat about it. Spoiler alert, they won't because they can't. Or what, they can't because their boss won't let them? No, that's retarded.
Could. I don't have a boss. I don't have anybody that tells me what to do. But I said, why would I do that when I genuinely do not care what you have to say? You exist only as a person to be mocked. And then he did fire back, but he did this incredibly hilarious thing, you guys, where he just said my own joke back to me. That's great. Now you know how the rest of the world feels about YouTube. I'm like, great.
Apparently not him, though, because he's trying to get on our show and debate us or whatever, right?
Oh, well. Yeah.
On your show?
Yeah. Like, what the fuck? You're the one that's like, let's have a chat. Let's, discuss. Let's debate or whatever.
Okay.
I guess that doesn't apply to him, but just the rest of the world or something. So either way, yeah, totally.
Except I'm not
totally
the one
fucking,
dodging everybody.
Hit him with that shit.
Worried about being called out as being fucking retarded.
I mean, It's not that I'm afraid of debating Destiny.
No, it is.
I would do it.
No, you wouldn't.
Like, as you point out, I really don't care.
He said he would.
Say.
Then let's schedule it.
It seems just beneath us. So really,
yeah,
exactly. To
it's
engage
beneath
with
us.
this guy in a serious fashion. Maybe if Chad really wants it to happen, but I don't really think it would be very productive.
No, especially because I know he's willing to just lie to make his point. He's not a good faith debater,
just
right?
lie.
That's
not
what we
good
all learned
faith.
from the
Yeah,
debate pro
just
era.
say.
It's like once you lose your reputation as somebody who's willing to say, I changed my mind, or like, that's a good point, right? It's not worth debating with you, right? Gavin and I debate each other every single fucking time we go live, or at least something, right? Like, do you think this? I don't know. I think this. Maybe not every time we go live, but like once a week, something like that, right? And the thing that happens is both of us will change our minds because I'm not a fucking stubborn piece of shit that's never willing to be like, oh, I was wrong. Like Gavin thought that Kamala was going to run way before I did. I'm like, oh yeah, actually that's a great point. I changed my mind about that, right? It's okay to in broadcasting take in more fucking news and more information and then be like, oh yeah, actually that makes a lot more sense to me. At the time I was thinking this, but now I'm really feeling this, right? That's how human beings make decisions, right? But when you have somebody who's like, I'm only going to say this script over and over and over again, and I'm happy to lie, I'm happy to misrepresent the truth, and I'm happy to do any kind of rhetorical technique to make my point, even though when I'm genuinely uninterested in learning anything new or changing my mind, like it doesn't make sense to debate that.
Yeah, it just seems like a total waste of time.
Yeah, good point, bro.
But yeah, shout out to Destiny for clamoring for the attention of a Vanguard debate. I guess he thinks that would help him turn around his relevance and get back in the algorithm or whatever.
Yeah, definitely, bro.
There are millions of dead YouTube channels out there, and most of them belong to people who simply got bored and moved on. But every once in a while, you find one that stopped uploading for a very different reason. The last videos sit there untouched, and people wonder what happened to them. And the answer is always way worse than anyone expected. In this video,
Jesus. 11 YouTube channels abandoned for disturbing reasons. Okay, last one. What is this?
Those guys owned you.
I
Program
know.
is beginning. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jonathan Capehart, co-host of The Weekend on
my
MS
God, please
Now,
be about
political
Israel.
analyst at PBS NewsHour, and I think you know why you're here. The name of the topic we're going to discuss, major questions, major consequences, the Supreme Court's 2025 term in review. And we have a fantastic panel to talk about all of this. Colleen Sinsdak, Supreme Court and appellate partner at Milbank, former assistant to the Solicitor General. Next to her, Melissa Murray, professor of law at NYU Law School, legal analyst at MS Now, co-host of the Strict Scrutiny podcast, and the author of the U.S. Constitution, a comprehensive and annotated guide for the modern reader. Woo! And Sarah Isger, editor of SCOTUS blog and host of the legal podcast Advisory Opinions. Thank you all very much for being here. So, yesterday was the end of the term. A momentous term for the Supreme Court. Just to sort of level set for everyone, I would love for each of you, starting with you, Colleen, to just give your assessment of the 2026 term, or is it 26 term or 25 term?
OT 2025.
OT,
Sorry, October term.
No, I like this. I've got some lingo I can use. OT 2025. Just your general overview of OT 2025 and what it says about the court, the country. Go ahead.
Okay, so there's a lot of different things to say here. I think I'll start with, this was a term about executive power. We all sort of knew that was coming. There was going to be the first major, or what was considered the first major test of the president against the court with the tariffs case. We then had a series of cases about the extent to which the president can control his even cabinet members and independent agencies.
Complete control.
And just loads and loads of emergency docket cases about whether the president could continue to do what the president was going to do. I think that is all extremely interesting. I think it's also an interesting term because the court continued to do some of its, what I think of as like business as usual, which is considering the First Amendment. So we had a few major campaign spending cases where I think the 6 conservatives on the court continue to kind of push along this agenda in limiting restrictions on campaign spending. We had the Second Amendment where the court continues to try to explain what on earth it was talking about in Bruin when it, sort of announced a whole new test for what kinds of gun laws are okay, and we had a bunch of different cases on that. So there was a little bit of, lots of big splashy headline news and then kind of the court just moving along and doing what the court likes to do.
Melissa.
So thanks so much for being here so early in the morning, and thanks to Jonathan for getting us going. I will say that this term is really unusual for me because I am definitely on the progressive side of things, but I don't think of myself as a radical. I mean, at Berkeley, I wore blazers, right? So I was not a radical.
Whoa, really?
Whoa. This term of the court really radicalized me, I think. I'm left now, and maybe this sounds overly provocative, but I am of the view that this court is an existential threat to democracy and democratic institutions.
Yes, it is.
And I think they have shown it in the way they have midwifed this administration's worst excesses on the shadow docket. They have done it through their hobbling of Congress and congressional authority, particularly under the Reconstruction Amendments, but in other venues as well. And perhaps most profoundly in their efforts to hobble and dismantle and ultimately eviscerate the Voting Rights Act. So I think this court is a huge problem. I think progressives going forward in politics need to grapple with this court and what it means for democratic institutions going forward. And I know that is often for many a bridge too far, but I think that is where we are right now.
Sarah.
Melissa and I disagree.
So you don't think the court is a threat to democracy?
No, I think we have an existential constitutional crisis right now. I think it's Congress. There are so many cases that people disagree with, and they're actually not disagreeing with the court. They're mad at Congress for not passing a law to fix the court.
Okay.
The court is never the last word in our democracy. You can ratify an amendment if you don't like their decisions. Congress, for the vast majority of these cases, can simply pass a law. If you don't like partisan gerrymandering, your beef is not with the court, it's with Congress. And when it comes to, I don't know why that's...
1 second, Melissa. Hold on, Melissa. Go ahead, Sarah.
When it comes to Donald Trump, I think there is something... take a wider view of history, and I would suggest to you that any time in history that you think everything a president does is all wrong, or everything a president does is all right, you are going to be wrong on some of that. That's rarely going to be the case. And so for this Supreme Court, when it comes to Alien Enemies Act, that was immigration, federalizing the National Guard, tariffs, birthright citizenship, the Federal Reserve, Donald Trump lost all of those. Those are his most major policy initiatives. And while you can look at the statistics of the emergency docket cases that made it to the Supreme Court, you're using the wrong denominator, because they just took an L on about 110 cases at the district courts where they didn't even appeal it. And so the 27 cases that they appealed to the Supreme Court were the ones they thought they were going to be most likely to win. And again, emergency docket, interim docket, this is like a whole scandal for people that I think misunderstands the point. There has to be a decision in the interim of what the status quo law will be. You don't want a world where nobody can say whether the birthright citizenship EO can go into effect while we litigate it. You want someone to say no to that. In the Texas abortion restrictions, the Supreme Court was the one who stepped in and said, no, those restrictions are not going to go into effect while that case is litigated. And so for people who want, more briefing and more oral arguments, okay, I think that's cool too. But then, of course, you just have an interim to the interim, because we've still got to have some rule in effect while that is being litigated. And so it just turtles all the way down. So I get that people are frustrated with the court, but it's because they don't like the outcomes. That is a political problem. That is a representative democracy problem. It's not a court problem.
Melissa?
So Sarah and I agree.
I had a thought this morning.
Yeah? Did it hurt?
Did it hurt? Is that what you just said? Did it hurt? You fucking idiot.
Go ahead.
I feel like the courts have become kind of like Congress for the president. You know, the president keeps begging for these emergency rulings and everything. I feel like the way that we have is we have 3 branches of government. We have the White House, which is the executive branch. Yep. And then we have the Congress, which is just the White House is which is the White House like writing executive orders. That's like the new laws that are passed. And then they have to go through the courts to see if they're signed off on or not. So every time we have a thing like a new EO that's testing some bullshit in the court, it's basically treated as like legislation passed by the president that then the court has to see if they're going to sign off on or not. And then it's whether or not, he gets his way, of which I feel like he's gotten his way too much. That's what it kind of feels like the system has become.
Yeah, everything goes through everything skips Congress now and just goes.
Yeah, there is no Congress. Yeah. It's just the president doing everything out of the way. Literally everything, including like these EOs are essentially like legislation light.
That Congress has been on the couch for much of the last 2 years, maybe even the last decade. So
20 years.
Fine. Completely agree. Part of the reason I think why Congress is so riven by partisanship and cannot do anything is because of things the court has done. Like you said, the court has nothing to do with partisan gerrymandering. Wrong. The court midwifed partisan gerrymandering in 2019 in Rousseau versus Common Cause when it said that federal courts have no role to play in addressing the question of partisan gerrymandering. I mean, that was
less than until Congress passes a law.
I don't think it makes sense to say the court is giving birth to something when it's actually, Rousseau is the opinion where it said, we're going to step out, right? Where it said, I think, correctly, that the political branches need to be doing this. And if courts come in and are trying to kind of decide what is and what isn't a partisan gerrymander, it's going to create people thinking the courts are just picking their favorite.
The court in Rousseau said that partisan gerrymandering could either be solved at the legislative level through Congress or through state legislatures or through state courts. So query me, if state courts have the capacity to address the question of partisan gerrymandering, why can't federal courts?
Because it's a fundamentally state issue, right? I think first
there are lots of fundamentally state issues that the court in its turn addresses.
Fundamentally state issues? I don't think there are.
That we are going to allow state legislatures to address partisan gerrymandering is literally like asking the burglar to address the burglary.
Because you think that state courts are necessarily worse than federal courts?
Holly, I don't think they're worse.
It's about the. It would be more related to the. I guess like adversarial party, kind of.
So I'm just saying, like, if state courts have the capacity, obviously federal courts can do it too. And again, this court was trying to figure out, and they came very close in a number of cases. There were a number of cases dealing with partisan gerrymandering, all up until Justice Kennedy retired. And then Justice Kavanaugh replaces him, and suddenly there is the necessary vote to say that this is no longer a live question, no longer a case for controversy. It's a political question that is beyond the jurisdiction of federal courts. I think for me and for a lot of the American public, why was this something that we could address for so long until there's a personnel change on the court? It looks like it's political. It probably is.
I don't think that that it was the court was actively addressing partisan gerrymandering until
What were all
then. I
those
think there was a real question about the extent to which the court could address partisan gerrymandering, and the court had continuously held it open. And then I think, and this is just important when we start talking about, oh, the court is a threat to democracy. I think what happened in 2019 was that people, frankly, I think it was the chief who had been on the court for a long time, but who was really concerned about this, were saying, if there is no objective standard for determining when there is a partisan gerrymander, if you ask people, was this a partisan gerrymander, and you hold out a map to them, it's just, as a matter of fact, it's going to depend in part on what their politics are. And I think what the chief saw is a whole slew of cases where the Supreme Court was weighing in and deciding whether something was or was not a partisan gerrymander based on a set of subjective standards that were very hard to apply. And what was going to happen? People were going to say the court is picking the winners in elections. And that is devastating to the judicial institution. So I think it was actually that the partisan gerrymandering decision in particular was a means of protecting the court as an institution by saying...
Okay! You cannot, if you want to have this perspective, then fine, but you can't pick and choose. You can't say that the Supreme Court can tell the state of Florida to stop their recount, where one of the candidates' brothers was governor, and then essentially decide the outcome of that election. You can't do that and then later on go, well, do we really want to undermine our courts by trying to figure out what is or isn't a partisan gerrymander? Like, pick and choose. You have to choose a principle and stick to it, because when you don't stick to your principles, that doesn't mean you don't have principles. It means you do have a set of principles. They're just obscured from us. We just don't know what you're actually loyal to. And that's when people start making the worst assumptions, which they should.
Hey, Supreme Court, you want to get involved in all of these things. You want to pick the winners, but we can't do that.
The effect of that decision was to bless partisan gerrymandering and set off a spate of partisan gerrymandering at every red state legislature throughout the country. And now we have the court, think about Justice Alito in Louisiana versus Kelly, no longer looking at partisan gerrymandering with disdain as though it were a threat to democracy, as the Chief Justice did in Rucho.
They gave
now
the blessing.
It is apparently an entitlement that states should be doing, and it is a means by which we can dismantle and eviscerate the electoral power of racial minorities, because we apparently cannot discern between what is a partisan gerrymander and what is actually a racial gerrymander, because the two are so closely intertwined.
Of course.
That is the court.
I would like to tell a slightly different story.
Of course.
Let's raise this up just a little bit. 100 years ago, the progressive era, this is not progressives, this is Republicans and Democrats, it's Teddy Roosevelt, it's Woodrow Wilson, are frustrated that the Constitution and the democracy that we've had so far is slow, and it's a bunch of like yahoos from wherever the heck in Congress, and they're idiots. And so what we need are experts and technocrats without politics, grimy, making these decisions. And they think they're at the end of history, right? The progressive era is into eugenics. And I know that that can be a very triggering term, but my point is they think they just figured it all out, right? That's what eugenics is about. They didn't think they were being evil. And so they remake American democracy and really push Congress quite a bit to the side. 100 years later, and there's a lot that happens in those 100 years, but let's skip forward to the Obama era. And Congress is grinding slowly to a standstill when they are passing legislation. They didn't think they were being evil. And so they remake American democracy. That's what, and I know that that can be a very triggering term, but my point is they think they just figured it all out, right? That's what eugenics is about. They didn't think they were being evil. And so they remake American democracy and really push Congress quite a bit to the side.
Hold on, who is she referring to right now? Is this like FDR New Deal era stuff, or what is she referring to specifically here? Sorry, it might have been before this. I want to go back again. 1800s progressives? Oh, okay. I'm not even sure then. All right.
100 years later, and there's a lot that happened in those 100 years, but let's skip forward to the Obama era. And Congress is grinding slowly to a standstill when they are passing legislation. It's with broad delegations. There's not a lot of specifics. This is the whole, like, you have to pass the bill to find out what's in the bill. It was really fun to make fun of that, but in truth, she was absolutely right. It was very broad delegation, and you'd have to wait for the regulatory agency to then actually make the law to find out what's in the law. Well, when immigration reform is happening in Congress, both sides are, fighting this out and compromising and but it's almost there. And then the Republican House says no. And Barack Obama has a choice at that point, offer them more, get them back to the table somehow. That's how it's worked for 200 years. And instead, it's like, you know what? I have a pen and a phone, a pen to sign executive actions and a phone to rally the American people. And that's how you get DACA and DAPA and the real entrance into government by executive order. Donald Trump comes in. He ratchets it up to 11. Joe Biden comes in, eviction moratorium, vaccine mandate, clean power plan, student loan debt forgiveness, all things that should have been done through Congress. Instead, they're done through the presidency. Donald Trump this term, do we even need to go through those? The problem is when Congress is not where you are sitting there and making long-term, stable, compromised, bipartisan bills.
So here's the thing that's happening. I hope this queen in the middle says something more, okay? So here's the thing that's happening in this conversation it's a complaint that I made about like history teachers in the United States. And I don't know if there's every history teacher, but sometimes people try to do this legal analysis or they try to do a historical analysis especially, but they try to, they take it and they try to wring from it all sense of political partisanship and to just do the driest analysis possible. And it's like, I don't think you can do that. I think we have to start asking questions about like, why, like, how do you have a talk of, and I agree, I even criticized this at the time, although it's because I was conservative, but I would even lightly criticize it now, that things like DACA and everything feel like things that should have come from Congress rather than things that the president is signing in as an executive order, right? Because then the next president could undo it theoretically via executive order. But the question is, why is this happening via executive order from the presidency? It's because Republicans have decided that they no longer want to govern. I don't know how you can have the analysis of what's happening in the White House without looking at what is happening in the Congress. And to just view the Congress as this empty 438 seats of whatever fucking... wait, hold on. It's 438 in the House and 100 in the Senate, right?
Yep.
To just view the Congress... 535, sorry. To view the Congress as just an empty, like, oh, it's just a bunch of politicians, and then for some reason it's not working, so now the president is doing these things, and let's analyze that. And it's like, how can you have that conversation divorced from the political realities of the day? I don't understand.
There is no stability. And so, yes, every presidential election turns out to be the most important of your lifetime because we don't do legislation. We're doing government by executive order. And when you're doing government by executive order, the courts become really important because everything then ends up in the courts. And so we think the courts are the last word in all of these fights that we're having because Congress isn't doing its job and because we let Congress not do its job. Because activists would prefer to get everything they want from an executive order, even if it's going to be gone in 4 years. But you can't solve immigration and you can't solve climate change through executive orders that swing back and forth. Just look at Iran. And you can't really have the courts as this central part of our politics. It will not work. They are not politically responsive. They are supposed to be counter-majoritarian. And the fact that the courts are so important to us right now is, in fact, a sign of the real constitutional crisis because they should never be this important.
I do agree with her conclusion there. And I've said this for a long time. The reason why we're looking to the courts so much for everything is because Congress has largely been ineffective. But it's like, it's not the same on both sides. It's not because nobody wants to work there. It's because Republicans have given up governance. They just decided they don't want to govern anymore. It's crazy.
I mean, I take your point about Congress. They aren't doing their jobs. On top of it, you have a Speaker of the House who has been very willing to allow the House majority, Republican majority, to become the staffing arm of the executive. I'm just wondering about the court. The court's not supposed to be involved in politics. The court's not supposed to be legislating from the bench. But, I mean, why shouldn't I, not just as an opinion journalist, but as a citizen, not think that the Supreme Court, especially after this term, has waded in fully into legislating from the bench?
I mean, especially after this term is an interesting caveat because I think that's an accusation that is thrown at the court and has been, for decades, including, during the Brennan court when it was a different, set of concerns. So, I mean, I think the problem is that the Supreme Court gets the hardest and most difficult cases where I think the law runs out. I think you get to a point where, you aren't going, you've kind of read everything you can out of the statute. You've read everything you can out of the Constitution. Maybe you've read everything you can out of the history, depending on whether and to what extent you think that's relevant. And you just run out. And I think that we want to pretend the law never runs out. And so the court, a good Supreme Court would just faithfully apply those things. But I think for those of us who have tried to do that, you hit a point where the law runs out, and that is what do you do then? And you tend to get into policy.
Oh, okay, because I was going to say the law runs.
But I mean, she says this, but at this point, I don't even trust anybody, because this is where I would normally caveat and say, I don't know. I mean, I haven't read as many cases as I'm sure she's read, but now I don't even know how many of these people fucking read anything. It's not like they're running up against these novel questions that are so hard to answer and have been novel questions forever. They have been they're running up against these well-established questions that have been bogging the court down forever, that the court's just never been able to answer. They're creating novel legal interpretation. Regardless of how you felt about Chevron, that was a big overturning. That was like a cornerstone of constitutional business, federal law or whatever. This is a huge part of administrative law in the United States, and they decided to completely overturn it. The Trump immunity case was out of whole cloth a fabrication of new buckets of responsibility for the president to protect him from criminal prosecution. They didn't need to do that. They chose that. They took that on their own. The Alito deciding that the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act just didn't matter anymore, when we have the most harmonious 30 or 40 years of jurisprudence between the Congress, the law that was passed, a Supreme Court ruling that disagreed with a part of it, and then the Congress passing a new part to amend the Voting Rights Act for Section 2, and then the absolutely the same interpretation for decades until Alito was actually racism is solved, and I don't think Voting Rights Act Section 2 matters anymore. It's not like they're, I super disagree with this. I don't know. I think
isn't another big issue the dicta that they're also telling kind of
sure, but everybody
lawyers,
writes dicta. That's always a thing or whatever. That's just regardless of how you feel about it. But it's just I think one legitimately hard one, maybe Dobbs on the abortion, maybe even, I don't even know. It's, again, I don't know. I wish they would speak in more solid examples. I would like to hear examples here, about particular cases that they feel this is true on, because I don't know what cases, because everything, I think she cited a few things, and none of them, hold on.
A good Supreme Court would just faithfully apply those things. But I think for those of us who a good out, and the problem is that the Supreme Court gets the hardest and most difficult cases where I think the law runs out. I think you get to a point where,
Did she give examples? Maybe she didn't.
You've kind of read everything you can out of the statute. You've read everything you can out of the Constitution. Maybe you've read everything you can out of the history, depending on whether and to what extent you think that's relevant. And you just run out. And I think that we want to pretend the law never runs out. And so the court, a good Supreme Court would just faithfully apply those things. But I think for those of us who have tried to do that, you hit a point where the law runs out, and that is what do you do then? And you tend to get into policy.
Oh, okay, because I was going to say the law runs out, but if you ask folks who depended on the health care that they were able to get because of Roe v. Wade, and Roe v. Wade, that precedent is overturned, the law ran out there. Am I not?
No.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not like this was super contested. There was 60 years. 60 years of jurisprudence here. What do you mean oh, well, we just didn't know this was an open question to the court for so long? Bullshit!
No, I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Listen, you're giving me this look of you are the worst 1L student I've ever seen.
I am fascinated by this kind of Thelma and Louise theory of the court, that just ran out of road and then it decided to do things. I don't know that the court has run out of law or run out of road. I'm thinking about Lander versus Louisiana Department of Corrections. This was a case from this term that involved a Rastafarian prisoner who had his dreadlocks cut off. It's not a free exercise case. Instead, it's a case about the spending clause. There is a federal statute, RLUIPA, that says that any prison that accepts federal funds has to agree to abide by certain laws, including religious freedom protections for institutionalized persons like that prisoner. And this prisoner brandished a court order saying that his locks could not be cut off by the prison officials. The prison officials held him down and cut off his locks anyway. He sued each of the prison officials in their official capacity. This court, in a decision on the spending clause, said that this spending clause law did not apply to these particular prison officials because they had not first consented to be bound to it in their official capacity. It's a really novel take on the spending clause. I mean, typically when Congress appropriates funds to the states and state institutions, it is with certain conditions, and you get the money, you agree to abide by those terms. You don't have to voluntarily opt into it. I mean, and if you did have to voluntarily opt into complying with the law, No one would. And what would be the point of these protections anyway? This was a place where this court decided it was going to make up this new novel theory of the spending clause. And it relates to the point that Sarah was making. You know, Congress is on the couch asleep, agreed. But this court has really hobbled many of the heads of congressional authority that Congress traditionally has relied on to legislate. It has narrowed the scope of the commerce power, making it harder for Congress to pass laws under the Commerce Clause. It has narrowed the scope of Section 5 of the 14th Amendment. This is a major provision of the Reconstruction Amendments that has authorized such things as civil rights statutes, as well as voting rights statutes. The court has narrowed all of this. Spending clause has been a place like a safety valve where Congress can turn to legislate in the face of these other narrowing heads of authority. And now the court has closed that off too.
True.
I also was wondering, Colleen, when the court ran out of road when it was thinking about the TPS case.
Thank you. Okay.
This is temporary protected status for Haitian nationals and Syrian nationals. Congress wrote a statute, they were working, and they said that when the president or the executive wants to rescind TPS, it has to first engage in a consultative process with other affected agencies. Here, the Department of State, which assesses conditions on the ground in the countries that are affected to determine whether or not nationals from those countries should be entitled to temporary protected status because the conditions in their country are so dire. According to the New York Times,
Please say
this
I don't know about
administration
that.
began the process of
She
consulting
can't.
with the
It's
State
like an
Department,
educated
didn't
talk.
actually finish it. And this court says, I know Congress wrote that law. I don't actually care. We're going to allow the administration to continue to do this. We're going to call a determination everything leading up to it, and all of those are completely unreviewable by courts. We let the executive do what it wants. So again, I'm asking you, where did we run out of road?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did we
Melissa
run out
is
of
not
law?
telling you.
Uh-oh.
Jump in, Sarah, and then Colleen.
Melissa's failing to tell you an important line in that law, which is Congress can strip the courts of jurisdiction. And in fact, in Biden's Supreme Court commission, there was an entire area where the left, who was upset with the court, talked about jurisdiction stripping as
Not
a
for
way.
that.
Oh, wait, she can do political analysis when she needs to. Oh, we are hearing some partisan stuff. Okay.
The left, who was upset with the court, talked about jurisdiction stripping as
Not
a
for
way.
that.
Okay, but the point is, Congress used its jurisdiction stripping power to say that courts would not have the ability to review any designation or termination by a president of TPS status. And the court honored that and said, well, I guess we're out of it. And here's the misunderstanding that I think a lot of very, very smart, normal people have. It is this idea that if there is a... You got to talk for 5 minutes.
Holy fuck. She's a fucking god. You saw that. She's like, when you're done rambling.
I wasn't watching.
She did the Destiny. Watch her. Ready?
I'm watching.
Very, very smart, normal people have. It is this idea that if there is a... You got to talk for 5 minutes.
Based.
Oh, fuck. I would go read the law, but my guess is she's about to explain it afterwards. You got to be careful with some of these partisan hacks because they're very tricky when they say... So, like, I don't know what she's talking... And I don't know, right? So she could be correct. But, like, when she says, like, oh, Congress gave up their ability to have... or Congress abdicated or wrote into this law that there'd be no judicial review of a thing. Like, that always has some, like, limitation to it. Right? You could agree. So, for instance, like, I could sign a contract. Well, no, I'm sorry. I don't need an analogy. Congress could say, like, there's no judicial review of the president's decision to do this here. But if the president were to do something that would be, like, violative of equal protections, the Equal Protection Clause, then you could still challenge it, like on those grounds or something, right? It would just be like, here's the decision, the president or Congress makes it, and we're not going to say that the court gets to decide if it was a good or bad decision. But if you were to do something where he's like, oh, well, you're saying that the court can't overlook how I designate TPS. Cool. I'm only going to give TPS to black people, no more, or only to white people, or only to Asian people. That's like, well, hold on, equal protections, bro. You can't do that. You can't be like, well, hold on, wait, I thought you said the court wasn't allowed to review things anymore. It doesn't work that way, you know? Like, you're giving up review on certain contexts. Like, if I sign a contract with an employer and we have an arbitration clause, that means that I wouldn't be able to, like, sue them because I felt like, I don't know, an unjust firing or whatever. I would have to go through whatever arbitration thing that we'd agreed to. But if the violation, I think, is egregious enough, then it depends. Like, they like fucking rape me in my job like 100 times and call me a crazy slurs or whatever. And it's like, okay, hold on, motherfucker. We're not going to arbitration. I'm suing you in fucking big boy court. Fuck you. This is crazy.
Melissa, smart, normal. Okay.
Talking
Go on,
about-
Sarah.
I know, it's okay.
Go on.
She's rattled. Sorry.
Okay.
Talking
Go on,
about-
Sarah.
I know, it's okay.
Go on.
That when
So
there
she used
is
debate tactics.
a constitutional wrong, when someone has broken the law, that at the end of the day, the court must be able to step in. And that's not true.
Hold on. When there is a constitutional violation or when someone's broken the law, I'm being a little pedantic here, but no, I'm not being pedantic. I'm sorry. Those are two different things. The Constitution and the law. Congress passes law. We talk about like the Constitution. We're talking about something at a more fundamental level there. It wouldn't surprise me if Congress was in some cases able to write out the court from being able to review or arbitrate some
agreement that they make as part of passing a law. Congress cannot write out the Supreme Court from evaluating whether or not something is constitutional. Constitution is more fundamental here than just laws passed by Congress. These are different things.
The court is of limited jurisdiction. It can be set by
have
Congress.
to do an amendment.
Or anything, yeah. Or it would just be Congress would be usurping power like hardcore from the Supreme Court. You can't do that. Not good.
And that's not true. The court is of limited jurisdiction. It can be set by Congress. There are constitutional wrongs that the court cannot do anything about. It is at the end of the day the political.
I just don't know that. I don't know that background. I don't know what she's referring to there. I'm curious what she's referring to there.
Process that is supposed to actually be that final bulwark. So when Congress strips the court of jurisdiction over something, be it Guantanamo Bay detainees, I mean, the courts actually the Congress has tried to do this, especially in the 60s and 70s quite a bit. They generally can't get the laws passed, but Congress knows it has this power. What it's saying is, we don't want the courts reviewing this. We're giving the president this power with certain process or limitations, but because we're not letting the courts review it, we're saying that we, Congress, will be the check on the president. People don't like that because they don't like the outcome sometimes, but that was still a choice of Congress. That is a choice of law, and if you don't like the outcome of this case, my God, there's nothing easier to fix in the world. Congress can just simply pass an amendment to the TPS designation tomorrow.
No, they can't. Have you seen this, Congress?
That's on us then.
Let her go!
It's my turn. It's my turn because I've also been
not to take up your role as a voter.
Right. I just want to explain a few things.
Melissa.
Because I think that Melissa took two examples of cases that, no, I don't think the law ran out at all. I think she disagrees with the way the court decided the law. And to me, it is just extremely important when we talk about the court to distinguish between when we think they decided a legal matter in a way we would have decided differently, but reasonable minds could disagree. And I think that's TPS, and I think that's Landor. It is simply not accurate to say that the court invented a consent theory of the spending clause in Landor, because the court has been applying it since at least Pennhurst and way beyond that, right? I mean, the whole notion, just for this audience, I'm sure you know, but like the notion of the spending clause is that the federal government can give money to certain states or entities and put conditions on it. And the consent theory is not some nefarious evil thing. It is that if the federal government is going to put conditions on the money that they hand out, the conditions need to be clear so that a state knows, for example, to take, that if they're accepting this money, they're agreeing never to, for example, provide funding for abortions, right? You can't surprise a state and say, oh, you provided funding for abortions, so we're taking your money back. No, that has to be a clear condition so people can understand. And that's what was getting applied in Landor. But the bigger point I want to make, because I think it's really important, when we criticize the court and we say they're hurting democracy and all these things and they're not making good decisions and they're just making policy, we need to think about the alternative, which is like, what do we think we're going to get? How are we going to have this like perfect judicial system where people apparently aren't making the decisions because people are inherently going to be influenced by the things in their head? And I just I hear these criticisms and I think there is one branch of government right now that is actually doing its job and talking to each other in a relatively polite way. I know this is one of Sarah's themes, but look, I spent 3 years watching the Supreme Court, all of their arguments. They are talking to each other. Even the ones who do not believe a single word the other one is saying. You think about Sotomayor and Alito. I can't imagine they agree on much, but they talk.
Also,
waiting.
Hot take. I know this is retarded. There's got to be really good arguments against this. Why isn't every single federal case done through the DC circuit? I don't understand why the federal government can choose where they want to push cases through. Basically what I'm saying is I don't want the Fifth Circuit ever fucking deciding anything related to my federal government. But that just seems weird to me. Is there a good reason why that is the case? I don't understand why there's not a single, you have the federal circuit in DC and you run it through the DC courts rather than getting to choose what circuit I want to play ball in.
Isn't the steel man that you sometimes probably want the Silicon Valley circuit to deal with tech shit because they do that all the time?
Yeah, but when it comes to the federal government bringing cases, it feels weird that they can venue shop between all of the circuits.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't
think
know.
there's pros and cons probably.
To each other with respect. They model how to argue about ideas and difficult concepts in a good way. And when we just say that's the threat to democracy, to me, then I don't know what we're doing.
Melissa, let me just ask one thing, jumping off what Colleen is saying. Because listening to you, Colleen, I'm just wondering, is the Supreme Court above criticism?
No, apparently
so. And so, Melissa, hold forth.
First, just some clarifications. Yes, Colleen, we have always had a spending clause, and yes, spending has been conditioned. We have never had a case where the court has said individuals who are part of the state, arms of the state, officials of the state, have to affirmatively opt in to the spending clause in order to be bound by it. That is a new thing, and we should acknowledge that. With regard to TPS, yes, Congress stripped the court of jurisdiction over the determination, deciding to rescind TPS, the decision to rescind it, not the
Can you
entire
pause for like 3
consultative
seconds
process.
and say what TPS is in the other one?
For what they're talking about here, so there's different ways we do immigration in the United States. There are a couple systems that are special where the president of the United States is allowed to designate some group of refugees or asylum seekers or whatever. And that system is called TPS, which stands for Temporary Protected Status. And under Temporary Protected Status, the president can designate some group of people and say they get some temporary special protections to come into the United States or whatever as refugees, I think. I could be wrong, but I think DACA comes from...
Given to the president?
Why is this what?
Why is this given to the president?
I mean, for like a good faith argument, like it's just a good thing that maybe the president, if there's like a war or some crazy thing going on, the president can say, hey, listen, we understand there's some crazy shit going on. I think that we have, I think that like the president should be able to say like, hey, we're going to allow like 5,000 like Afghanistan refugees to come in who are helping us in the war or whatever. Like stuff like that, you know?
Okay, so this could also be for like translators or whatever who are helping out.
I think it could be, yeah. Although that could be special
Okay.
visas or whatever else, but that's basically, yeah.
Good to know.
I'm trying to remember if DACA came from, if that was a TPS thing or not. But obviously these systems end up being like, they probably go on for too long and it should be like a congressional thing, but it is a power extended right now that Congress gave to the president. But
That. With regard to TPS, yes, Congress stripped the court of jurisdiction over the determination, deciding to rescind TPS, the decision to rescind it, not the entire consultative process. Otherwise, why would Congress have required it?
I fucking hate
Right,
Lego.
so
They
again,
didn't give me
this
a
is
piece.
a court.
for what?
My fucking Millennium Falcon mini build. I'm missing a goddamn piece, man.
Well, maybe you just ate it or lost it. Idiot. Got him.
Had a case where the court has said individuals who are part of the state, arms of the state, officials of the state, have to affirmatively opt in to the spending clause in order to be bound by it. That is a new thing, and we should acknowledge that. With regard to TPS, yes, Congress stripped the court of jurisdiction over the determination, deciding to rescind TPS, the decision to rescind it, not the entire consultative process. Otherwise, why would Congress have required it? Right, so again, this is a court, and this is my point, that decides what it's going to do, how it's going to think about these statutes. It determined that the word determination was broad, included everything leading up to the determination as opposed to the determination itself. You have to ask questions about that. And I am asking this question, like, was that a place where the court ran out of law, or did it begin to make law itself? And I think it is the latter and not the former. And now if I'm imagining what is my alternative to this Supreme Court that I do believe is an existential threat to democracy, and I will say that with my whole chest, what is the alternative? Look at the lower courts. They are doing regular law. They are reading. Imagine that. They are reading the Constitution.
Are you reading James Ho's opinions?
I'm talking about the district courts, Colleen. I'm talking about Judge Kufner in the Western District of Washington that looked
Fuck, I don't get that joke. Who's James Ho?
I don't know either.
at talking about the district courts, Colleen. I'm talking about Judge Kufner in the Western District of Washington that looked at this executive order rescinding birthright citizenship and literally asked, where were the lawyers here? Because I'm asking, where are the lawyers on this court? Where are the people at?
Opinions.
I'm talking about the district courts, Colleen. I'm talking about Judge Kufner in the Western District of Washington that looked at this executive order rescinding birthright citizenship and literally asked, where were the lawyers here? Because I'm asking, where are the lawyers on this court? Where are the people reading the Constitution, reading the law, and coming up with this? Like, how, like, reading is fundamental. Like,
Melissa,
where are we?
When you're talking about the district courts, great. There are some district court opinions that you agree with. I know there are district court opinions you don't agree with. What do you want to happen? Because you don't want Judge Kaczmarek to be unreviewable in Texas. You don't want the Fifth Circuit to be unreviewable.
I'm not saying it has to be unreviewable. I'm saying,
what do you want?
Like
Most
that we
of
just
the
have
district
crazy
courts,
judges
Sarah,
appointed.
are holding the line on the rule of law. And I think that is what we could expect from the Supreme Court, too.
Okay, but what do you want? You want a Supreme
I just
Court
said what I wanted. Are you my husband?
Jesus Christ. She's a queen. She's gonna ask a politically partisan question, like, are you just mad with their rulings, or hold on?
Okay, hold on. Okay, all right.
It feels like we're running into this issue with her. Fuck, I wish I could have asked her questions. I'm curious if that's what she was going to ask. Where we're running into this thing again where what the person in the middle is saying, and it is so hard to be like nonpartisan when it comes to this stuff, because
conservatives are fucking insane. So every time you try to say we need to be able to have a reasonable conversation on this, be like, oh, so you just want them to agree with you more politically. I mean, one side wants to govern the country. The other side convinced a former governor that there was a mothership of UFOs invading New Jersey. I don't know what you want us to say. Like, one side wants to protect the FDA. The other side claims that they found a cure for autism in 4 months, and the cure was to not take Tylenol when you're pregnant. Like, yeah, this is going to sound politically partisan because one side is just fucking insane. They've lost it. So when we talk about, but then we run into this thing where it's like, these aren't good decisions. They're not even, like, Alito writes like a retard. Like, there were decisions I read that, at least from Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, was like, I disagree, but I get the legal argumentation. Alito and Thomas are retarded. And to sit here and be like, oh, so you're just not happy that they're not ruling with you. We should be able to say there are right and wrong ways to do interpretations, or at the very least, there are a window of interpretations that are, God, I disagree with that one. But I mean, I understand how reasonable minds could disagree. That's not what we're having right now, is reasonable minds could disagree that racism is solved, so the Voting Rights Act doesn't apply anymore. Like, it's just so fucking stupid.
You feel like we're just running into, like, the Supreme Court is being insane in their rulings.
No, the issue is that, much like the Voting Rights Act, you cannot separate sometimes the insanity from the political partisanship. And anytime you do something that looks politically partisan, people claim that you're doing it for the sake of politically partisanship and not because of the insanity. So, like, if you were to say we're going to ban all misinformation on social media right now, it would overwhelmingly, disproportionately impact conservatives. But you might legitimately just want to get rid of misinformation, but conservatives are going to claim you're being politically partisan, and then fucking idiots in the middle are going to be like, well, I mean, it does look kind of politically partisan, doesn't it? It's like, okay, well, fuck me, I guess. So if one side lies more, now we can never talk about this issue because it's also maps onto a political side. Like, that's what it is.
Got it, yeah.
Just lighten it.
This has to be the best panel I have moderated at Aspen. And I've been coming here a long time. Let's reset, shall we?
I'm gonna reset.
How about this? A lot of important cases were decided by the Supreme Court in this term. For you, which one, just one, was the most important of the term?
That's not a close call. The tariffs case is the most important decision in the last.
Can't steal mine.
Okay, well, why is the tariffs?
This woman is my fucking spirit animal.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
She's like,
This
these
is
people are fucking nuts.
every single fucking panel I'm on with these insane fucking conservatives, me and like 5 other crazy conservatives. Oh my God.
In the last.
Can't steal mine.
Okay, well, why is the tariffs case important to you? And then, Colleen, you can say why it is for you as well.
The tariffs case is the most important case probably of the last quarter century because.
I don't even know. Like, because it says, it reaffirms that the President of the United States is not able to unilaterally set tariffs. And then is she going to sneak in something about, and also because the court showed that in times of great pressure, they could still maintain their independence from the executive branch. And that's why it was so important.
Because it is, again, putting the onus back on Congress. It is shrinking the powers of the presidency in incredibly important ways right now.
Shrinking the powers by putting us back to where all of us knew we should have been before. Nobody before Trump thought that the President of the United States could unilaterally do economic policy for the entire fucking USA with every other country on the planet. Nobody thought that. Nobody needed that said. Nobody had to say that. Nobody needed that rule. Nobody needed somebody to step in and say, by the way, the president is not allowed to dictate how our economic relationship is with every other country on the planet. Nobody needed that.
And the reason that it's the tariffs case is because this court needed to show that it was going to repeat it across administrations. There's this great book about John Adams by Lindsay Chervinsky that
I could write the script for these people. Okay.
Talks about why Adams' presidency is so important, because anything that George Washington did wasn't a thing until you repeat it by the next guy. And so really the Supreme Court's decision in the student loan debt forgiveness case against Joe Biden was important. But it's when they repeat it in the tariffs case that it becomes a statement on the president's role, limited, and Congress's role, get back in the fucking game.
Kill me.
Okay, Colleen, why is the tariffs case?
I mean, I think that said it very beautifully. I had the great good fortune to actually litigate the tariffs case. I think it was, I think for all of the reasons that that Sarah said, it was important in terms of reestablishing or trying to police executive versus congressional authority. I mean, I think maybe in some ways the tariffs case was a bigger deal for what it wasn't. I think that if the Supreme Court had in fact blessed these tariffs, it would have given the president, who clearly is looking to, kind of wring every ounce of power he can out of every statute. I think that if the court had said, hey, you can take this this law, IEPA, which had never been used for tariffs, which was exclusively for emergency situations. And you can take it and just go around and tell the American people, like, I'm going to use it to redo the entire economy. I'm going to use this to, reshape America and to get us back with these countries. If the court had allowed that to happen, I think that really would have been a blank check for the president. And so I think it was an important, hey, President, you gotta be pointing to real laws allowing you to do these things.
That's so important. It's so important that the Supreme Court told the president that he has to point to laws when he tries to do things. That yeah, President, you actually really are controlled by laws. That's a thing that you need to be aware of, Mr. President. Wow, thank you so much for affirming that. Get this guy.
Put the video in
I
the
also
bag.
litigated Hawaii versus Trump way back in the day, and that was kind of the reverse, where
Hawaii.
the court took, again, what I thought was a statute that did not give the president a kind of wide powers, and said to the president, you could use that to control immigration and to impose the Muslim ban, right? I think of tariffs, it was a nice bookend for me with my career, because that was where the court came in and said, okay, actually, we're not going to let you do that with absolutely everything.
Melissa, why is the tariffs case most important of the term for you? Which I know it's not. I'm being facetious.
You're right. It's not the most important case of the term.
They shouldn't
for
even
me.
heard it.
I would think Trump versus Slaughter is the most important case because of the way it has broadly expanded executive power and made the unitary executive theory our law. I will say, though, that I agree with Sarah and Colleen that the tariffs case is the most important case of the term for the court, which is to say that it allowed the court to cloak itself in the mantle of independence, from this president, while also aggrandizing authority to itself. So the tariffs case, as Colleen just mentioned, and Colleen and Neil did a really masterful job litigating the case, but it was about whether the president had the authority under this statute, IEPA, the International Economic Emergency Powers Act, whether the president had the authority to issue these tariffs, basically whether ordinary economic cycles are emergencies. They're not.
Yeah.
And the court said that. Justice
Obviously.
Kagan noted that this was a very straightforward statutory interpretation case, and it could have been decided as a straightforward statutory interpretation case. Instead, a majority of the court
use IEPA
decided
during
this using
2008?
the...
Is that how he did all of his shit? I know he passed a lot of
For TARP?
his legislation.
TARP was
actually. Yeah, I think TARP was a.
Also, I'm not sure if
passed it,
TARP was
right?
Bush or Obama. TARP was Bush.
Obama did. He did something else.
But this was also an act that was passed. So the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act.
Yeah, I'm listening to Obama's book right now, and holy shit, I didn't realize how fucked the world was in the 08 shit, because I think I was just a kid or whatever, but he steered us out of what could have been the next huge great fucking depression.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Is what the book's making it sound like, yeah.
I don't know if Obama on his own did, but it was a huge financial...
was with his people. But
yeah.
The major questions doctrine, which Justice Kagan has also termed the made-up major questions doctrine. The major questions doctrine basically says that on a question of major significance or salience, Congress has to speak clearly or the executive cannot act. I guess, and the thing about the major questions doctrine, besides being made up, is that it leaves it to the court to decide what is a major issue, what is something of major economic salience. That's a huge grant of power to the court to decide where and when it's going to trim back the executive. And as a number of people have noted, the major questions doctrine has been the means by which this court has invalidated the Biden student loan relief program. It's the beginning, the major questions doctrine is how they limited some of the clean power plant efforts that other
Shadow docket stuff,
administrations
EPAs,
had
I think.
imposed. This was the first time it had used the major questions doctrine in a significant way with this president. And again, I applaud that. It was important for the court to do it, but make no mistake about it. The real winner in the tariffs case
It's the court.
was the court and the corporate interests that didn't want the tariffs because it was bad for business. And over again, if you look at a through line from this term and in these cases, this court stands up for corporate interests. It did it in Slaughter, where it strips Congress of the authority to place limits on the president's removal power, especially over agencies that do things like regulate industries, as the FTC does. It did not do it in the case of Trump versus Cook, which is about the Federal Reserve, perhaps because corporate interests and maybe the justices themselves want a stable global economy.
I don't
and
understand
stable
how
fiscal-
he can do it for every other one except the Fed.
Because it would be the end of the country and they know it. And
I
so
know,
they
but
can't
how does
say-
that make sense, though?
What makes sense how?
In law.
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to read it.
It doesn't seem like
But
congruent,
this is a
Thanos tier consequentialist court for the conservatives. They will fabricate whatever rationale they need to get to whatever conclusion they've already decided. That's it. So the law thing doesn't matter. You can make whatever you want out of law if you're creative enough.
Reality is whatever they want.
That is good for business. And then they stood up for the rule of law allegedly in the tariffs case, again in a situation where corporate interests were not in favor of the tariffs. It was bad for business. It was making everything more difficult and less profitable. And if you look at that through line, that's what emerges. This is a court that is very corporatist in its outlook.
Does birthright citizenship fit into that? It's a real question.
No, birthright citizenship allows the court to paint itself as independent of this president, when in fact, a core provision of the 14th Amendment, something that was settled law, is now hanging by a single vote. Yeah. So I guess if the court is independent after that, great. And should we applaud them? I guess. I'm not going to clap like a seal for birthright citizenship.
True.
But I mean, I guess I do get a little worried if we take every time the court reaches a decision that we feel is like correct for democracy and is that we then say they're just doing it to pretend they're good. Because that just, it seems like a stretch.
No. That is absolutely super normal. That is absolutely super normal. That is actually intuitively we understand that. Imagine your teacher coming into class and saying, we had a staff meeting, guys, and we decided on a 7-2 vote, 7 of us were in favor and 2 of us were opposed, but 7-2, that we're not going to cannibalize half the school to cut costs. We were going to eat a lot of you guys, but we decided in 7-2, so almost unanimously, we decided that we're not going to eat you. The idea that you would be like, oh, that's so cool. Oh, is clapping like a fucking seal. She's absolutely correct. It's like, oh, and then this woman is, oh God, fuck, I hate America. I hate this country. I'm sorry. The fact that she's like, oh, so you're going to tell me that every time they reach the right decision, you're going to sit here and say that, what, we're not going to celebrate it? We're not allowed to be happy? So what, you're not happy that your kids aren't being eaten now? Really? Give me a fucking break, bro. What is this? Who is this middle woman? Fuck.
She's an NYU law professor. I don't remember her exact name. It showed up at some point.
Is she on Twitter?
Everybody's on Twitter, man.
That's not true.
Question.
The one guy, Professor Dave, got banned for anti-Semitism. Believe it or not.
Wait, on Twitter?
Yep.
How do you even get banned? I'm pretty sure I go on there at Dan and call him a fucking slur and I'd be chilling.
Pretty crazy. Fuck, her DMs aren't even open. Fuck me. Oh, no way.
The best way to reach out to these people is actually to probably go to their school site and then...
Oh, so you want me to dox and harass them?
That's not really doxing.
Really? With their school? Where they go to class? Okay, sure.
Dan said something awesome. He said, it's your right to be private online. It's my right to try and find who you are.
True.
Base.
True at once, Colin.
Well, right, because I'm thinking, why wasn't the birthright citizenship case a 9-0 decision?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, I think that is a great question.
Point.
Even a 9-0 decision. The question is, why was this even heard by the court? Why did they even decide to hear this? The birthright citizenship, I think, was 6-3 or 5-4 on constitutional lines, but 6-3 in the particular case is what people say.
To Melissa's point, birthright citizenship is hanging by a thread. By one vote, it should have been 9-0.
Well, let's not say it's hanging by the thread because we don't want to make people nervous. And to be clear, birthright citizenship.
You should be. Yeah, thank you. You should be nervous. What do you mean? Yeah, what the fuck? What do you mean? I don't want to alarm anybody that the president of the United States, with a stroke of his pen, because he's racist, almost acts like a fundamental part of our understanding how we dole out citizenship in the United States. I don't want to make you guys nervous. Holy shit. I don't care.
Not to say it's hanging by the thread because we don't want to make people nervous. And to be clear, birthright citizenship is now. You should not be nervous. If you are a person who was born in this country, you should not right now think that at any moment.
You should not right now. I love the qualifier. You don't have to wait right now.
Your constitutional rights could be taken away because 5 justices...
I am a person born in this country.
To be clear,
in January of this year, I FOIA'd my father's immigration record so I could prove with documentary evidence that he was a naturalized citizen when I was born. That is how unsure I am about my rights in this country.
But, Shubi, I think all I am trying to do is make a very small point about when we are saying things publicly, because I do think people can sometimes read media wrong and think like...
This is the Fuck, this is what I want to talk to her about. This is like civility politics on fucking steroids. Where like we can't worry people. Why? Why shouldn't people be worried? So what? Elections don't matter, or you don't give a shit?
None of this is important to you. You just don't fucking care. Like, people should be worried. Like, politics matters. The courts matter. This stuff matters. You should be worried. If you're not worried, then fuck off. Go to another country where you don't have to fucking vote. Go live in an authoritarian dictatorship. But you have some responsibility to have some idea of what's going on in your country because you're literally voting for the leadership.
This is something that's happening, and Republicans will literally lie. And they'll just lie about random shit and tell you to be worried about it. And we can't be worried about something that's actually going on?
Things publicly, because I do think people can sometimes read media wrong and think like, oh, this means that like the birthright citizenship case could be overturned really soon. And I don't think it does. I do
Really? It literally could be. We're one fucking bad hit and run away. Yeah, from a new fucking conservative justice that comes in.
One more thing, John.
One more thing, and then we're going to open it up to questions. Let Melissa have her say, then Sarah jump in, then we're going to open it up to Q&A.
This decision is a 5-4 decision. Justice Kavanaugh concurred and dissented in the majority opinion.
On the question presented, which is whether Donald Trump's birthright citizenship
on the executive order.
On the executive order, but not the constitutional issue. If another case was to be brought up, it wouldn't be on the same thing. It would be on the constitutional issue, right? Which was 5-4.
The president.
Oh, that's even scarier.
Fair. But then Justice Kavanaugh
Don't tell people it was 5-4. It was 6-3.
On the one case! Oh my God. What is her background? What is her background?
5-4 on the 14th Amendment question. Like
That's the only thing that matters.
4 votes here to say that the 14th Amendment can be rescinded in some other fashion.
That's a fun law review
Brett Kavanaugh
until you
wrote
have
an
an act of
opinion
Congress, it
that
doesn't
provides a whole roadmap. This is not a settled issue. This is going to be agitated around, advocated around. There's going to be pressure for a congressional law rescinding birthright citizenship. This is going to be like Roe.
Good luck getting
This is
through the
going to be a
filibuster.
long campaign like Roe.
Sarah.
They're going to get rid of it.
Why don't we do questions?
Well, there's
oh, so she
a woman
lost.
here
So
in the
she's
audience pointed to you and said, I want to hear what Sarah thinks. So, Sarah, what do you think?
That's the question from the audience. I think we have a problem when the court becomes the focus of all of our politics. It will not work, and it will not sustain. It is not supposed to be democratically responsive. It is supposed to be counter-majoritarian. After FDR, there were 9 Democratic appointees on the court. In 1992, there were 8 Republican appointees on the court. That was fine with everyone. Why? Because the court wasn't the focus of every single fight.
We determined a presidential election based on the Supreme Court. So, but I guess we just forget that because we don't care about anything when we're Democrats.
We're having. And so when we talk about the court being a threat in every single case, whether they rule the way you want or they don't rule the way you want, you can come up with some theory for why it is the problem. And then the solution is to stop having a counter-majoritarian branch. Thomas Jefferson tried to do this in 1805. He didn't like the way that Chief Justice John Marshall was ruling. Of course, this was after the election of 1800, the most partisan election in American history. It puts 2020 and 2024 to shame. Jefferson called Adams a hermaphroditic character.
Just to be clear, that's not even close to all of the shit that Donald Trump has said. Has Trump been a part of the theory saying that Obama's wife is a fucking man? Or is that just every other fucking conservative on the planet? Where Donald Trump running in 2016 implied that Ted Cruz was the fucking Zodiac killer and said his wife looked like a horse or whatever? Give me a break, bro.
Strong words. Those would be strong words now. So John Marshall was a Federalist, and Jefferson was a Democratic Republican. They were cousins. They absolutely loathed each other because John Marshall had been in Valley Forge, whereas Thomas Jefferson had been at home in Monticello, entertaining British prisoners of war because he wanted some extras for his quartet.
I just don't like this. I don't like this when we have to go back to like the 1800s or the late 1700s to find examples. Like, so much has changed politically to where, like, it just wouldn't be relevant, you know? Like, somebody's in the hospital dying at like 37, and the doctor's like, 200 years ago, we used to feed mercury to people like you. So even though it's 37 years old and you're dying, like, you should still be. It's like, why?
You
what
would have died as a baby.
What are we even talking about here?
So now they come up against each other, and Marbury versus Madison is decided, McCulloch versus Maryland. Jefferson is pissed, and he's like, this court is a threat to democracy. All the things you hear now, you can go back and read in 1803 and 1802 as criticisms of the court. Thomas Jefferson then moves to impeach Samuel Chase, who was, sort of the Clarence Thomas of the court at that point. He has the votes in the Senate, by the way. He actually does have the 2/3 to remove him, but it failed nevertheless because the Democratic Republicans in the Senate knew that it would be the end of sort of the constitutional structure that we had created. And then, of course, John Marshall has to face
I'm not sure.
Jackson next. Then Lincoln comes also as a threat to the court, potentially. FDR with his court packing plan. Nixon.
What was the
constitutional structure that we had created? And then, of course, Democratic Republicans in the Senate knew that it would be the 2/3.
I just don't trust her. I don't know enough to contradict everything she's saying, but I don't trust her. But when she says this line here,
to remove him, but it fails nevertheless because the Democrats 3 in 1802 as criticisms of the court. Thomas Jefferson then moves to impeach Samuel Chase, who was, sort of the Clarence Thomas of the court at that point. He has the votes in the Senate, by the way. He actually does have the 2/3 to remove him, but it fails nevertheless because the Democratic Republicans in the Senate knew that it would be the end of sort of the constitutional structure that we had created. And then, of course, John Marshall has to face Jackson next. Then Lincoln comes also.
So, like, when she says that, like, it was going to be the end of the constitutional structure, blah, 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 like, well, it kind of, in a way, I don't know if I want to say it was, but, like, Marbury v. Madison was the 1803 case that gave the court the power of what we call now judicial review, which is, like, the cornerstone of the Supreme Court, that they ultimately have divine providence over what the Constitution says and what is constitutional. And so, I mean, arguably, well, not arguably, this was not written into the Constitution of the United States, and it is the largest transfer of power that the court has ever done to itself in all of U.S. history. So, I mean, like, to say that the problems that they had back then are the same problems we did now, when you're talking about the birth of a new country with when is the U.S. Constitution even ratified? 82 or 79? I don't know. Like, we're barely like 20 years old as a country. And you're saying that, like, oh, well, they had all these issues back then, so, we can have the same issues today. And it's like, that was a totally fucking different time. Whatever.
Was a threat to the court, potentially. FDR with his court packing plan. Nixon potentially not turning over the tapes even after the court tells him to. The history of the United States is a history of needing a counter-majoritarian branch to stand up to presidents who want to self-aggrandize their power. You may not like all this court's decisions. You may think that they suck in any number of ways.
Oh my God, it's all just
and
politics.
Elect presidents to appoint different people to the Supreme Court. And think of the court as a long view of history. We're 250 years in, guys. We got a long way to go here. Do not end the Supreme Court as a counter-majoritarian branch, because if you add seats to the court, if you do term limits...
What is her obsession with this counter-majoritarian? Like, she thinks the Supreme Court exists here to protect our civil rights? Or what? How is the Voting Rights Act rescinding by Alito? How is that counter-majoritarian? Or what? I don't understand what this court is doing that's counter-majority. I don't know what... Like, I'm reading...
I don't know what it means.
I don't know.
You will end it in its current form. It will no longer be able to stand up to presidents and be that counter-majoritarian force in American politics.
Counter-majoritarian,
Melissa's looking at me because I know you want to say something. We have like 8 minutes, and I've already seen a hand go up several hands go up for questions. We've got mic runners on each side. Where to go? You, woman in the white, please stand up so the mic. Yes, you. Short questions, please. 8 minutes
I'll try.
left.
Ms. Isberg has talked about Congress doing its job. That's been your theme in this panel. What about when Congress has done its job, like taking aside the last 20 years? Let's talk about, mentioned climate change being done through executive order, but there's also, in fact, the Clean Air Act, which directs EPA to address pollution that is harmful to human health. And the Supreme Court in 2009 said that includes greenhouse gases. That is now on the chopping block. So I just want to know, how has the court not participated itself in the evisceration of what the people have voted for?
Okay, short answer, because I want to try to get at least couple more questions. Who wants to take that?
There's certainly examples where the Supreme Court has narrowed an administrative agency's action. I don't think that actually is hurting Congress's ability. I think it is putting the onus back on Congress. If you want to give administrative agencies power, you need to give them clear guidelines on what their power is. We now have the Securities and Exchange Commission trying to regulate climate change. We have the Federal Communications Commission trying to punish late-night comedy hosts. You don't want these agencies making that decision. That's why we have Congress. We have 435 people from around the country that are supposed to come together and do this job, and instead, we've replaced them with Instagram influencers. That is our fault as voters.
I don't even know what
Next question. Black
women
here, stand up in the
lady?
pink.
Okay.
A lovely sweater.
Oh my gosh, what a great sweater.
Thank you so much. Hi, you all. Thank you all so much for being here. My name is Kennedy Little. I'm a youth leader from Lexington, Kentucky. My question to you all is, to what extent do you think that John Hart Ely's political process theory can be a solution to fixing the Supreme Court and the significant division that we're seeing?
So John Hart Ely wrote what is perhaps the most influential book in constitutional law, Democracy and Distrust, a Theory of Judicial Review. It's from 1981, and it basically posits, it's a defense of the Warren Court, effectively, and it posits that the Warren Court's decisions, many of which were criticized in real time, like Brown versus Board of Education and the voting rights decisions, were actually well within the scope of judicial power because they were democracy enhancing. Brown allowed individuals who had heretofore been marginalized in the political process to be brought in and integrated, and the Voting Rights Act did the same by maximizing the potential of certain electorates. I don't think this is a court that hues to that in all cases. I will say some aspects of Ely's theory, I think you do see in certain decisions. So the Dobbs decision, for example, which talks a lot about the rights of the fetus, draws directly from some of Ely's work, not Democracy and Distrust, but an article that Ely wrote in response to Roe versus Wade. It's called The Wages of Crying Wolf. And in that article, Ely basically says that fetuses are discrete and insular minorities who are unprotected and therefore need the protection of the courts. This is a riff on Caroline Products footnote 4 that says that judicial review is especially necessary in circumstances where fundamental rights are at issue, where the political process may be impaired, and when the rights of discrete and insular minorities are at stake. And so I think this is a court that maybe cherry picks how it thinks about political process and applies it in some places and maybe not in others.
Is there a right here? Question right here in the front. I was going to ask for a question in this section, and so thank you. We have 4 minutes left.
This case that I'm going to ask you about is a little bit outside of the scope of what you've been talking about. It predates this just a bit, but I'm a workaday lawyer out here, and this is the case that kind of bothers us. Can you tell me, as long as I got these three brilliant, and I mean as brilliant minds here who have a lot of knowledge, can you tell me what does the immunity case actually say?
Yeah, I think that is an excellent question, and I don't think the court itself knows at this point. I think that the Chief Justice was trying to, this is the question, the case that said that President Trump had some immunity from criminal prosecution, and for the first time recognized.
For official acts.
Exactly. But I mean, and I think that was a huge, I don't want to undersell it. That was a huge decision, in my mind, not the right one. And also, I think bad because it's hard to figure out what the majority means. What is the line between where immunity exists and where it doesn't? And I am very much afraid that the way President Trump has read it is as like a blank check. And I think that, to the extent you are someone who believes that the first term was more constrained than the second term, I think there is a direct link to the immunity case, because I think, I don't know, I wasn't working behind the scenes, but I do think the threat of criminal prosecution may have been a limiter during the first term in a way that I think it's not having that same limiting force now.
I would just say, if I were a lawyer advising a president, I would not hang my freedom on that immunity decision, because it is at best a part one. And if you remember, Donald Trump was charged with 4 specific statutory violations on the January 6th special counsel investigation. After that immunity decision, he was charged under the same 4 statutes. The only reason that those didn't move forward is because voters put him back in office. So I agree that I disagree.
Okay, fuck. I don't trust a single fucking thing she said, because I know she's fucking lying out her ass here, okay? Whether or not he was charged under the same statutes is not relevant. What's relevant is that at least one of the behaviors that underpinned the charging of that January 6th case was completely removed from even being able to be addressed by Jack Smith's investigation. So Donald Trump deciding that he was going to fire Barr and try to install Jeffrey Clark to do his bidding was an off-the-table, unquestionable thing that he did as part of the conspiracy for January 6th, because the president, it is within his preclusive and inclusive powers to fire and hire people who are the head of his departments. And the attorney general, that is exclusively, preclusively the power of the president to hire people and then subsequently to fire them. So that can't even be questioned. That wasn't even remanded. That wasn't even sent back to the lower courts for them to decide. They literally removed that whole chunk of that case away from Jack Smith. They ripped it away without even being able to talk about it or question it or approach it in a different manner. So to just say like, oh, well, they did the exact same shit anyway. Bullshit. That's a fucking lie.
Forward
Don't
is
care.
Because
Doesn't
voters put him back in office. So I agree that I disagree with the decision. I agree with everything you said, except, and don't get me wrong, I think there's a great chance President Trump's getting some bad legal advice. But a better lawyer with better presidents, I don't think would say, just feel free to go crime away, Mr. President. The Supreme Court has said it's fine.
I completely agree. I think there was going to be a part. I think the court may have actually thought there was going to be an imminent part 2 that was then cut off by the fact that he got elected.
Yes. In the 90 seconds we have left, the last question is going to go to the former Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Jay Johnson, who's right here. To your right, Secretary.
First, Jonathan, congratulations on sparking such a lively conversation. I only hope David Brooks is here somewhere. As the author of several of the executive actions that have been referred to here,
quickly.
I actually I think I granted the TPS that was challenged in the Supreme Court, and the immigration executive actions in 2014 that got challenged in 2015. I want to concur with what Sarah said, which is, because our lawmakers are not making laws anymore, they can't even pass a budget, there's a hole in our constitutional order such that Presidents Obama, Biden, Trump get frustrated. Trump's taken it to a whole new level. To get frustrated and try to bring about policy through executive actions, which then get challenged in the courts. And it's left to the courts to decide the legality of those executive actions in the absence of laws that are getting passed by the Congress. And so that's the reality we face, which leads to these very high-profile political policy decisions being decided by the Supreme Court. Having said all that...
Yes, Mr. Secretary, your question, because now we are officially out of time.
One more sentence.
Yeah.
I am convinced this is the most activist court in 100 years. I must have missed the law school class where my professor discussed presidential immunity somewhere in the Constitution that they discovered, and I'm stunned that 4 justices of the U.S. Supreme Court think that there is no birthright citizenship for everybody born in this country. That's really frightening. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Johnson. we have completely run out of time.
Run out of road.
Run out of law.
Yes, we've run out of
You know, you have to admit I'm right. You just disagree with where it runs.
Hold on. We are out of time, and I am trying to end this gracefully by giving you each an opportunity, briefly, to give a final thought. Sarah, you start. Just what do you want folks to leave with when it comes to the court and this past term?
Criticizing opinions is just fine. There's tons of opinions from the Supreme Court that I disagree with. Trying to end the Supreme Court as an institution falls into this populist conspiracy theory world that we're living in right now, where we tear down institutions willy-nilly that we don't think bend to our will in the moment because we lack the intellectual humility to think that maybe we're not the ones who are right. Maybe we're not at the end of history. Maybe future generations will think that we're right about some things and wrong about others. What is the thing that we are, Plessy versus Ferguson decided 7-1. One justice was right about that, and that is the justice that they sign their names into the flyleaf of his Bible, John Marshall Harlan, when they take their oath of office. It is the portrait that sits above them in their conference room when they decide cases. But the important thing for each of us, what is the issue that we believe so strongly today that will turn out we are in the 7 on? And if you're not asking yourself that every day, then you're not really doing the project of American democracy.
So brave. Sarah Isgur, thank you very much for being on the panel. Melissa Murray.
So I spent a whole year thinking about the Constitution and trying to annotate the Constitution because I believe that every American should read it and grapple with it and debate it. That's what it was intended for. It struck me in doing this that the Constitution is functionally a document about how to marry the need for an efficient and effective government without also licensing a government that is tyrannical. It is a document of limited government. I don't know that we have a court that reads it in that way right now. We have a court that is, I think, a threat to democratic institutions, not to democracy. This is not to eviscerate the court's role as a counter-majoritarian institution, but it is to say we need a court right now that stands up for the rule of law, that reads the Constitution, that recognizes what it says. I mean, I thought conservatives were all on board for textualism. I, too, want to be a textualist in this way. I think that is the threat. That is what people want. And when the court loses legitimacy with the people, that's game over for the court. This is not like Congress. It's not like the president. It needs the people to believe that what it is doing is law. And I don't know that we're there yet.
Melissa Murray, thank you for being on the panel. Colleen Sinsdak.
I think I think there's lots of room to criticize the court, but I do try to praise it because I think that when you have one branch functioning, we should at least be pretty happy about that. The other thing that I think is an extremely important lesson from the court is that you can feel passionately, you can feel incredibly deeply about an issue in a way that is completely different from someone else, and you can continue to engage in civil discourse with
just
them.
Political disagreements,
you cannot just shut them out. You cannot make personal attacks against them. That the most effective way that you can get your idea across and show why the other person's views are wrong is to engage with them like they are a rational human acting in good faith and explain why they're wrong. And I think that is what the court does every day, and I think that is an incredibly important lesson for civil discourse right now.
Colleen, Melissa, Sarah, thank you very much for this fantastic conversation.
Did anybody else say counter-majoritarian? Be right back 1 second.
Where'd he go? Shit. He's going. Now what? You know, I just hate building Legos, man. I just hate this shit. Makes me feel like a fucking tard. How? That's not gonna fit there, man. Oh my, bruh. I don't understand. I know what you are. Let me cook. You know what? I know what went wrong. Aha! Hold on, maybe I do. Let me cook. Okay, this would go like this. Makes sense. Okay. But how would you fit? Dude, there's no way. No, I'm confused. No, I'm confused. Hold on, I have an idea. Let him go.
Who?
Me.
Really? About what?
My Lego build.
Are you building?
I'm having problems.
How many more are you gonna build?
I don't know. 100. 1,000. However many it takes.
Jesus, what the fuck is this? Some DSA guy is tweeting, and apparently he said that when he was 18, he was dating some 14-year-old. And somebody called this out. And somebody's like, that's a senior and freshman in high school. Also hilarious. Okay, get ready. Also hilarious coming from a Destiny fan. That girl is just as old as Nathan was when Destiny sent pictures of him to a pedophile, and she's 1 year younger than the fangirl who Destiny was having trouble not fucking when he was 23. Okay. Jesus. That's king shit right there.
King shit.
Okay. I messaged the lawyer lady. Good luck.
Woohoo!
Shut up, Moten. I hate you.
I hate you.
Aspen will copy your McCarthyism take.
Think that we do need to remove a lot of these people from the country. We do. Like, we need to just send them back or put them in jail or something. Like, these people are just basically invaders that are trying to hurt people in the country and hurt the country. Like, what kind of a country allows a group like that to even be in there, right? And like the Republicans and the Trumpists? Well, no, because the Republicans are trying to make sure that, like, let's say we don't have 1 million illegals come into the country, right? I mean, that's a good thing. I don't want to have the country overrun by illegals.
Okay, I'm good. Hassan does debate. Oh, fuck. I'm watching that 10-minute ads tomorrow. I'll definitely watch that tomorrow. Sounds great. Half the people that have told me about that, I'm playing chapter 2. Jesus. Half the people that have messaged me have said that Hassan gets owned, and the other half have said that the Jan guy gets owned, so.
Then it's somewhere in the middle.
True.
Boring.
50-50.
Horseshoe, even.
Horseshoe? It was a battle of the wits, but both combatants were unarmed, so no one gets owned. Okay. What?
That was funny.
Okay, true.
He called them both retarded.
True.
But you can't be funny anymore?
No, I think it was true.
Oh, you.
True, also.
I fixed the build.
Am I close to being done with this chapter? I can finish this in 30 minutes, right, guys?
Were you leaving?
Well, in 50 minutes. I mean.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh my god, bro. Stop coughing. Sorry.
Where are we? That thing can't be operational, can it?
You better hope
It is.
not, boss.
You don't know that.
At long last, Wu Tai's finest deigned to join us. You've performed admirably.
Quit acting all superior.
Wu Tai's
We both know
finest.
You're afraid of us.
Didn't know they had any.
Really?
Is that so? Well, maybe
You know what I mean?
am.
You
You
should
ended the
know
stream.
there's more where we came from. Lots more. And you'll
Thank you.
never see them coming. Just imagine a whole clan of ninjas landing on your doorstep.
Oh my! We must do something.
Well, Limelites, thank you for
right
gifting
away.
4 subs to my chat.
Don't say that. Won't you at least give us a chance?
Hit it, boys.
What the? Allow me to present the latest innovation in Shinra battle armor. Designed by yours truly.
It's Metal Gear.
Whoa, Metal
This'll
Gear.
be a memory to cherish for the rest of your lives. All 30 seconds of them.
But not for much longer anymore.
Enemy is immune. Oh.
Is it not?
Hey, no fair!
Such a loser.
Do I already have this? Loser.
Long-range loadout.
No! I feel like she kind of sucks.
Who, Scarlet or?
Yep.
Are you even on hard mode?
I can't play hard until after. What do you want me to say?
Are you playing it on easy?
No, it's a normal mode, okay?
Oh my god.
Oh. Not even on the suit, okay.
Wu-Tang ain't nothing to fuck with.
Jesus. Really?
Yeah,
Coughing,
really?
huh?
It's fucking hot today.
Yeah, well, that's called summer. You fucking nerd.
Yeah. Well, I'm in Canada.
Oh, yeah? You guys don't get summer there?
We shouldn't. I pray for more climate change.
Loser.
Not nearly mobile enough. Should have known those actuators weren't up to the task. Time for an overhaul.
Oh, she's about to pull out her second match.
Surely they're gonna kill her and not let her get away, right?
My. How the tables have turned.
Oh my god, she has another dastardly plan?
Proud of yourself, little savage.
What are you doing?
Oh my god, she was a robot the whole time? She's gonna explode?
Alarma.
Oh my god. Oh, not the Gimp boys.
Sleep well. Vice, this is a surprise. To what do I owe the pleasure? These idiots want to digitally replicate me, so I'm indulging them.
I'll say.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Sephiroth?
Oh my god, this is some Crisis Core lore. It's Chadley! Worst Dirge of Cerberus? Oh shit, that's a game that exists.
When will Shinra learn? There is no replicating you. They ought to know better. Looking forward to this. I am. It has been too long since my last hunt.
Why do you defend Mom Donnie? I'll give props where props are due, okay? That's why.
What you do? Tell us!
Is this how it's done in Wutai? You just howl until you get what you want.
God, I hate the Wu tires,
That's enough,
man.
Sonon.
Whoa! What's
All right,
going on
lady,
here?
out with it. Tell us where you're hiding the new materia. Don't play dumb now. We know you've been cooking up something super powerful.
Well, Wutai must have some highly skilled intelligence operatives. That, or we have a mole in our midst.
What was?
I'll check on it.
All right, but make it quick.
You are correct that we're in the process of creating an exquisite new materia. However, it is far from complete.
Never mind.
Yeah, right. You must think I'm stupid.
Would I lie to you? Regrettable though it is, other plans have been deemed a higher priority.
What other plans?
Well, just between you and me, my colleagues and I are going to drop plate number 7 on the slums.
What?
And then we're going to blame it on Avalanche and Wutai.
No way.
You're gonna drop a plate? And?
Oh dear. I think your friend might have run into trouble. Aren't you going to save him?
You can't just kill her
Kill
real
her.
fast? No, Moot. That would be unethical.
These Wu tires are savages.
I'll kill her. Ah! Oh. I don't know.
What are you waiting for?
Nope. Is there anything crazy here?
No, man, you gotta hurry.
Well, what if there's like a... Oh, look at this guy. I don't see a timer
So you
on the
just don't
screen.
care about the lore.
I don't see a timer anywhere.
Okay.
Oh, look, like they want me to go there.
You're just like Trump then.
But also... I can't go back there. God damn it. See, that guy just said in chat I missed a legendary shuriken. Fuck.
See in the Constitution where I can't do this?
There you are.
I got you.
No clue.
Oh.
Just appeared.
Tron.
Bad news, but
Just hit me with it.
there is no ultimate materia. Not yet. She said it's still in the works.
Oh, and we just believe her?
She mentioned something else. They're gonna drop plate number 7.
They're gonna do what?
They're gonna drop plate number 7 on the slums. Apparently.
Part of the sector.
Wait. So GJ was being serious?
This is bad.
Bruh. Deep ground soldier.
Right behind you. We may not have the materials, but we do have Jideon.
Come on,
and we
bruh.
can't afford to let it die with us.
Remaining flyovers canceled. Please depart the event site.
Remaining what? What happened?
Flyovers. Bad weather, man. God hates his ass.
For what? For the Trump some
Freedom 250 or whatever? Yeah, Trump's retardation.
Damn. Poor guy just can't seem to catch a break.
No, man. If he was truly based, he'd announce ground invasion today.
Of what, the weather? You retard?
No, Iran. We gotta go in.
Really? What?
You suck, man.
What? He's invisible?
He's a ninja.
Whoa, bruh.
What do you got planned for fireworks?
Nothing. Just look outside. Linneo.
Can I recommend the pool?
Yeah.
Because on that island that the pool has a view of, they do fireworks there.
Whoa. I don't know about any islands, bruh.
There's an island right next to you.
Never heard of it. And definitely wouldn't go there. Wow, violent. Good call.
Is Yuffie okay?
Somehow.
She's always okay, bro.
Seriously,
She's a ninja.
I want to be ninja.
Oh, man, I so don't want to go back out there. But I don't think we've got a choice.
You always have a choice, young Yuffie.
Using items? Hello?
That was cure, not items, you idiot. Oh, and there's a bench right here too. Fuck.
Thunderstorms are a liberal hope.
Well, prove that they're not.
They can't.
That's what I thought.
Probably Netanyahu did it.
Hmm.
It met Marjorie Taylor Greene if she was still on the side of the fucking retards.
Oh yeah, she's not anymore?
Pissed right now. She's on the other side of the retards, the populist ones now.
Hmm.
Which motherfucker died is watching the skies to help us?
What do you mean by that?
You heard me.
Why do you need somebody to die?
that's the only way you can watch the skies.
Okay. There's no way the entire event gets canceled because of rain, really? That's kind of funny.
We gotta build a dome.
For the weather, true. Severe thunderstorms, not just rain. Well, okay, so what? What, are you going to get struck by lightning? Hey, even if you do, what are the chances that someone else gets struck by lightning? Somebody needs to take one for the team.
I could think of someone who should take one for the team, yeah.
What? Is this you at 13 seconds?
Is it strange how socks go into the washing machine as a pair and come out single?
Yep, that's me, bro. What?
Now fart. Now fart.
You stupid.
Slam the fart.
No good. Door won't budge.
Meaning we're trapped.
Fuck. We're trapped. Now what? Oh, he's gonna beat the shit out of that door.
Oh, you said an emote.
I what?
You said the emote.
What emote?
Now what?
Oh. Wait, has the Ducker Z1 been the eagle for all of July 4th?
Just today, yeah.
I want them to suffer.
That's sick. Wow.
The rest, I leave to you.
Whoa, friendly fire, bro. Oh my god, it's like AI taking all the jobs.
Pain sensation level set to maximum.
What was that?
They figure we need a challenge, meaning we're in for a world of hurt.
I like that Lego swapped paper containers.
You really like that?
I do. What'd they do?
He just always tags me with this retarded fuck link.
Oh, yeah. I would ban him longer if I were you.
You ban it for longer?
Yeah, I mean, he does it every fucking day, right?
True,
Like,
true.
At this point, it's a
True.
perma ban. I don't know.
True.
Just fuck off.
I agree. That was easy. Make it hard.
Grab the D&D castle before it's gone. I don't like the D&D ones.
Wow, really?
Yeah. You're going down. I'm helping.
No shot did that hit me, but okay.
Just drop the plate on him.
Can we be teammates? And kill this one? I believe in you. Just kidding.
Type 1 if you'd visit Wutai. I would never go to Wutai.
You wouldn't even be allowed into Wutai.
Yeah, they'd see me genetically superior.
They'd look at you and they'd say, this guy? Riot Trooper.
Oh, I would go to the Happy Turtle, though. That place seems pretty cool.
Is there really only one fight in the entire fucking game where you find those mono drives? I guess I have to play through it again on hard, so.
Okay, this is getting old.
There's gotta be a projection mechanism around here somewhere.
Do I play Magic the Gathering? Nope. I don't have the card autism.
You don't have the cards?
I don't have all the cards.
You don't have any cards, loser.
I don't have the gambling gene in me, man. I just doesn't.
Oh my god, this guy's got fucking... Wait, is this a glitch? Are we supposed to be... Okay. I don't know.
This is it. Finally. Some fucking gameplay.
Hell yeah! I don't know if we were supposed to be able to do that, but okay. No, that's normal? Really? That's awesome! Oh.
Do it again!
No, it's too late. And it's unethical.
You're gonna be doing that on hard non-stop.
God damn it.
Wutai ain't nothing to fuck with. I rewatched Obsession with Chat. God damn, that's a movie.
It's a good movie, yeah.
Very good.
You sit there, we can just do this over. What? No shot. Oh, shit. What? Unfrog me! Please? Sir? Oh my god. No!
You know, Parsec, he's very good with the emotes.
Is he?
Every time I ask him to add an emote, he does it.
Careful.
Very good.
I don't know if that's a popular chat take, so be careful with that one.
I don't care. I'll just indoctrinate them in the morning.
What? No, synergize. Why can't I synergize? Oh. Is he a frog? Oh. What? Can he not be a frog anymore? Thank you. Oh, now I'm a frog. Hey, how about you unfrog me, motherfucker?
You want a cold take?
Yes.
I don't like fan service in anime or all the Japanese fucking video games. It's honestly weird and off-putting. I don't know why they always do it.
Wow, hot take.
Now, can we please get out of here already?
If I wanted to jerk off, I'd go turn on Destiny stream.
True. So you hate fun. That's all I'm hearing.
I hate over-sexualization of characters that I'm supposed to have like some sort of buy-in to.
Oh, so you can't have a buy-in to people when they're sexualized at all. You have to destroy... That's not a part of the human experience, huh?
Nope.
Okay. One more boss fight left, but it can be cancer. I actually intel'd every fucking enemy, except for this one mono drive. I don't remember where I found this guy at. How a cringe.
How is she sexualized? I'm not talking about this fucking game, man.
Huh. Really?
I was thinking about One Piece.
Yikes.
Hates fan service, loves Star Wars. What fan
True.
service is there in Star Wars?
A little thing called Rogue One.
You should have said Slave Leia.
Nah.
Nice try.
Who could have done this?
Whoa. Wait.
Yeah, the Slave Leia thing was cringe too.
He still hasn't seen the Christmas special, guys.
I haven't. I'm waiting actually.
For what? Next Christmas?
I was gonna watch that with Chad and Christmas.
Okay, thanks.
I don't like the looks of this. I doubt they're here
We
to
watched the Muppet
Christmas special?
Treasure Island movie.
Oh.
No, it's not Christmas, man.
Have you not seen the Muppet Scrooge movie?
I have.
On site.
Very good.
It's time. Initiate the Tviet field test. Sir.
Oh, the Sviet test, of course.
I have Reindeer Flotilla.
Aren't you all on the same team?
Team? Fool. There are no teams in deep ground.
What is Deep Ground?
Ground.
Is that Dirge Cerberus lore?
Place where my brother and I like to play.
He's fucking telling you, man.
Now my
Oh, so the place where his brother and him play. Thanks.
That's Deep Ground.
Let's take a different tack.
Well, can't blame a girl for trying.
Let the games begin.
Let's witness company. Free settlement policy?
True.
We get it, big turbo bad.
And Japanese good, huh? Wow, I wonder who made this game, huh? Remember, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Wow, look at this guy. Wow, wow. Where am I synergized? Oh.
Loyal minion?
Loyal minion!
Abnormal readings detected. The control program's been compromised. Containment protocol.
Alarma.
Oh no. They can't contain him. What? Who would have thought? Oh, you probably should have killed her there instead of throwing her to the side, but, you know. Who am I to say?
She's needed in the next game.
Dare you
Oh, he's like master. I need to go all out just this once. If he can still talk, what's the point of the mask? So he can't fight people?
If he removed it, it would be very painful.
Ooh. Maybe he should do that absorption thing to those guys, huh?
Where were we?
Gendarme. Did you play TF2?
Team Fortress. Yeah, duh. What do you mean? I'm a millennial. Every millennial that ever played a computer ever played TF2. Idiot.
Just making sure.
Just making sure. Shut up. I don't need you to make sure for
Sometimes
me,
I forget
ever.
that you're...
I don't ever need you to make sure.
You probably played Team Fortress 1. Boomer ass.
What? Okay. No!
Run like a chocobo.
Oh, good one.
Run like a chocobo, die like a chocobo.
Well, that sucks. Stop smashing it.
Smashing anything.
Lemeo. Lemeo. Lemeo.
Do you remember the Flash game where you're skiing down a mountain being chased by the abominable snowman?
Where your team got chased by the abominable snowman in what game?
There's a Flash game.
No. Sounds cringe.
How dare you? How dare you stand in my way?
I really can't.
Where were we?
Dude, this guy's kicking your ass. You're gonna be fucked on hard difficulty, huh?
Not even.
You have ATB.
Back to it.
Music's a little aggressive for my taste.
Oh, okay.
You know you're being life drained, right? Shut up, you're so dumb. Rewatching a movie is so fucking cool because then you can watch all like the background actors and see how they're fucking doing. The scene in Obsession where they're at like the party is a really cool scene to rewatch.
Oh, really?
This is bad.
Great. Let's get out of here.
Be me. Say something. No way. That's the chatters.
Good. That's
Good
exactly.
Before it swallows us too.
Stop.
Your
Doing
health, man,
weird
is
spells.
ticking.
What?
It's over. Let's go next.
No, wait. I can use items. I just remembered.
You're gonna cheat.
It's not cheating. It's normal mode. That's the whole point. Ah. Can this guy please? Okay. Get fucking staggered?
Allow me to hasten the inevitable.
No. Okay.
Gotta say.
Wait, what? You're gonna make me do all the work? I was sleeping on the job.
Snake?
Can
you spend one day playing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance?
Hold
It's
on.
a
I
one-day game.
Can't hear you at all. One second. My light ticks down during my limit break. That's against the rules. Thank you, Sim.
Darkness knows no limits.
Well, how did she die after? Oh no.
How about you pull yourself together?
Jesus fuck. Okay, good one. Now that's what I call sheesh.
CSB.
Not from the beginning. Oh fuck! I should have redone my material.
Subjects on site.
These freaks still pushing.
Get lost!
dare you stand in my way? Where were we?
Don't know what this crap is. It's definitely not good.
Embrace it.
Fuck. Did I miss the first one? I don't think so.
To a beating.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. There we go. Ho, ho, ho. Let's go, boys. No. Fuck. Wow, Zeus, IRL, give you 25,000 kick chat. Thank you. Can this guy incite? No way, right? Enemy is immune. Oh, every fucking enemy is immune to the good abilities, huh? Oh, up and down and 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 up and down. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Wait, is this gonna let me kill him, or does it have to go to the next phase? I think it has to go to the next phase. Wait.
Behold the
Oh wait, maybe I could have killed him.
Holding back. Let us bring this to a close.
Oh no, I needed to scan him again. Wait, he is not gonna die though. That's okay.
You disgust me.
Oh no, wait, he's already scanned. Oh my god, I bet that means I missed the first phase. Loser.
Let's finish this.
Don't gotta tell me twice.
Wow, good job, ninjas.
Did we?
We did.
Awesome.
Don't want to spoil the moment, but we should probably get going.
But I'm so tired.
I could carry you.
You win.
Jesus.
Sheesh. Aha.
Oh my god, he's gonna sacrifice himself to save Yuffie like he couldn't save his sister? It's just like Spider-Man, Return from Home or whatever.
Boring.
He's dying, Mooten.
Let him.
Really?
Please. Yuffie, you gotta keep going. For us.
No. Stop it. So not.
Rep.
You hate to see it.
Really? Hate to see what? W's?
Death.
True. Oh my god, the bean. It was all about that. He might not be dead. That Nero guy has a shadow realm where he traps people. What, like Yu-Gi-Oh? No, like Epstein. Okay.
The financier?
Really? Oh my god, is this the Shadow Realm? You're asking a lot to care about a guy that we've known for 1.5 chapters of a DLC that we know is not going to be relevant for the rest of the story, but not suspicious.
You asshole! I'm not a kid! I'm
Your
not
Honor.
your sister!
Goes to Yuffie's motivation for fighting Shinra? I mean, she had plenty of motivation in the original game, no?
Was that the plate?
Yeah, idiot. Not personal motivation? Bruh, they destroyed her fucking country, no? What do you mean? The whole Wutai people got destroyed. What do you need? Like, why do you personally hate me? We're just at war with each other. Oh, so she just gets a chocobo from nowhere.
She probably bought it.
Really?
Or she's a Wu-Tire. She might have stolen it.
Immediately wants you. Join her team and the sky's the limit.
Well, it's the guys from the first game. Walk faster.
Hey, were you really walking the whole way?
Yep.
Retard. Why does he not wear sunglasses when he's finally
Still
outside?
pretty far though, isn't it?
Another full day, give or take.
Question. When a mom says a full day, she means from the time you get up in the morning till the time you go to bed. But for me, it means from the time you get up in the morning all the way through till the time you get up the next morning. So, which is it for you?
How are you gonna walk in your sleep?
Gotta go with Elmira on that one.
That's a relief.
Is it though?
Cloud, bet you've had to hoof it from sunup to sundown tons of times. This is all just same old, right?
That's right.
Yeah, he's a
But
walker.
even so, we're all gonna need to stop and rest. Especially you.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, marching into the unknown ain't easy. But don't worry, because I'm here to lead the way.
That's comforting.
Of course it is. All right, everyone, let's stop here for a minute. Leader's orders. Now breathe in that fresh air.
Well, it's just like when I was on the West Bank.
Actually, scratch that. Let's, save it for later. When we're not so close to Midgard.
Guess this is goodbye, City of Mako.
Like this?
Yep, just like that.
Cool.
Implying they would have to try to hitchhike and wouldn't get picked up immediately by, you know.
No way! A car!
I know.
What? How do they get credit for that? Okay.
Hey, stop!
There we go.
What is it with these damn birds?
No need to apologize, ma'am.
What does he mean by that?
Look at that.
Wow.
We're going to need one.
Gonna be okay?
Should be, but weird. My stomach's in knots.
That's its way of telling you it's hungry. Let's move.
Oh my god, do you think it's like Hal's Moving Castle where if Red 13's tail goes out, his soul dies or whatever?
What are you on about, man?
Oh, this guy.
It's been a while, huh?
Zach!
Long time no see.
He's like Superman.
How you been?
No, he's a corny ninja soldier.
Listen. Hey.
Did the credits not play like 5 minutes ago? Haven't you seen Marvel movies, bro? You're supposed to hide good shit after the credits, idiot.
I'm back!
What class of
This is
soldiers?
where Aerith
Zach?
dies.
First class. Or third class, I don't remember actually.
He's first.
No, really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Aerith?
A new foe has been added to the combat simulator within the Shinra building. He can be fought by choosing Chapter 70 of the main once you have completed the game. Do you have to like make it all the way back to the thing, or?
Have you not completed the game?
The first one, yeah, but that was the thing added to the first game. It's 2 minutes from the chapter select. Oh, well, tomorrow then.
Did you do any politics today?
We did so much politics today, dude. We were politicking like crazy. It was awesome.
So what happened?
Well, Trump did some crazy shit in America. Everybody laughed at him, and
Yeah.
then shit's just not working out well for him.
Yeah,
And then
that
Hassan,
seems to be the way it
bad.
goes.
Hassan, bad. Don't forget that.
And what'd he do?
Bad stuff, always.
Did he talk about Israel?
Probably.
I knew it.
Where do you find the Pride and Joy Mark 5 or Mark .5?
I'm right here.
Really? Oh, on hard mode. Okay. Oh. What manuscript? Why did I get no manuscripts? I guess you get them on hard? Okay, whatever, easy. We should collect all that in one run through.
One stream.
Well, that's not bad. Even with all the dicking around, 8 hours. Oh no, wait, that was just Ramble Rush. Okay. Smash it. Fuck. Which chapter for the thing? Is it 14 or 17?
So close.
Ooh.
That should be everything. Initiate projection.
Oh, because it's the... I can just do this. Oh, I could probably beat this guy first try. Easy.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pressing X to doubt.
My mom and I still
Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Takes you 30 tries minimum? Yeah.
Every morning, I remember.
That's never happening.
Aerith.
Wait, he says Aerith?
No, he doesn't. You misheard.
Anyway, we gotta get to the roof, right?
Then
wait.
We can use the same elevator that Hojo did.
Ho, 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 ho mad. Get it? Wait. No. Yes. Wait. Was I supposed to go the other way right here? Did I fuck up already? I forgot where Chadley is. Oh, no, no.
Are these hoes loyal? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Hoes loyal. Yes or no? Yes or no? Oh, he said yes.
Still lingers. It stinks in here.
Yeah, it's Wutai.
Back there.
This is Midgar. What?
Get ready, go all out.
I don't remember the. Oh. Why do I have such shitty fucking limits?
That's it! You're up! Here goes! You can do it!
I got you. Enough.
Get him!
Chadley. Chad me up.
A pleasure to see you again, Cloud. How can I be of service?
What?
A pleasure, Cloud. I do hope you won't forget about me.
Huh, I've already forgotten about you, Chad.
Cloud, we've added I can't divulge any details, but I can say its existence is both highly classified and extreme, to be completely honest. I have some misgivings even now. I'm still not entirely. However, I do believe that engaging in combat, you can do better to extract information than you. If you're willing to try, I appreciate the help.
I got it, dude.
What do you mean to Chadley?
Three-person team versus the immaculate one. Goddard Damarungs have no effect. Wait, do I have that shit on? What? Okay, well, fuck you. It does have an effect, you just don't have the insta limit break, only partial. Does the limit break gauge gradually still fill during battle? Like, does it still help?
Oh, so they're finally catching on to you cheating the whole fucking game, huh?
Hey, not like your mom did. Got smashed.
They shall be slashed,
God damn it.
strangled, and slaughtered. Stabbed and crushed. Carry the enemy tailed, shots and executed.
Wow.
About to begin.
It's just one guy. How bad could it be?
Let's do this. Deal with that.
All right.
This is gonna hurt.
Give them hell.
I'm coming! Why don't you lead the way?
Oh, fuck, wrong one.
Guess it's my turn.
Games are for nerds, Karen.
True.
I'll show you what I can do. You can do it!
What?
Never again. Best do it right.
Okay.
Get ready.
Did you just lose?
Do the thing. Oh, cool. It didn't even let me counter. Okay.
I'll take care of them.
They try to bring me down.
Okay.
Take it over.
Oh my god, I didn't mean to do that fucking limit. Oh my god. Don't care, doesn't matter.
Here goes. You've got this.
I got it.
He has not lost any health, man.
We're working at it, okay? Nope, we're not working on it because he doesn't have any revives. Oh.
Hang back. I got this.
How do I have no heals on any of my people?
You're gonna need to change your materials.
Yeah, you think so? You're so
Yeah,
right, bro.
I do.
I need to kind of fucking
Not looking good.
block that.
Take it from here.
Do I have prey on him? I do, but
I'm sending you a meme. That's you.
okay. We'll try it. This will be our tomorrow thing. I love you guys.
Really,
True.
you love all of them.
I love every single person in my chat, yeah.
Even Bulldozer?
Not Bulldozer.
I knew it. Alright, see you tomorrow. Bye.
Be careful. Oh, true. Hold on. We gotta connect. Linger, Spot, Epic, Dreams, Zombie, Ode, P, Scorpion, Last Hurricane, Nothings, Stay, Ballad, Continue, Painkiller, Villanelle, Ode, a Ballad, an Epic, and is that a song, ballad, poem thing? Easy. Fuck. Linger, Hurricane, Continue. Oh my god, I'm so smart. Okay. Oh, and then Sweet. Dreams, Nothing's, P, Spot. Oh my god. Tropical Drinks. I never would have gotten that one, but okay. 4x3 real quick. Easy. Okay, Matter, Piggy, Mind, Kansas, America, Morgan, Hook, Pac-Man, and Boston. These three are bands. And then we just need one more thing. Captains.
Because Captain Hook. Kansas, Captain Morgan, Captain Easy. What? No. Oh my God. Wait, did I pick the wrong thing? Did I pick the wrong word? It's Captain. Did I fuck up? Did I pick wrong? Or Piggy, America, Pac-Man, Miss America, Miss Pac-Man, Miss Piggy. Oh my God, bro! I feel like I missed. Wait, if I hold on. No. Fuck this. Okay, be careful.